was the star in qualifying for them. Neil Jani, you can see there, the Swiss driver with his Indian heritage clearly displayed on the top of his helmet as well. He is the man who's going to take the start, and they sort of looked a little bit out of sorts in final free practice, but I think that was because they were doing long runs on used tyres to really try and get a handle on the race, because in Austin they were kind of nowhere.
They certainly did their homework yesterday in free practice, but don't forget that rain, that heavy rain we've had overnight and into this morning has washed away any rubber that they put down up until this point. We had a dry FP1, 2 and 3, so the homework they did yesterday, all the teams on the longer runs, really going to come into effect now.
Best qualifying of the year so far for Lamborghini.
Yep, first time ever into Hyperpole.
Big step forward for this program, and something to celebrate for one of the new brands joining the FI World Endurance Championship this year.
And it was really interesting how competitive and raceable the car looked in Kota as well, in very hot track conditions. So not quite sure how comfortable it was inside, but it did look like a proposition that you could do something with. This is such a brand new car. That's really encouraging as well.
We're seeing so much tighter competition. You mentioned it before, Martin, in qualifying. The field spread by microscopic margins now puts more pressure on all of the drivers barreling down towards turn one. We've seen in Kota and many other circuits as well this year, incredibly hard to overtake. And that again increases the workload, the stress on all of the teams and all of the drivers. So it's going to boil down to a lot of strategy today, and also how they can get the best out of their tyres.
Here are Le Mans winners from this year, the number 50 Ferrari team. They're in 7th place on the grid. We saw the number 5 Penske Porsche, that's down in 8th place. They lie 2nd in the championship, the number 5 crew, 3rd in the championship, number 5 crew. It's the number 6 Porsche that leads. But another good, strong qualifying outing from Charles Milesi. Ferdi Habsburg starting from 6th place in the number 35 Alpine. And this weekend, Jules Gounon is back with the team again. He subbed in earlier in the season and is back with them. So looking forward to seeing what he can produce here around the Fuji Speedway. Can't beat the thump of a Huey. There's just something very, very distinctive about that big twin rotor helicopter from the Japanese Defence Force.
As we look at the number 6 Porsche, the variety and the depth of competition in this hypercar class, whether or not it's in one lap pace for the Hyperpole or whether or not it's in race trim, gentlemen, is getting deeper and deeper.
And Andre Lotter, Kevin Esch and Lawrence Van Toor are our championship leaders. 64 points still on offer, so there are 5 crews who could still win the title. By not claiming pole yesterday, Hurst Team Jota's number 12 dropped out of that contention. Well, there is our anthem singer being presented with the national colours of Japan as we get to the front 2 rows of the grid, with number 7 Toyota Mike Conway already in the car and ready to go. They won in Imola and looking for a chance to do the same again. Toyota leading the manufacturer standings very narrowly over Porsche, and Ferrari not out of contention yet either. They start in 4th, 3rd on the grid, the BMW car number 15. Again, another strong qualifying run from this BMW. Seems to be the quicker of the two, in the same way the number 7 Toyota seems to be the quicker of the two almost everywhere. So that is row 2 of the grid, but we do have a Toyota on the front row. They didn't lock out the front row as they have done so often here, Anthony, but this time the number 8 was the quicker car in qualifying.
Yeah, very tight between the two Toyotas. Speaking about championships, so car number 8, they're not really in it as much as the car number 7 crew, apart from Mike Conway, don't forget, who had to miss Le Mans.
Yeah.
So it's all about, in that car crew, car 7, who challenged the nearest challengers for car number 6 that leads the way in the drivers. It's not Mike Conway because of missing Le Mans.
In the car ready to start is Kiwi Earl Bamber, but it was his teammate Alex Lynn who really set the pace in Hyperpole. The car looked strong in practice, it looked very strong in the first part of qualifying, and then Alex Lynn put in an absolutely stellar performance in Hyperpole to snatch the first pole position for Cadillac. So their string of front row starts continues, or top 4 starts continues, with the first ever World Endurance pole for the American manufacturer.
More history being made. Fabulous lap from Alex Lynn yesterday. Absolutely knocked it out of the park. Happy to have finally converted the way he would wanted to have done earlier in the season. Got it done here and did it with real drama.
Well, there you go. I imagine there's quite a few Toyota employees helping to bring up the Gazoo Racing banner. That won't stay there the whole time, although actually if it stays hot and sunny they might wish for some of that shade a little bit later. What's the time now? It's 5 to 11 nearly local time, and the temperature already in the high 20s. It is going to be a hot day, but as ever, behind the grandstands there, you can see the big, heavy clouds threatening. It's really strange. If you look from where the 1 minute board is being shown to that lady's left, blue sky, light cloud, always looks pretty clear. But if you look behind the main grandstands here, which is where the mountains roll down towards us, it's always almost swathed in big, thick cloud. And if that comes down, then we end up with the rain. So, 18 hypercars and 18 LMGT3s on the grid. A bumper field, and the first time for the Japanese fans to see this year's mouth-watering selection of cars in the flesh. They may well have watched the races online, they may well have watched them live or caught up with them later, but this is the first time to see them in the flesh. And that's part of what draws people to racing circuits, Anthony. It's not just the combat, it's the sound, it's the sights, it's the smells of this. It is a visceral experience.
Yeah, it's the diversity of the World Endurance Championship, isn't it? All the different manufacturers now involved, the different shapes and sounds, like you say. It's an experience, a proper experience for the fans in the grandstand. We see car 51 pull away, car 83, our last race winner, all the way down there. Car 83 in 13th position on the grid. And then that's the last of the hypercars as the Peugeot 94 pulls away, followed by the 55 AF Corsa Ferrari.
It's the sights, it's the shapes, but so very many people, it's the sounds as these cars pull away. It's the depth of competition, it's the depth of both these fields. 2 races in one here in the World Endurance Championship, but it is as well about the depth of competition in both classes.
Running through the grid, you saw the first couple of rows. Number 6 Porsche, that's our championship leader, starts on row 3 of the grid. And then our Le Mans winners on row 4, the number 50 Ferrari. It's a real mixed bag, the way they've qualified. Probably doesn't give us the greatest indication of what's going to happen. Lamborghini and Proton competition on row 5 of the grid. Row 6, the number 20 BMW and the 51 Ferrari. Now out to the championship hunt. Will they be asked to help their teammates? Pretty sure they will. 83 are winners in Kota, and 93 the better of the 2 Peugeots. And then Mick Schumacher in the 36 Alpine and Will Stevens on row 8 of our hypercar grid. On row 9, we find the final 2 cars in the field. Hertz Team Jota's 38 and the 94 Peugeot, with Loic Duval doing the starting. Then there will be a little bit of a gap, not too big, hopefully, to the GT field, the LMGT3s, headed by Francois Heriot and Tom van Rompuy, Josh Cagle and Sarah Bovey. So 4 different brands on the first 4 spots on the grid. And then the second of the United Autosports McLaren, James Cottingham, 5th in the class, ahead of the Ecodis ASP Lexus, TF Sports better, second rather, Corvette, and the Heart of Racing Aston Martin. And then Francesco Castellacci and Ryan Hardwick starting 11th and 12th in class.
Okay, so Mick, we do this 2 formation lap in scenario 1, and then by turn 15, before the start, we go back to scenario 5.
Copy scenario 5 before the race start.
I will remind you.
Yes, thank you.
And Anthony, that will be setting the car differently for these relatively slow-paced laps compared to absolutely full-bore charge down to the first corner.
Exactly, so it's all about getting your brakes up to temperature, the tyres up to temperature the best you can. We've mentioned the fact you have no tyre warmers, so getting the brakes heated up in the right way and you can change your brake bias quite dramatically in these cars to shift it either from the rear or the front, depending on which axle you want to heat up first. And then, of course, engine modes as well. You want to be in much more of a fuel-saving mode for these slower laps that they're doing. We should expect all of the cars to be pitting within a lap of each other, so you don't want to be wasting unnecessary fuel at this stage, so they change engine modes to help that.
Make no mistake, everybody wants to win this race, but there are going to be championships up for grabs and position in championships going into the season finale. 64 points still up for grabs in both the major championships after qualifying yesterday. We have 4 cars in contention still for the Hypercar World Championship, and we have a similar number in LMGT3. But for right now, as they come through the final section under the control of the safety car, it is going to be Earl Bamber with his historic pole position for Cadillac Racing's number 2 car that will control the pace once that Porsche pulls to the right. This long pit entry, Anthony.
Just looking at the LMGT3 field, remember, lots of the team's strategy really is to run the bronze-rated drivers to start the race with. They've got 1 hour 45 minutes of minimum bronze driver time in a 6-hour race.
And in this heat, it's going to be a challenge.
Lights off on the safety car. We are about to go racing in Japan. We go green in Japan, and an early move across the track. Open the door, number 15 BMW, Marco Wittmann again starting the race, up into second. It is the Cadillac that leads. Rewind back 12 months, Porsche got in front of the pole-sitting Toyota at the start and led for 4 hours. The Toyotas could not get by, and there is a Toyota-Porsche battle. That's the 7-car Mike Conway, shoved off on the grass by the number 6 car of Lawrence Van Tor. Miguel Molina has gone by Conway, and there's been some changes at the back. The Lamborghini has been shuffled right to the back of the hypercar pack, but it is the Cadillac that leads from the BMW with the number 8 Toyota in third, and there's Conway. Oh, does he avoid contact? He does. One of the Ferraris, though, getting shuffled really quite badly back. That's 51 getting dropped down the order. The Alpine and the BMW going by.
Yeah, Conway getting feisty around the outside of turn 5 and 6 with the Porsche number 6, who obviously that's the championship fight between those 2 cars. The car cruiser, the BMW now off the circuit and wheel banging side by side with the Porsche number 5 into the last corner.
Yeah, the BMW is Rene Rast, and that's Fred Makovic in the number 5. This is the 83. We had a quick view of Robert Kubica. He's got 38 and 94, I think, down the outside. That's the Peugeot that's coming with Loic Duval.
Cadillac in front, absolutely bolted. The dream start. You see this slipstreaming going on right aboard with the Peugeot, and the number 83 has a huge lock-up and makes contact with car 5.
The moment you saw the tyre smoke, you knew it was going to be a hit, and somebody got hit in front as well. There's an Alpine, and is that the 51 Ferrari? That's going to be a yellow flag.
Rear clip off one of the Porsches as well.
Yeah, that will be number 5. There it is. Whoa, their race has taken a big hit early on, and they are a championship contender, those drivers, so they could ill afford that.
Yeah, just that huge lock-up from car 83 really caused that incident. There was another incident in front. I don't know if that was a knock-on effect of the initial contact between 83 and the number 5 Porsche, but I'm yet to see the replay of that one. But disappointing scenes for our last race victor.
Yeah, I thought with the debris there we were likely to get a safety car. Unfortunately for Earl Bamber, who'd already built up a 2-second lead in the first 2 laps. That will bring him back to the rest of the field. And we'll have a chance to reset that field once they all settle down, but drama not on lap 1 in the first corner, but on lap 2 in the first corner.
We'll see that again now. So 51 on the 35. But the drama's ahead of that.
So here's the lock-up coming from car 83. Hits the Porsche, but I need to see a different angle before I can see whether that was an independent situation by the Ferrari hitting the car in front.
Yeah, the 83 car also T-boned Ferrari number 51 as it was sitting stationary in the middle of the road. So number 5 car, let's hear.
Who is the driver in the BMW? It pushed me off totally.
He was talking about the
Earlier.
argy-bargy going on through the last 2 corners. And actually, yeah, so let's see the Ferrari. Is it an independent crash? Was he tagged? He might have just been tagged, but he was going for a move anyway on the Alpine. We're going to see from this angle as well. He was tagged.
Yeah. So in fact, the Alpine and the 51 Ferrari were innocent victims in that. And it is just, as you drop downhill into that corner, so easy to lock up. Look in the mirror.
It was all a bit desperate, wasn't it? And like we said, it's such close competition. Hands go on the head from the Alpine team.
Question has to be asked, would he have made the corner had he not made the contact? I think the answer is no, he wouldn't.
I think you might be right there, Graham. You really might be. I mean, like I said, it was all a bit desperate, and the Ferrari as well. Maybe there would have been contact with the Alpine anyway, but the catalyst to it all, of course, was 83 with the huge lockup.
Checking mounting points in the rear of that car.
And also cooling. I wonder whether there's been a knock-on effect. Now, in all fairness, the number 5 car, although it's mathematically in with a shot, it's the other Porsche in the Penske team, number 6, that leads. Chances are they would have been asked to support anyway. Well, let's hear from the BMW team.
It was again, I think, Kubica and the other Porsche, Ferrari just outbraked and said to turn 1.
Yeah, it was all on TV. It was all on TV. So.
It's interesting, isn't it? You get the Porsche driver saying, "Who hit me?" It was Rast. So he's now got, right, I'm gonna fix him later. But then Rene knows what happened that made that happen.
Just while we're watching this, and watch this again, it's the incident to the inside.
The Ferrari was late anyway, wasn't he? The 51, regardless of that incident. The cars were obviously driving around the outside, getting contact as well in avoidance, but it was a late move by the Ferrari, and I'm in agreement with you, Graham. I think many cars here in this situation would have made contact anyway without 83 causing that chain reaction. There's so much pressure on the drop. We saw it last year as well, but that was on lap 1 going into the first corner. This is starting lap 2, of course, but that pressure, they know overtaking is almost impossibly difficult in the hypercar category with the turbulence, and then that's why. But Robert Kubica, the irony is, he continues with very little damage, if any.
Little bit of scarring on the front left.
Trouble for the Alpine, though. They've not come into the pit lane. Looks like they were just under the team at the pit wall. Come past us under the pit wall so we can have a look, because they haven't really seen the car on screen, nor have we. They are clearly, the driver, worried there about a little bit of debris damage, because the number 20 car, Rene Rast, got clipped, but actually didn't really get hit hard.
Just a moment, by the way, while we've picked all the bits out of that multiple car hypercar incident, to mark the fact there were some changes in that first lap melee in LMGT3. The pole-setting Ferrari of Francois Ario dropped right back. He's now down in 11th place. Leading the race is Tom Van Rompuy, Josh Cagle and James Cottingham, second and third in the McLarens, Sarah Bovey fourth, Ian James a great start at the 27, Aston Martin, and he's up to 5th place. So have a listen to what's going on with the number 51 Ferrari.
Okay, mate, so the race is still long. You have some damage front and rear tail. You have some damage. We can't pit now. We just we'll monitor the situation with the safety car duration and we'll let you know. But so far we stay on track. Tire pressure are okay. We'll monitor the situation and come back to you.
Big hole in the nose. damage to the diffuser. Ideally, Anthony, they'd like to get him in the pit lane, change the nose, change the tail. Down in the pits is our fourth member of staff, Bruce Joanny. What's the story at Alpine?
Well, as you were saying, Martin, they had to check the car from the pit wall, and they have to pit in and fix something on the left rear tire. And there's probably a little bit of damage as well, which was difficult to see. So they're still trying to figure out, but definitely a stop.
All right, they can't stop now in the same way that Ferrari can't stop now because the pit lane is closed while the safety car is out. So you can see the pit exit in the background, little red light. That is repeated down the pit lane 2 or 3 times so that everybody is aware that the pits are closed. That's a standard safety car rule in the FIA World Endurance Championship. Much less cloud on the mountains now. Looks like things are clearing up. So rain in abeyance while we are under this early safety car.
Third safety car lap, I think, underway. Pits should be open after the next lap for the safety car.
Yeah.
So depending on how long race control deem it's necessary to keep the field under control, there might be limited damage to some of the prospects for the teams needing bodywork repair in particular.
55 Ferrari, the pole sitter, is in the pits. Now, we haven't seen the start in LMGT3. Fuel going in, standard practice, but they are ready to examine something underneath the car. The little brace to stop the air jacks compressing. Did he have side-on contact? Are they looking at a drive shaft? That will be one for Bruce to investigate down at Vista AF Corsa. And you pointed out, Graham, we didn't, although we were watching the hypercar melee, we didn't see what happened in LMGT3. May well be that this car, the pole sitter, had contact with somebody and got knocked off or into a spin. Bruce, what do you know?
Well, car's been cleared. It's all okay. They had a look at the bottom of the car, but it's all fine, and they sent it back.
All right, good stuff. You don't want to start from pole position and get knocked out on lap 1 effectively. So back in the race, but with a bit of a mountain to climb, Francois Heriot. Tom van Rompuy is our LMGT3 leader. You can see the 2 orange and black United Autosports McLarens behind him.
So as we see the field threading their way through Sector 3 now, I'm just looking at our track map. So car 55 is just exiting turn 1. So now he's got to obviously catch the field. It's lucky that the safety car continues another lap. So that investigation, whatever's going on there on the right rear, hopefully will be very little time loss once he eventually joins the back of the LMGT3 field.
And actually the number 5 Porsche with its revised body or straight body has been sent out, and that is on the back of the queue as well.
But both the 5 and the 55 will have to stop again on the green because they pitted in a closed pit.
Good point.
Emergency pit lane. You can go in for fuel now then. The Alpine again driving under the team. Okay, come past again. We want to have a look. Well, it's missing the... Is it missing the left front dive planes? I don't think it is, but they're worried about the right-hand side where he got clattered. Okay, this is Kevin Esch with the engineers. Let's take a look at the start again. It went as well as could be expected for the number 2 Cadillac, but the Toyotas did not make the best fist of that. Starting from the front row, Seb Buemi also held up Mike Conway, and there was a lot of contact behind. Here's our GT3 field, 3 wide behind the leader. This is on board with Robert Kubica.
Contact between the Ferrari and the Lamborghini there into turn 1.
I wonder if there's more here, because the Lamborghini got dropped further down the order.
So this is riding on board with the Lamborghini. So covering the inside off, opens up a little bit. You see in the rearview mirror, a car coming down the inside, yeah, and that's the contact there, mid-corner. And almost contact again on the exit of the corner with the BMW, so very tight. I saw the car 55 in the LMGT3 field already losing positions before the apex of turn 1.
The better place to the 2 Lexuses on the grid there, running wide in turn 1, probably in avoidance of some other carnage.
And here's the moment with the BMW, Rene Rast, and the car 5. So, I mean, this continued all the way through. Second to last corner here on the exit, and then on the exit of the final corner as well. Clear shoving, pushing one another off the circuit. So, yeah, but you see it up in front of us, the car running all off the circuit. They continue their fight. And then obviously that leads into what happened into turn 1.
Then you saw the 83, the yellow Ferrari, and one of the Hertz team Jota cars again, all side by side, because you just can't surrender places early on. Well, the pit lane is now open, the safety car remains out, so that is the damaged red Ferrari, the 51 car, going into the pit lane, and behind it also in comes 83. And apart from anything else, after that big dramatic lockup, I think the tyres on the front of the 83 car aren't going to be in great shape either.
You've got to ask, Transport must have felt something wrong in that pole-sitting 55 car to pit under a closed pit lane. That is going to cost him dearly. These guys, they'll be fine. If they can turn these cars around under the safety car, they'll be able to rejoin the queue because the pits are now open. 3 laps. You can see overhead view now. Pits open after 3 safety car laps. They're then entitled to come in and service whatever they need to do. Prior to that, emergency service only, but the regulations say you've then got to come back under green flag conditions and pit again.
Big hit for the number 5 Porsche. I mean, that you really heard it.
The 51 car, he goes in quick anyway. I think that would have been contact. I mean, yeah, his get out there is to say I was hit from behind, which he genuinely was. But I do believe that there probably would have been contact anyway with the speed that he was carrying into that corner.
Bruce Ioanni, what do you know about the 51 Ferrari?
Well, there was a lot of damage on that car. Obviously, the back of the car was fairly destroyed, but there's also damage to the floor on the right side, and they could not fix that. They just taped it in, and hopefully this will hold together, but not ideal on the aerodynamic side, sorry.
Especially with a 1.5 kilometre long front straight, the wind is going to tear that tape to pieces, isn't it? They changed the nose and the tail, but you can't change the floor and not lose multiple laps.
Like I always say, when it comes to things like that, they didn't design it that way back at base at Ferrari, so it's not ideal. And they've got to carry that damage with them now, obviously, for this rest of the 5 hours, 45 minutes remaining.
As we saw, there were a couple of GT pitters there, 60 Iron Lynx Lamborghini and the 55 Vista car. Back again.
Okay, we have a failure on the sensor, so the sensor don't work. We need to go back to the brake balance area to turn, and TC11.
All right, so trying to balance the car by making it brake more at the rear, and TC11, so I don't know whether that's increasing or decreasing the amount of traction control that it had prior to that message, but they clearly have something, a bit of an issue with that right rear corner, and they're trying to get the car to stop and turn a bit better for them. In for fuel, and what else, Christian Reed? This is far too early to be a fuel stop. Under green, you don't want to come in, but that's what they've done.
Well, but the safety car's still out there, so it's
no loss. It's no loss. He's done a
safety car in at the end of this lap. Safety car in at the end of this lap.
Arguably the ideal time for him to do it, and actually quite surprising others didn't at this stage.
If it avoids a splash at the end of the race, well, that's your splash done now under safety car conditions, so makes complete sense if you can catch the back of this gaggle that are just coming in towards turn 13 now.
Yeah, he's going to be a little bit behind them, but the LMGT3 field is actually quite spread out. As we look at the blue-nosed Cadillac of Earl Bamber, right behind him, red, white and blue BMW of Marco Wittmann. Then Sebastian Buemi, the first of the black Toyotas, and the red and white Porsche of Lawrence Van Tor, the championship leading car. You need everything and luck to win a title, and not getting caught up in all that carnage is possibly the sort of luck that the Porsche team need. We go back to green flag racing.
Risky to go early because there's such a long straight there by the Cadillacs. Usually we see them waiting until they get to the line, and look, the BMW behind in the slipstream, as is now the Porsche number 6 behind the Toyota.
Yeah, maybe he was hoping that he would cause a battle behind. Here comes the Porsche, Lawrence Van Tor around the outside of Sebastian Buemi. He's going to need a little bit more pace than that. Then the second black Toyota, Mike Conway, we're right on board with Van Tor. Buemi ran a little wide, he's through into third place. but as we come down the hill, the next corner is a left. Vantor had the track advantage there. Buemi has to tuck in behind.
A valuable overtake there, really critical for the Porsche there. Read it well into turn one, as we now look back at the LMGT3 field with the Corvette leading the way.
First time we've seen these cars because of the carnage at the start. It is the yellow and black Corvette, then the two orange and black McLarens. This is fourth place. The magenta Lamborghini of Sarah Bovey for the Iron Dames. So good battle shaping up there. Here are our damaged cars. These are all the cars that came in for pit calls, and almost all of whom will have to stop again within the next couple of laps.
And importantly, they hadn't quite caught the train when this went back to green, so it has been a net loss for them with that pit stop call required for all three of those cars. They're looking to do as much as they can to close this gap. They're down at the moment 31st, 32nd, 33rd.
Earl Bamber scampering away. He's a second up, and we haven't even completed the first lap away from the safety car. Marco Wittmann in second in the BMW. Anthony Lawrence Vantor not close enough this lap, but he certainly jumped the gap, hasn't he, from the Toyota towards the BMW.
He's certainly looking very racy, and remember his opening stints here from last year's race as well. He was absolutely dynamite. So yeah, let's keep an eye on the championship leaders, car number 6 making headway.
The number 6 Porsche led for 4 hours of the 6-hour race, didn't win. I'm sure he thinks this track owes him something. Our number 50 Ferrari is in 6th position.
The engine is rattling. It's not giving no power.
Multi-2 off, please. Multi-2 off. Check multi-2 off.
Well, that car in 3rd place in the points. Here's a battle between the two McLarens. Down the inside, Josh Cagle, James Cottingham. Oh dear. Well, McLaren have gone from 2nd and 3rd to 2nd and last as the car rejoins. Couldn't quite pick up which of the two it was there.
Yeah, never good to see teammates making contact, but yeah, a spin around.
Potential problem, Anthony, sorry to interrupt, coming for Toyota. The number 7 car that's in 5th place, Mike Conway, under investigation for a technical infringement. Now, normally that might just be related to tyre pressure at the start of the race, and it'll just be a warning. But if it's something like the torque sensors on the car that aren't transmitting properly, then that can be a reason for the car to be called into the pit lane. Right now, Cadillac leads from BMW, with Porsche, the championship leaders, in 3rd. 20 minutes in, and we're in our 3rd green flag lap after a very early safety car.
It's a reprimand for car number 7. Technical infringement was maximum power, so something spiked on a sensor there. Earl Bamber is romping away, 1:31.058, half a second quicker than the cars pursuing him. So on the restart, as he did at the start, the caddy at the moment has got the pace. But the point here, gentlemen, to watch is, can he retain that through this stint, and can he retain it into the second?
Looking here at LMGT3, looking back from the 46 BMW of Ahmed Al-Hati. You saw Ryan Hardwick in the Mustang behind him. Cadillac leads, and the gap grows 1.5 seconds after a lap and a half from this battle for 2nd place. The red, white and blue BMW, that's Marco Wittmann, and Lawrence Vantor, the championship leading number 6 Penske Porsche. Having led so long last year, I'm sure they feel that this is a race that they can win, because, Anthony, this team has really been transformed everywhere all season. And that car is very competitive everywhere. The number 6 car, they need to put more points on the board.
Absolutely, and interestingly as well, speaking of the number 6 car, who's looking very quick at this stage, started this race with all 4 tyres that they used in qualifying. So they used tyres to start this race with.
Well, maybe because the track is a bit green after some heavy overnight rain, they thought that would work. Battle here for 13th place. The number 12 gold Porsche, that's Hertz Team Jota, and 20 BMW going past on the straight. Again, in Kota, the BMWs looked very quick, but like the newer cars, the newer teams, Alpine, they are struggling to make their tyres last from an entire double stint. And you need to make them last for a double stint. You only have 18 tyres for the entire 6-hour race.
So these two have been battling each other all the way from turn 10, haven't they? Here's 38 diving down the inside. Incredibly aggressive move there but made it work, did Phil Hansen.
Yeah, he got by René Rast in that BMW, and then also clearly did Will Stevens in the number 12 gold Porsche, but then he got repassed. Here's the lead in LMGT3, yellow and black, that's Tom van Rompuy in the Corvette, James Cottingham still in second, and here is the recovering McLaren, so that's Josh Cahill. That's the second Corvette, isn't it? That's Hiroshi Koizumi fighting 77, which is Ryan Hardwick, that turquoise Mustang.
Yeah, right. Josh Cahill, by the way, as a result of that spin, contact with the team car down in 14th place. Great battle here between the two American makes.
You can just see on that rear view camera shot, just a bit of bodywork flapping around. So clearly a bit of contact there has happened with the Corvette earlier on. As we look now back to the hypercar category, car 35, the Alpine, putting pressure on the BMW in front.
Well, don't forget how well the Alpine qualified, but this car is down in 15th place, chasing René Rast for 14th. Again, neither Alpine having much luck at the start. One got hit and the other one had to run off wide in avoidance in that lap 2 carnage.
BMW runs a little bit wide there, but just has it covered, does Rast on the exit.
He had enough, didn't he, to use the full width of the track to keep his momentum up. D-Station, the green and black 777 Aston Martin. And this is the battle for, where is he? 12th in class. Behind him is Josh Cahill, then Darren Leung in that red and blue BMW.
Yep, Darren Leung just loses a place there. Racing with a heavy heart. Darren lost his dad, Stephen, just a week or so ago. Our thoughts with Leung family. It's racing for memories here.
Really tough to come to a race and to try and find something within yourself after such a tragic time. Right behind him is Yasser Shaheen, who is in the 92 Porsche that lies second, 91 Porsche that lies second in the LMGT3 standings. The sister car, Manthey Pure Racing, the white car, just a couple of cars up the order, but they haven't fared very well, the LMGT3 Porsches.
Staying out of trouble, by the way, in all that carnage are both the Peugeots. They're both running in the top 10 at the moment. 8th for the number 94, 9th for the number 93. There is going to be one, right?
Here we go then. So you got the proto competition car under attack from the Peugeot 94. Goes to the outside. You're going to look to either brake later on the racing line or switch back on the exit. What's it going to be? Looks to be the switchback.
Yeah, allows Neil Jarni to defend shallow on the inside, but Jarni just keeps the momentum up. Wasn't quite enough room to cut back underneath him and get the drive down the hill. So Neil Jarni in 99, Loic Duval in 94, and just behind them, 93, the other Peugeot of Jean-Eric Verne. And you're right, having avoided that embouteillage in the first corner, the Peugeots both in the top 10. Ryan Hardwick ahead of Arnaud Rabat, and behind Rabat is the second of the Ferraris, and that's Francesco Castellacci. Not the better qualified car, but it's now higher up in the order.
A couple of bits of housekeeping. It will be a drive-through penalty for Christian Reed in the number 88 Proton competition Mustang. Pit lane speed limits exceeded, and as you'll have seen on screen, the AF Corsa number 83 Robert Kubica has been judged as being guilty for that contact incident. It will be a 30-second stop-and-go penalty for the number 83 car. Great race for them at Kota. It started badly and it's continuing worse here at Fuji for the AF Corsa Ferrari.
Lots can happen in 6 hours. Often it's not great, but lots can happen in 6 hours. Battle here between Alpine and Hertz Team Jota. Mick Schumacher, yes, that Mick Schumacher, just ahead of Phil Hansen. So this is the battle for 11th spot, just outside the points. Only the top 10 in each class get points. Hansen having a little look, that's more in hope than anticipation, I think. But further back, this is the Alpine going down the inside of René Rast. So that will be a change for 14th place as Ferdy Habsburg claws his way back up one spot.
Yeah, good move there by Mick Schumacher in the 35 Alpine. Obviously had a decent qualifying yesterday, but could have hoped for more. The car had more speed in it, and they're showing that now.
Well, both Alpines were off track, a long way off track, when that Kubica triggered incident happened. So they had a lot of work to find out. Yasser Shaheen throwing it down the inside of Darren Leung.
a little bit of movement there from Leung on the outside there on the BMW, just trying to move a little bit under braking, which is never a nice thing. See this? So there's another movement there, and that really compromises the inside, so really nowhere to go. The gap was there when he sold him a dummy, went for the inside as car 83 back in the pits.
It is that 30-second stop and go penalty for this incident up the inside with the Porsche, and then there's a double contact further ahead as everybody locks up, the Alpine and the factory car trio. In fact, 4 hypercars going to the outside in avoidance.
And if you look at the 2 Alpines there, you see how badly they were both held up there. That sort of turned the balance between them and Peugeot, who got through unscathed. Out comes the 83 car. Leaders are in this traffic queue as well. You can see them all going through. So the 83 Ferrari will be in the queue with the top half dozen hypercars, but a lap down.
Worth pointing out as we get into LMGT3 traffic for the first time in this race with the lead group. At this point, the top, what is that, 15 cars separated by 17 seconds.
Yeah, and Obamba nearly 2 seconds clear of Marco Wittmann. This is the onboard view of our race leader, and Anthony Davidson. You're very aware of what it's like to be in a prototype, either LMP1 or a P2 car, weaving your way through GTs.
Always difficult when you're the first driver and you come up towards that gaggle of GT3 cars for that first time, particularly since we've had a safety car. They're all bunched up together, and it's a heart-in-the-mouth moment at the best of times, let alone when they're really fighting tooth and nail for their own positions, respectively, on the track. Look at this, a 3-way situation in towards turn 13 there with the D-Station car, the GT3, parked in the middle of the 2 Peugeots. Now, this is a risky one, to go down the inside into the penultimate corner. Gets the job done, but you've got to have the awareness of the GT3 that you're overtaking at that point.
Well, you can see the first of the Peugeots there with those vertical lights. Jean-Eric Vergne was right behind his teammate Loic Duval coming into this traffic, but he's now been separated by catching cars in a different place. On board with Hertz Team Jota, car number 12.
And that was, sorry, Miles, that was unfortunate for Hertz Team Jota because he got compromised on the exit of the final corner. He'll be under the attack, as is the Lamborghini now with the Alpine. Look, so there's the Jota behind, and the Alpine has overtaken, actually.
Yeah, Mick Schumacher trying to go around the outside of Eduardo Mortara in the lime green Lamborghini. That didn't work, so the 36 Alpine stays where it was, which is in 11th place in the final points. The Iron Lynx Lamborghini and that car as well in top 10 in qualifying, both on brand new medium tyres. Nobody has gone with a hard tyre on any of the corners of the cars, although it was a sort of experiment that a number of teams tried during free practice.
Busy out there in traffic here.
This is the other Alpine's view. This is Ferdy Habsburg with Phil Hansen right in front, the gold tail on Hertz Team Jota's number 38 car.
That's a difficult situation as well. So you're closing on the car in front, but also overtaking the GT car on the inside, and that one as well. This is desperate, and I'm not surprised there was almost contact there. That was a very last-minute move there by the BMW. And you have to have a bit more awareness, particularly when you've got a whole load of bronze drivers out there who started this race in the GT3s.
Yeah, it looks like Habsburg's on the inside of the lime green Lambo, but yeah, getting his foot down and just using that momentum around the outside. Eduardo Mortara hangs on to 10th place.
Eduardo Mortara won the stars in the early part of the race at Kota.
Yeah, here we go. Sorry to butt in there, Graham, because here we see this time around much closer between the Alpine and the Lamborghini. Alpine's on the outside. What's he going to do here? Try to switch back on the inside, but I think the Lamborghini might just have it covered. Good run though from the Alpine on the exit, but he's going to have to overtake the GT car as well before turn 3.
Yeah, Schumacher had to go the long way around the outside, and he's still on the outside of Mortara, off track. Now the corner comes to him, a long right-hander in turn 4 and 5, double right-hander, but he can't keep the momentum, and that wider line helped Eduardo Mortara.
A great duel between these two. This is for 10th place, by the way. This is the beauty of this season. These are teams that are coming on stronger. It's a second consecutive great starting stint for the race for the Lamborghini.
Here's that moment where he's getting the double overtake, one on the inside, one on the outside. The shot I want to see, though, is the Alpine did it try and overtake off the track. I didn't see if all 4 wheels are over the white line. That's what the stewards would be looking for at the Lamborghini. On Lamborghini, but 2 different categories there. In 13, and there is contact. again in that corner. So you can't just follow through the car in front. The GT has to turn in at some point.
And as it gets to the apex, its speed is always going to carry it out wider. So the LMP drivers, the hypercar drivers rather, have to be very aware of where the trajectory of these GTs is going to take them.
And they're being ruthless. They are being absolutely ruthless. Overtaking comes at a premium in hypercar. They know it, and they're trying to use the GT cars, the lapped cars, as the catalyst for an overtake. But they're not giving enough allowance, I'm seeing, for the bronze-rated drivers behind the wheel. They don't have, with all due respect, the same capacity as a pro driver, and they're treating them like pro drivers.
On board again, replay with Mick Schumacher in traffic.
Too late. It's too late down the inside, and there is contact. He might get a penalty for that. You can't treat the bronze drivers like pros. And the Lamborghini is something. And to be fair, that she turns out of it at the last minute, because she wasn't expecting that late lunge down the inside. It's not that type of corner to follow the other car through.
Yeah, so she had to open the steering. That means that she loses ground, Sarah Bovey, against the two. You know, she's third in MGT3. She's looking to catch the lead group. But when traffic comes through, we've seen it right from the beginning of this season in Qatar, it really disrupts the GT3 battle.
Was Mick Schumacher just catching the grass on the inside there? That could have been disastrous. Great, I was going to say great midfield battle, but this is a midfield to the back of the field battle in hypercar. 6 or 7 cars separated by about 4 seconds at the moment.
It's great stuff, and it's clear to see that the cars behind the Lamborghini seem to have a bit more speed advantage at this stage, and it's just, for me, it just seems like a matter of time before Schumacher in 36 gets the overtake done.
Bruce Waney in the Alpine pits.
Yes, well, it's been funny because they keep running from the garage to the pit wall again to check the car following the contact with the Lamborghini, so they're a bit worried about the state of that Alpine.
I think that's holding together at the moment, so hopefully they'll be able to continue. They're about halfway through their first stint. We're actually on lap 20 now, having completed 19 laps, but at least 3 of those behind the safety car will extend the stint beyond sort of expected 37-ish laps of the first stint.
Well, for Ant, really, if they're running to and from the pit wall, that means either they're seeing something on data or they're hearing something from the driver, or both.
They're just desperate to try and get an analysis of the actual damage to the car, but I must say that both Alpines at this stage, they're out of position. They have more pace than what their position on track would suggest. So, yeah, maybe it's just a belt and braces approach by the team, but the pace of the car at this point at least seems okay.
The LMGT3 battle at the moment, this is the 46 car with the X2 TF Sport car behind.
Looking back from the number 46 BMW, this is Ahmed Al-Hati in 5th place, TF Sports Corvette in 6th, harassing him, and this is the view forward from that Corvette. So there's the 46 BMW, of course 46, the number because of Valentino Rossi, always racing with that number, and behind him the Corvette. Again, they've got the lead in the class Corvette. The TF Sport car number 81 is the race leader. There he is. So both cars, both Corvettes in the top 6 and Cadillac leading the race. It's a pretty good morning so far for Laura Wontrop-Clouds, the head of GM's racing program here. Got 2 World Championship race leaders under her banner. Earl Bamber is 3.7 seconds clear of the battle for second. Tom Van Rompuy in the lead ahead of James Cottingham's McLaren, and that was the view from Sarah Bovey, who's third for Cadillac in LMGT3. And again, 99 and 94. This is the Proton Porsche, Neil Jarney, the white car with the lime green highlights, and the white car with the not quite so lime green highlights behind him. That's Loic Duval in the number 94 Peugeot. Peugeot's easy to spot from head on because it's got that vertical lion's claw lights that you see so often in their branding, and that's very much part of the visual appeal of these cars.
Yeah, Gianni just having to watch the mirrors more than looking in front, I get the feeling, at this stage in the race, with the 2 Peugeots looking a bit quicker behind him.
Yeah, the car, it's a little bit struggling for pace, 99. We'll have to wait and see how that develops. But 4.5 seconds behind the leader. There's Harry Tinknell racing back again this weekend after a couple of missed races because he's had clashes with his US racing program.
Yeah, factory driver in the Ford Multimatic Run Ford efforts in GTD Pro in the IMSA Sports Car Championship, so it's a real mixed bag for Harry this year.
And has the Mustang not just won its first race in the IMSA series? Was that not in the
first podium?
First podium, right, there we go. I knew they'd had a big milestone in the last outing. Again, looking here at Mick Schumacher being chased down by Phil Hansen as we get back to the all Lexus battle.
Lexus is, Lexi.
Takeshi Kimura is the first of them, the one with Car Guy written on the side, because Car Guy is his team, his brand. Takeshi Kimura is the Car Guy, and Arnaud Robin right behind him. These cars both in the points. They had a tough start to the season, although it's not the newest of LMGT3 cars, or of GT3 cars, the Lexus. It's certainly brand new to this championship and the team, and they took a while to really get their heads around it. Battle for second, sorry, Anthony, in LMGT3. And this is James Cottingham and Sarah Bovey, the Iron Dames Lamborghini, after being biffed by a passing hypercar, has got right back on the tail of the United Autosport McLaren.
Exactly, yeah. So a bit of a moment there for the Lamborghini on the exit of turn 5. Here from the team radio now from the Iron Dames car of Sarah Bovey.
Gap behind 5 seconds, and your driving looks very good in the last sector, so let's keep it up.
Yeah, I can see I'm faster. It's really just a straight line, but they will start struggling with the tire.
Yes.
Yeah, it's always a struggle to around this particular circuit with the tyres, and also on top of that, because of the rain that we've had, green circuit, no rubber down anymore, it causes extra friction. So we see a move here with the 94 Peugeot down the inside of the 99 Proton. Runs a little bit wide on the exit, but it was a good move. It's been a long while coming, hasn't it? The Peugeots have seemed like the faster car at this stage in the race. But what I was going to say before that, when we were looking at the GT3s beforehand, is that it's important for the bronze drivers to start this race because of the safety car as well. That obviously eats into their time of 1 minute 45.
Good job, Will, good job. Gap is currently 3.6. Keep hitting that 22.7 marker on the energy. You're doing well on energy. Will, you at track limits turn 14. Track limits turn 14, it's the first one. We're halfway down the stint now.
It's a difficult circuit for track limits, this one as well, so the stewards, and it's good from the team letting him know for the very first one, just to, you know, look at those track limits. You're in the lead of the race. Let's not lapse in any shape or form. By the way, I correct myself, it's not 1 minute 45. Of course, it was 1 hour 45 for the GT3 bronze drivers minimum time. And you see this fight continuing here with the Lamborghini versus McLaren. Through turn 7 they go. Another overtaking opportunity comes at you down the hill here before turn 10.
Graham, those cars that we thought pitted under a closed pit lane, have they all come back in again?
The 55 did. The 55 did come in.
5 has made 2 pit stops. Okay, good, right. 51 has not. It's made 1 stop, but they stopped when the pit lane was opened after 3 safety car laps.
That's perfectly fine. Good. There is a further penalty, by the way, for car 88, Christian Reed. The car would appear to have made a pretty classic Fuji error, and that is overtaking before the safety car line 1. Long pit entry lane. He sped in the pit lane because he's already had a penalty for that, but he would have overtaken a car in the safety car queue before he reached the safety car line. So it will be a 5-second penalty added to the next pit stop for the number 88 car. So not a great start for the race for them.
The most experienced driver in terms of race starts in FIWC history, Christian Reed. Here's a 3-way battle. Amadou Harty is in 5th. The first car, yellow and black, that's the TF Sport Corvette in 6th position of Hiroshi Koizumi and Francesco Castellacci having a look down the inside, but Koizumi, rather than defend, decides to attack. That's a little bit of a banzai move around the outside of the BMW. Didn't quite work, but he didn't really lose much either, and that sort of helped to fend off the challenge from Castellacci's silver Ferrari.
Absolutely, the only silver driver who started the race. Castellacci needs to make hay here
And that's what I was trying to say. My point was, for the bronze drivers, that's why they typically run them at the start, because you've got a higher chance of a safety car, and that really goes against the silver drivers at that stage, because you're then minimising the distance that a silver driver will naturally pull over a bronze because of that safety car.
It will likely cost the 54 dear. On board now with the 36, Alpine still in a battle with the Lamborghini. It's been going on for lap after lap. Just a quick note to say Josh Cagle is recovering back from that issue where he made contact with the team car, getting back towards the top 10.
So we continue this fight has been going on for a long time. The Alpine, the closest it's been at this point on the track. The Lamborghini's probably going to have to defend it. Down the inside, he does exactly as I predicted, and that leaves the Alpine very little space on the outside, and not much you can do apart from cross the line here in turn 11 and hope to have an attack down the inside of turn 13, which he has a look at. Does he get the move done? No, just climbs the curb a little bit and the rear of the car gets away from him. But it's great, that part of circuit design. You can see how it was all unfolding before our eyes.
And still goes on, and this has been a battle all the way through. Cuts on the inside in the final turn. This is long, tightening uphill, and doesn't have the traction there. You can really see the car struggle for grip, but he's perfectly placed again, Anthony.
Yeah, he's put himself in a beautiful position here. By that late move, he's now fully in the slipstream. The car on the inside has to defend, so you go to the outside, and it's a drag race now down this almost 1 mile long straight before the heavy braking into turn 1.
On the inside, the Lamborghini. On the outside is the Alpine. Mick Schumacher just clinging on. Eduardo Mortara shows in the runoff area.
Just politely squeezes him out of road.
Yep, absolutely. But the thing to watch here as well, gentlemen, still one of the best battles on track at the moment, but it's not holding them up because they're catching the group ahead, which includes, or the first car they're going to come across is the number 93 Peugeot of Jean-Eric Verne. He's less than a second ahead here. There he is.
And also, despite this display of close quarters wrestling between the green Lamborghini and the blue Alpine, the gold Jota Porsche behind isn't right on their tail, and you would have thought after a couple of laps of this, it certainly would be. Now, as they catch GT cars, that's going to really compromise their speed here in the slower part. This sector 3, the sort of snake up the hill, this is where they're really going to struggle to get through the GT traffic, and they're going to have to be, as they were the last time through, pretty brutal.
Just a quick note, by the way, coming through there, both of the Porsches that are on GT3, they are outside the top 10, the two leading cars in the championship, currently nowhere. There is an element here with some success ballast, 40 kilos for the pure racing car, but let's crack on and look at this epic hypercar battle.
Well, the Lamborghini is now free of attack. Here's the number 6 Porsche in third place, Lawrence Vantor, and there's a challenge for second place in LMGT3. James Cottingham, third place, no, it is for second place. James Cottingham in the United Autosport McLaren around the outside. Sarah Bovey just ran out of room, didn't get close enough, and the track turned away from her advantage. So James Cottingham hanging on there, but the Lamborghini does look like it's got a little bit more at the moment than United Autosports McLaren. The two Toyotas coming through, haven't spoken much about them. They're 4th and 5th after qualifying 2nd and 4th.
And they're dropping away from the top 3. Gap from Lawrence Vantor to Seb Boemi now coming on for 6 seconds, and that's been a gradual move forward from Vantor from the two Toyotas.
But it looks like that Conway has a little bit more speed at this stage in the race than Sebastian Buemi, so it's just 8 tenths behind. I don't know if that's traffic related, but perhaps Conway just a little bit more speed there. They'll be looking perhaps to invert the cars. Let's keep an eye on that one.
Here is the challenge on the 46 BMW from the 82 Corvette. That was a change of position as Hiroshi Koizumi going by the BMW, and Francesco Castellacci has got by the car as well. So Ahmed El Hati losing 2 spots in 1 lap.
Yeah, just about to say, but Castellacci's not making quick enough progress. The Alpine up the inside again.
Yeah, the Alpine is right back with the Lamborghini, and this time the Lamborghini over the curb. Anthony loses traction, and the Alpine is on 4 wheels on the tarmac. And here comes the Porsche as well, the first of the Hurst Team Jota cars. This is Phil Hansen, car number 38.
It's not over yet. Down into turn 1, the Lamborghini's back. You can see on the slipstream. So this time it's the Alpine that has to defend. The Jota's getting involved as well, having a sniff around. But I think the Alpine's just got this one covered on the exit, and yeah, so capitalised on that sea of traffic that they had around the final 2 corners there. So finally, Alpine's in front of the Lamborghini.
We said at the start of this weekend, we thought it would be tough here for these hypercars to pass GT traffic in the final sector. It's proving to be tough everywhere, and it giving us some fantastic battles.
Very busy racetrack, incredibly busy. The GT cars are still closely packed because of that safety car that we had earlier on, but now you see Phil Hansen behind the Lamborghini. He's seen one car do it in front and he wants to have in as well.
It's going to be tough though, isn't it? These cars are all so equal in terms of potential performance. That's what the regulations have provided, and that's why so many manufacturers are flocking to this, because you can design a car with almost any format, any kind of engine, with or without hybrid, different chassis, different shaped bodies, and they are all so close together. Phil Hansen closing in on that lime green Lamborghini, which does seem to be struggling a little for traction, but always the hypercars do here. In a change of position, number 12, Herb's Team Joe to Will Stevens, up the inside of Ferdy Habsburg. That is a pass, and he moves up the order. So he's now up to 13th, and Habsburg in that Alpine comes back at him down the straight.
That's the only problem with overtaking into the final corner. You do run the risk of this happening. The Alpines look like they've got pretty decent straight line speed here. And yeah, Will Stevens going to have to be back on the attack into turn 1. The car's good on the brakes, he's good on the brakes. The Alpine's boxed in behind the McLaren and sent off the track as well. Stevens back in front. What a great fight between these two.
And Will Stevens almost stuck behind the McLaren, just had enough room to pull out safely in front of the Alpine. So yeah, fantastic battling, but the Alpine just getting the worst of the rub of traffic there. And in 6 hours, a lot of breaks aren't going to go your way. You've just got to hope that a lot of breaks do go your way in traffic, and that you're not sort of overall at a net loss.
Will Stevens will be in a hurry here. Of course, they're going to be looking for overall race honours. There is also a Hypercar World Cup. Let's look again, though, Ant, at this move.
So here's the Alpine behind. He's got the Jota down the inside. We look back from the McLaren, and it's that point there where the Alpine was just completely boxed in. A little bit of argy-bargy on the exit. And Will Stevens didn't panic when he saw the Alpine coming back at him. Really, that was great mature racing by both drivers there.
The Hypercar World Cup point to complete it is the contest for the privately entered hypercars. There are 4 of those in the race. And of course, with the second place car in that contest up the inside, takes another place, this time from the Lamborghini.
Well, Will Stevens, sorry, Graham, Will Stevens saw how it worked out for him last time in that corner, has done exactly the same thing again, and he's well prepared this time for the Lamborghini to come back at him. This was the lunge down the inside earlier on, as we saw the car 38. That's the other Jota, and well, there was a lot of contact there, wasn't it, through turn 11?
Yeah, that was Phil Hansen, and now here again.
So Stevens back on the attack, so he had to defend that position that he took.
Trouble for Josh Cagle, yeah. His rise up the orders to the top 10 has taken another hit.
Is it finally going to be over? Yes, it is, between these two. It took that long for Will Stevens to get that move done out of the last corner.
Cannot do anything. I'll get no more rear tyres.
And that's exactly how it looks, particularly in Sector 3, the long wiggly snake up the hill. Very slow McLaren on circuit.
That's 95.
That is Josh Cagle.
It's not going away from whatever incident happened down at turn 13. So trouble for the United Autosports McLaren after running very high up the order.
Crawling up the order, crawling up into the final corner. Now, here are the 2 Porsches that are first and second in the points. The white and yellow car, 92, that's Manthey Pure Racing. And behind, the orange and black Manthey EMA car. Now, in the end, for Manthey EMA, it almost doesn't matter where they finish in the points as long as they are ahead of the Manthey Pure Racing car. They must close the points gap. Manthey Pure Racing, if they have a really superb race and their teammates struggle, they could take the title here. It's more likely that it will go all the way to the final round, because the points haul at the moment for those GT Porsches looks pretty tiny. As we watch this battle coming down the straight, in the back of the shot, could see that Josh Cagle's McLaren has got to the pit lane entrance.
You can really see the Lamborghini. We heard from Matara earlier on saying Matara are done. He did start this race. I've just had a look. Started this race with all 4 tyres old that were used from quali.
Josh Cagle coming in very slowly to the pit lane. It might be a puncture or a drive shaft problem, but whatever it is, it's not out of fuel yet. We're expecting a 32-lap stint from the LMGT3 cars, and that'll probably be out to about 35 because we had safety cars, and they are only on lap 33 of their race, so there's still some mileage to go, but that McLaren looks like it's in real strife. Bruce Ioane down there at the United Autosports pit.
Yeah, it doesn't look good. I think they're going to bring the car in to inspect the car a little bit deeper, but yeah, they're definitely going to bring the car into the garage.
All right, keep us up to date with that as we watch the action. Christian Reed at the tail of the field now.
That's
in
the
the
lead.
88 Proton competition car, and that.
Yeah, that is the lead Corvette with Christian Reed a lap down now because of those penalties, the penalty that he's had.
3 laps down, I think, just about 2 laps down. Oh, and kicking up the dirt is the Peugeot. Which of the two is that on the Alpine? That is Jean-Eric Vergne attacking Mick Schumacher. And he's got a really good run going, Ant.
Yeah, so it's Schumacher that looks to be, he's had the pace, so a move must have happened in that final corner and has to defend, like we've seen so many times, that position that's under the attack again, the re-attack into turn 1. So he's through the 93 Peugeot, 2 Jotas behind battling it out. And here was that moment out of the final corner with the Peugeot on the inside and thinks about driving the car off the circuit at one stage, kicked up the dust. Tense stuff here in the hypercar category.
Wow. Exciting in the car, exciting in the garage, exciting in the grandstands, and hopefully for the fans watching across the world as well. And we haven't talked much about our race leader, but Earl Bamber is still in front in the Cadillac.
Just to let you know, I'm definitely faster than Phil.
Yeah, copy. We will let him know. We push. 10 laps to go, 10 to go.
That's all about this Hypercar World Cup position. He needs to be ahead. He wants the points, and there's an opportunity here for this trophy for Hertz Team Jota because of the delay to the 83 Ferrari. That's what the target is.
Battle for second place in LMGT3 United Autosports orange and black McLaren of James Costigan, Sarah Bovey. We ride on board in the Lamborghini. And Will Stevens, if he's in the faster of the 2 hypercars for Jota, you put the fast car in front and it tows along the other car, which as a result will go quicker. So it makes a lot of sense to try and put him in front. Obviously things are going to change during the race anyway. Here we go, there's the swapperoo.
Yeah, it's the right information to give the team because they don't really know, you know, but like we mentioned the 2 Toyotas earlier on, was it just traffic, meaning that the 2 cars are closer together, or do you genuinely feel you have the pace? If you do, you get on the radio, hey, I'm faster, just letting you know, just passing on information, and now we'll see, can he pull the gap or not? If you can't, quite often we'll see the teams re-invert the position between the 2 of them because it's not fair just to give out. And Will Stevens actually has a bit of a lock up there into turn 6 in that desperation to try now to make the gap. But he's been driving a really solid start to this race and he's making good progress.
Grandstand view of the Alpine Lamborghini battle that continues to rage. The green car of Eduardo Mortara on the right, now on the left, and slinging it down the inside comes Ferdi Habsburg. He goes through, picks up the place at that turn 10 hairpin. Oh, and again, Mortara looked like maybe he had a little bit more pace, and inside for second place goes Sarah Bovey. So Lamborghini loses a spot in hypercar but gains one in LMGT3. Sarah Bovey in the Iron Dames car up to second in LMGT3. Now she's got to chase down the race leader. Tom Van Rompuy's Corvette is 3.5 seconds and more up the road. But Eduardo Mortara, probably not the only hypercar driver struggling for tyres. But Anthony, this isn't getting to the end of the double stint they're going to have to do on those tyres. This is getting to the end of a single stint that they're doing on the tyres. They need to do a double.
You'll have a little bit of respite when you put the other side of tyres on when you come to the first round of pit stops. I'm sure that's what we'll see. But I fear for Mortara and Lamborghini and drivers that are suffering on their used tyres that are going away, fading from them, which it often does on this track. It's going to be a very difficult second stint for that one side of tyres that has to continue on its way. Remember, only 18 individual tyres that they have here means that you have to really monitor them through the race like we saw in Kota as well.
Well, they've just... take a look at this again, Ant, as they weave through the traffic from the viewpoint of Renault Rash behind.
Yeah, just, we often see that crossing of lines in turn 10, 11, and that continues in towards turn 13. But yeah, clear to see Lamborghini had the pace in qualifying inside that top 10, but maybe using its tyres just a little bit more than others.
Just as we picked up that battle, we saw that the 95 McLaren was back out of the pits. Bruce Ioanni, what do they have to do to Josh Cagill's car?
Well, they simply turned it off and turned it on again, and the problem seemed to be fixed. But the problem was that he had following the speed that he had a power loss, and he was complaining of just power losing and cutting. They are looking and seeing that there's a problem on the data. They thought it was fuel pressure, but it's not fuel pressure. Just switching the car off and on again seemed to be okay now, and the problem's fixed. So they're a bit puzzled, but the car keeps going.
Frustrating times. You saw the pass for second place as well by Sarabovi, but again, this is Will Stevens now, the first of the two gold Hertz Team Jota cars, has caught up immediately to Jean-Eric Verne. This is for 10th place, so trying to fight their way into the points.
Absolutely right, and Will Stevens immediately on the attack. Would say, by the way, as we've got the D-Station Racing 777 Aston Martin on pit lane, there was just a little bit of contact to the rear of Sarabovi as that move was made for second from James Gottigan.
Yeah, we missed that move. We had Bruce down in the pit lane giving us the information. Of course, a lot of action going on here today at Fuji. Just mentioning Will Stevens before, apparently he was on the radio beforehand saying, okay, I'm going to do this the hard way then. So that wasn't just a team swap for position, I believe. He went for the move and got the job done himself.
Excellent. So it wasn't a gimme. He took the place. And again, you know, he hasn't exactly stretched himself away very far from Phil Hanson, but of course they've been in GT traffic, and he's also trying to get by the car in front. So here's another battle. This is 99, the white car and the green highlights, and this is for 8th place. Mick Schumacher and Neil Jarni. Schumacher's gone by in the Alpine, but Jarni came back at him again, Anthony.
And the reason for that is because he had to slow down the apex because of the GT car in front, and he launched the car over the curve, but he's back on the attack. It might actually work out better for him from what happened there. And of course, yeah, on the inside, late braking. We've seen good straight line speed from the Alpine. Another position claimed for Mick Schumacher.
Yeah,
good stuff.
Schumacher's having a really good time, and so too is Will Stevens going through. Meanwhile, our leaders are in the pits. This is LMGT3, first place car is in, and the 82 car, but around the outside, all three wide, and here comes Phil Hanson in the other Jota car, really taking advantage there. Bit miffed maybe that Will Stevens dive-bombed him. Stevens keeps his nose in front, and they both go by the Peugeot, and Stevens gets a break in traffic as well. Anthony, how are these guys going to keep this up for another 5 hours and 9 seconds?
Well, they will once they settle down and get into their respective positions where their car should be. Remember, we had the disrupted qualifying for some of the teams out there yesterday, out of position. We've seen, obviously, the first corner melee with the cars spinning around, all out of position with the safety cars, and they're all trying to get their rightful position back for their speed of the car. So this is a very chaotic start to the race here in Fuji in these opening stints, as we see the pit stops happening at the bottom left of the screen.
Yeah, early stop for the 5 Porsche. They shouldn't be in yet, any of the hypercars. They've probably got another 3 or 4 laps. But again, Mick Schumacher really alight here, isn't he? He's gone ahead of the, in fact, that's Ferdy Habsburg got ahead of Jean-Eric Verne in traffic. And this is how it happened, Ant. Oh, this is a little bit earlier. This is the other Peugeot getting duffed up.
Well, this was the Will Stevens moment down at turn 1. It went through towards turn 3, and the 93 car getting pushed off track, and then Hanson got involved as well, like you pointed out at the time, Martin, and Will Stevens moves out to overtake the GT car. Wow, that was tense stuff.
Well, they were both passing that white Peugeot, and in the background of the shot is the Alpine that's on the left of the screen. So Ferdy Habsburg took advantage of the 2 Jota cars, slowing down Jean-Eric Verne, and within a lap had caught and passed the Peugeot. 82 in the garage, while the race leader 81 stopped as well. That has left the pit lane, but the 82 of Hiroshi Koizumi, that's going back into the garage. Now Koizumi, the plan was for him to do a single stint, but he was feeling pretty good, and they were looking at doing a double. Here's the replay. This is Schumacher, rather Habsburg, going around the outside of Jean-Eric Verne's Peugeot in traffic to take that move.
Yeah, so here's from Habsburg's point of view. So the Peugeot basically tries to go the wrong way past the GT traffic, a little bit unlucky as well. Habsburg takes the opportunity to go around the outside, more on the racing line. This is what it looked like from Vern's point of view. So he goes on the inside there, and he's just unfortunately put himself in the wrong position on the outside of turn 11. Goes to the inside of towards 13, but the momentum was on Habsburg's side.
I wonder if Control-Alt-Delete is going to solve the problems here for Hiroshi Kozomi, Sebastian Bode and Danny Junkadea. Oh no, it's more serious than that. They're using a hammer. Well, as I always say, if you can't fix it with a hammer, it really is broken. The Iron Dames lead for the moment, yet to make their first stop. But Sarah Bode, don't forget, was in second place as the Birmingham screwdriver is used on the back of the Corvette. In comes the 46 BMW. So the Iron Dames Lamborghini, not only quick, but parsimonious with its fuel as well. Don't forget, in LMGT3, when we see the energy remaining graphics, that's the old-fashioned way, that's just gas in the tank. With Hypercar, it's a combination of the internal combustion engine's fuel and their electrical charge. Championship leader in LMGT3 in the pits and out from third place when it came in. Ian James and the Harter Racing Lamborghini. It looks like they might actually have picked up a spot over James Cossingham and the United Autosports McLaren. They came in behind that car. Looks like they might have gone out in front of it. So yeah, good work in the pits by Harter Racing. Yeah, I noticed a little wee while ago that Ian James has been closing. Didn't have a great qualifying, but has been closing on that lead group. As you quite rightly say, has leapfrogged the McLaren in the pits. Here, though, again, it's a formation run here from the two Lexus. Kelvin van der Linde ahead of Esteban Masson, the teenager in the field. So they both stopped. They have both had driver changes, actually, so they're single stinting their cars, or their drivers at any rate. And in LMGT3, you have a more plentiful tyre supply, so they tend to be fresh tyres at every stop. 54 Ferrari just in front of them. The 55 car, François Heriot, is currently still on track and in 5th place, but the Iron Dames are in. And is there attention to the rear of the car? Did they worry a little bit about some damage, possibly? Also in, by the way, from second at this point, Ryan Hardwick in the 77 car. He had not pitted before. Lamborghini in the pit lane in Hypercar as well. Bruce reporting there's no damage on the back of the car. I saw a little shrug from Eduardo Mortara in the Lamborghini. And here, Neil Jarney getting dive bombed by the 12 car of Will Stevens. He goes by Jarney in the Proton Competition Porsche. Will Stevens now up to 9th, and it's 2 wide behind. Ferdy Habsburg all over the back now of Phil Hansen. Habsburg in the blue Alpine going the long way around the outside of Hansen. Hansen was trying to set up a chase of Will Stevens to go by the 99 Porsche, but Habsburg is very, very aggressive here and finds a way to go through. Anthony, there's a lot of side-to-side contact between these cars, none of it heavy, but it's all quite manageable. Yeah, I think it's good racing between them at this point. It hasn't boiled over, let's put it that way, and I kind of get the feeling like it may do. It's very feisty out there, but they are trying to have the respect that they all deserve, and they're doing a really good job of it. It's not easy at all managing your way through. Raise a few eyebrows, and they'll be investigating that surely from the stewards' room. It's a very feisty spell. This is the Peugeot 93 on the attack. Jarnek Van trying to get by Phil Hansen. Hansen has been passed by Ferdy Habsburg, so Hansen going backwards now. Habsburg moves up the order to try and attack Neil Jarney. This is a slow-mo Anthony showing you everything that goes on there.
Super late lunge by Will Stevens. He's taken this right to the limit today with the aggressiveness turned up to 10, but he hasn't gone to 11 yet. So I think what I'm seeing is right. It's borderline. It's hard but fair. And that was one of those moves down into turn 10. But the contact that happened on the exit of turn 6, I think it was unfortunate. It obviously wasn't malicious by anybody. It was such a busy scene. Let's see what the stewards, if they do investigate it, let's see what their decision will be. But they always look to see who the cause of contact was. And I'm glad I'm not in that room today trying to work it out, because that was busy.
René Rast hands over to Robin Freins, number 20 BMW. They're single stinting the drivers, but Anthony, I think they're going to have to double stint the tyres, aren't they? Because you've got enough drivers for the race, but not enough tyres. Now then, one question, can you go and have a look at whether or not the Lamborghini was given tyres? Because when we saw it in the pit lane, Eduardo Mortara was throwing his hands up. Come on, guys, give me something here. I think he wanted tyres. Obviously, the team don't want to burn another full set. What have they given him on that stop? Or is he absolutely nothing?
I'll be back with you it takes a little while to update on the graphics that I have, so I'll be back with you standby caller, basically.
Two things to note here. One is slippery surface flags being shown at turns 7 and 8. That was in the area where we had that contact with the GT car. The other thing to note, and it's significantly more significant, and it is that the lead gap, which had been up at about 6 seconds, is coming down and coming down fast. Marco Wittmann is closing under 2 seconds now back from Earl Bamber.
Well, this is really good for Marco, because don't forget, in the heat of Kota, they actually had to curtail his opening double stint because he was absolutely passing out of the car. So really good for him to come straight back in and be driving so aggressively. He has brought the lead right down. Meanwhile, 77, the turquoise car of Ryan Hardwick, he stays in, so this will complete his minimum driving time, and he's attacking Kelvin van der Linde in front of him, the young South African in the Lexus. And he was quite looking forward, when we chatted to him in the lunch queue the other day, quite looking forward to getting into this race, Kelvin van der Linde. Trouble for the number 20 BMW though, that's not going in the right direction. Being pushed by a mechanic is not ideal when you're trying to leave the pit lane. So has he tried to move and not got very far, and they're pushing him back? They're trying to reattach the nose, so there's more going on here. They're not trying to reattach it. They're trying to take it off and then put it back onto the mounting pegs, but it doesn't seem to want to stick, and they had to get out of the way of car number 15. That's why they're pushed back in the pit box, and they're lucky actually that there's an access point behind them, or a cooling part of the generator building, whatever, so there's not another car's pit box right behind them.
Previous leader, the race leader from the very start of the race, Earl Bamber, on pit lane, as is the 15. We just saw the BMW, the 8 Toyota and the 50 Ferrari. Meantime, battles going on still, up and down the field in LMGT3.
That was Ryan Hardwick trying to, and eventually getting past, I believe, Kelvin van der Linde. Car number 8 is in for Toyota. Number 7 will come in one more lap. There shouldn't be a tyre change. Left sides only, it looks like, for Earl Bamber. There are 2 fresh tyres on the side there, and there is more afoot at BMW. So lots for Bruce to get his teeth into. 20 car going back into the garage. That's the second car that has been wheeled away in short order. Hiroshi Koizumi's TF Sport Corvette is still in the garage. Not sure if they're still using a hammer on it, but it's clearly not ready to race yet. And again, you can see the Lexus here. This is the first of the 2 going by Alexander Malikin. So Kelvin van der Linde, I misidentified the Lexus that Ryan Hardwick's 77 Mustang was trying to attack. I thought it was van der Linde because it was before, but now he's behind Esteban Masson. So Masson has moved up ahead of the Mustang.
And in the midst of all of that, you see the Proton Competition 99 car. It's the 2 previous leading cars off pit lane, the 2 Cadillac and the number 15 BMW, certainly closer than 3 seconds now as they were trying to get through that traffic. The 20 BMW back onto the pit apron, and now we have the number 6 car in the hands of Lance Fantor and the 7 Toyota on pit lane as this lead group work through their first pit stop cycle.
Well, if you want to try and make head or tail of this, then in the calm of the midweek and perhaps watching the whole thing again might be a good opportunity. And to see what the teams make of it, don't forget our full access crew are in the garages behind the scenes all weekend. And when full access from Fuji drops in about 10 or 12 days time, you'll be able to find out exactly what the teams thought of all the argy-bargy that we've seen so far. It's been a busy first hour. We've still got 4 hours and 3/4 to go, and Ryan Hardwick goes back ahead of Thomas Floor, who was trying to attack him. Floor, like Hardwick, in his second stint in this car, and Floor on the inside, Anthony, that's going to shape up quite well.
Yeah, a bit of a late move by Floor into that final corner, and the Mustang had Hardwick had the exit that he wanted and keeps him at bay for now, as you got the hypercars coming up behind as well, one of the Toyotas. Just going back to your original question about the Lamborghini, they put the left side, but it's a used side that went on, so another qualified set of tyres going on to the left-hand side. That car will feel pretty nasty to drive throughout the remainder of this stint for him.
Classic car owners will relate to this. I hear from Corvette Racing that it was a starter motor issue on the 82 car, so they were hitting with a hammer to try and get it to engage properly. Now they're going to have to try and change it, I'm afraid.
So Loren's pace is good, degradation, everyone was starting to struggle at the end of this one, so we expect to be even worse for the others in the next one, so it's all good, and let's see with this last lap if we get a bit of time.
Well, you can hear the message from the number 6 Porsche to Lawrence Vantor, and this is definitely where Penske and Porsche have been much better this year than they were in their maiden season last year. It's keeping the tyres alive over the double stint. Last year, they'd sort of get to the end of stint 1 and then they would die a death in stint 2, but now he is in front of the Cadillac, and that is going to be a hard job to try and change that situation around.
So this is effectively your race leader now, with Vantor ahead of Alex Lynn. Giovinazzi leads the race, but this is the effective actual lead, if you know what I mean. So yeah, Cadillac has the pace, but with that driver change, there's been a change there, hasn't there? Because Vantor stays in the car and Lynn has changed, taken over from Bamber.
Yeah, Lynn having a little look down the inside of Lawrence Vantor there, but the Porsche driver just got away from him into turn 1. Ferrari 51 still leading. It has made a pit stop, so it is it due in for fuel, or why was 51 in earlier?
It came in under the safety car, the final lap of the safety car, did a full service stop at that point.
Right.
So it's just going longer on this stint, but it's effectively out of position. Has not been running quite at the pace of the lead pair. So it's a very early stop. Just before we came back from the safety car, they were one of the gaggle of cars that came down pit lane.
Yeah, so the car 51 had done 6 laps basically before it pitted. So that's why it's completely out of sync by those 6 laps. That's why he hasn't pitted yet, and the others have.
And you can see energy remaining 3%. And again, as we talked about, that energy graphic, you can see the 83A, of course, a Ferrari due in as well. That is a combination not just of the fuel for the internal combustion engine, which all of the hypercars have, but also the electrical charge state in their hybrid system. And that's why, when we couldn't figure out why BMW, who seemed to have more fuel left than everybody else, was still stopping at the same time as everybody in the last race, it's because the energy remaining was electrical only, and the tank was basically running dry.
Absolutely right. So it's Antonio Giovinazzi expecting him on pit lane very shortly indeed. Lawrence Vantor leapfrogging the Cadillac and the BMW in that pit stop cycle. There wasn't very much difference in terms of the pit stop time, maybe a second or so. So it must have been, we know the Cadillac was losing pace coming into that pit stop cycle. It was the in-laps that made the difference.
And that can be traffic as well. You can sometimes get lucky or unlucky in the traffic, depending on which side of it you are. They did do that driver change, so I questioned, did that cost them time? Because they only put 2s, both teams put left-hand side only on the car there. A brand new set going onto the left-hand side of the Cadillac, a used set going onto the Porsche.
It actually cost Caddy 1 second in the pit lane, and that might have been the difference between getting out in front and getting out behind. So, I mean, and those are the tiny margins, and that's why pit crews spend so much time working on their pit stops in traffic. Again, here's 83. Robert Kubica should be in at the end of this lap, maybe. That'll relieve a little bit of pressure on Alpine's Mathieu Vassivière.
Yeah, and David mentioned earlier, we saw that double overtake of Esteban Masson on the 87 Lexus. Under investigation now, that incident involving Ferdi Habsburg, Esteban Masson and Phil Hansen.
Big lock-up there by car 36 on the entry towards turn 10, and that's put him under pressure. 83 behind with Robert Kubica on the attack now because of that moment.
And in the inset, sorry, Ant, is 51, so the race leader is in, so hands the lead back to the cars that were in front earlier. And so the number 6 Porsche now leads from number 2 Caddy. And that Alpine, Mathieu Vaxivière, the blue car, the blue hypercar there, you can see that car, yeah, just a couple of little lock-ups, but, all right, not this lap for 83, but again, that was an out-of-sync stopper, so 83 is due in. Maybe at the end, this will be his final lap on the run, because he'll be running out of energy as well. Back with Alex Lynn in the number 2 Caddy, and just dropping away a little bit from the number 6 Porsche. At the moment, not too much of a gap to worry about because it'll give you clear air, it'll give you better grip for your tyres, and that will help to keep them alive a bit longer. But he doesn't want to drop too far back. And Marco Wittmann's BMW still in 3rd position. Ooh, but looking like it's fighting the front end there a little bit, Marco Wittmann. An hour and 20 minutes nearly into the 6 hours of Fuji, round 7 of the FIA World Endurance Championship, and the racing continues relentlessly. This is the Lamborghini, that's the word I was searching for, versus the Porsche, Eduardo Mortara and Jean-Eric Verne. We've seen a lot of this, haven't we? The Lamborghini seems to have been a traffic magnet, a hypercar magnet. He's been in a battle with just about everybody in the field, Edo, but having started in the top 10, it's now down to 14th place for the Lamborghini. It's still not getting tyre life enough to really be competitive through 2 stints on that rubber.
Yeah, it's been battling away for more or less every position from 9th down to 14th, 15th at any given point. He's got fight, but what is he taking out of this package in putting that fight down onto the ground? Here battling away with Jean-Eric Verne, trying to get onto terms, and behind Jean-Eric Verne, just about a second back, is the Prototype Competition 99 car.
Strange, because the Lamborghini had great race pace in Kota just 2 weeks ago. You come to a very different circuit here, though. Had the qualifying speed, but clearly not looking after the tyres as well as the car, or maybe the drivers used them too aggressively and just been going backwards the whole race. Looks like about to lose another position as car 83 now finally pits. Remember, out of sync as well, that we mentioned before, like car 51 was. So they were able to do 7 laps before their pit stop, and new tyres getting ready, obviously, to go onto that left-hand side, like everyone has pretty much done so far.
Yeah, race winner last time out. It doesn't look at this point as if that's going to be on the cards for the 83. Drops all the way back down, almost to the rear of the hypercar field. The only car behind at the moment is the delayed number 20 car with the time in the pits, the garage we saw for the 20.
Yeah, it is back out on track, BMW number 20, but it's lost 2 laps to the leaders. And of course, the car is 1 lap, actually, yeah, it is still 1 lap down, isn't it? Didn't lose the second lap, it lost the lap because of that 30-second stop and hold penalty. And BMW trying to go around the Lexus as the Ferrari comes up on the inside. So often, Anthony, we've seen that for the GT cars, a faster car actually gives you an overtaking opportunity, because the hypercars at low speed are holding up the GTs, particularly up this bit of the track.
Yeah, that's the problem. Faster in the straight lines. We see this overtake here, down towards turn 10, late braking. Remember, ABS on these LMGT3 cars allows the drivers to really slam the brake pedal without risking a lockup. And that was, yeah, a very late move down the inside into 10, but pretty effective.
Well, that was the beginning of what we saw the end of, with 46 Ahmed El Harty trying to get back past Kelvin van der Linde. And Darren Leung on the tail of this queue in the other BMW from Team WRT, chasing D-Station's Aston and the Proton Mustang in 10th position.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Virtual safety car deployed. VSC, VSC.
Virtual safety car, and this will be to allow the race director to tidy up some debris, I would think, likely. Turn 7 is the location, we believe. That's down the hill out of the hairpin uphill at turn 6. And safety car will follow virtual safety car. That's the way this works.
Yeah, pits are open under the virtual safety car. We did see some notes to Team Zettel earlier, some slippery surface flags at turn 7-8, then a further note that there was some suspected debris down at that point. So assessment would have been made as to whether or not that needs to be dealt with. Clearly it does.
So virtual safety car, as you can see, everybody slows down. This is effectively a full course yellow, but by another name. So they're all on the limiter, maximum speed of 80 kilometers an hour. So the gaps between the cars should remain constant. And sure enough, Alex Lynn was about 0.8 of a second behind on the last flying run past the line. And he remains within a couple of car lengths of the number 6 Porsche. And unlike something like a slow zone, every car at every point of the circuit slows down to 80 kilometers an hour at the same time. So it doesn't build gaps and it doesn't cost you time against your rivals either.
Information to pit lane, information to pit lane. This is to remove some debris at several points of the track, which we will do once VSC is over. And this is also to remove some pieces of advertising with which we in race control are not very comfortable with. I will keep you posted on how things go.
Yeah, you can't have loose branding or any, but we've actually seen it before, not just here, but other racetracks as well around the world, where the branding falls off, strong winds quite often, lays on the track, and yeah, so they're clearly uncomfortable with something that they've seen around the circuit on their CCTV imagery that they have.
I to recall some years ago into Lagos during a Formula 1 Grand Prix on the start-finish straight, rather dramatic stuff and dangerous.
Well, actually, this morning, when we were waiting for the cars to head out to the grid, part of one of the overhead gantry advertising panels had fallen off as well. So, yeah, a bit of wind. There's been quite a lot of breeze here, actually, windier than I can remember it for several years, and quite heavy rain last night as well. So that might not have entirely helped. So almost everybody with lots of fuel. And obviously, if you, unfortunately, like the 83 Ferrari, had just stopped under green, this has come at a really bad time for you, because this could have been a bit of a lifesaver for them, but unfortunately not to be.
So just to be aware, as we look at the championship leading number 92, Monte Pure Racing Porsche on pit lane. This car, by the way, way down the order, but carrying maximum success ballast here. What does that mean? You carry some ballast for the last 2 race results and championship lead.
Manthey bringing both Porsches in for a full service. I thought they were just going to top up on fuel, but since everybody else is only doing 80 kilometers an hour, they're basically going to do everything apart from a driver change, because it's only 1 hour 25 into the race. The bronze drivers who started in both those cars have another 20 minutes only to do. So in fact, what they're going to end up having to do probably is a double and another 20 minutes. So they won't just do 1 hour 45, they'll probably end up doing 2 hours 20.
It says under virtual safety car, pits stay open until the safety car is deployed, and it will be deployed, at which point the pits will close.
Yes, it's normally 3 laps of virtual safety car, and then we go full safety car. And yeah, again, Well, let's hear from the Jota team as various other hypercars also stop for fuel.
You know you just put me out behind the Peugeot and the Lamborghini here, yeah?
Yeah, all good, mate, all good. Just bear with us on the strategy, mate. It's a long race.
Yeah, it better work. It better work. That's all I say.
Copy. All good. All good.
Because we know the right strategy was the other one.
Yeah, the sister car is boxing us.
I'm not here.
Yeah, copy that. We'll copy that. The sister car is going to box as well.
Yeah, I don't care about them. I'm here to win, not to be safe.
Copy. Understood, Will.
Yeah, Will Stevens there. I mean, from a driver's point of view, you don't often see the bigger picture. Jota usually as a team are impeccable when it comes to strategy. And Will there saying, I don't really care what the other car's doing. But did he? Because he definitely referenced it. We know what the optimum strategy was, and the other cars coming in after him under the safety car. It's definitely an advantage, obviously, to be pitting under the safety car. Will feels like he's lost out track position for other cars around him and saying, well, why have you done that to me? But Jota might see the bigger picture and say, there is a reason for this. Maybe they don't want to give that reason away to the other teams. They're being pretty coy about it.
Well, we just saw on the graphic, Will is down in 14th, and what he was saying, well, he was down in 14th, what he was saying is, you put me out behind the Peugeot and the Lamborghini, which obviously I've just had to fight my way past. What actually happened is all those cars then came into the pits in front of him, so suddenly he's gone right back up a ladder when he felt he'd been sent down a snake. So, yeah, that actually looks like that might play out a little better for him. You can see, where has he disappeared to? I can't see him now. He's down 11th. Oh, I think that, again, that's going to change because there's quite a few cars have stopped. But there's your race leader still. We're waiting for this virtual safety car to become an actual safety car.
Well, in real terms, against the team car, the car he says he doesn't care about, it didn't work because it's back ahead of him.
The manager of car 6, the manager of car 6. When we convert this into a safety car, we will need your driver to please slow down because it will be tight.
Okay. All right, race director asking the team to make sure that everything happens because as they go to safety car, the number 6 car is at the line. Doesn't seem to be slowing down. That seems to be speeding up.
It's to get the safety car between the LMGT3 car and the leading hypercar.
Yeah.
So the next car up the road is the LMGT3 car. What Eduardo is trying to tell them, it's this. So just out of shot to the left-hand side will be the 92 car. He's looking to give the safety car room to pick up the train safely.
He just wanted to avoid, Eduardo just wanted to avoid any pass-arounds potentially by picking up the wrong category. So that's what he was doing there. It's just it's quite an elegant way of doing it and good communication between race director and team.
In the shadow of Mount Fuji, round 7 of the FIA World Endurance Championship, the 6 hours of Fuji. This is Toyota's home territory. And lots of Japanese, great and good, coming here for the weekend to come and see this golden era of sports car racing on home soil. Toyota are the defending winners here, the team everybody looks to beat. But in hypercar and in LMGT3, we had very different look to the grid. Not a great start for the Toyotas. For row 1, Sebastian Buemi in the black car, not getting away as quickly as Marco Wittmann in the BMW from 3rd on the grid, or as the number 6 Porsche of Lawrence Vanthoor. And the Toyota struggling to hang on in 3rd place out of the first corner, which was relatively clean, at least first time around in hypercar. Being shown the curbs by Vanthoor, and Mike Conway trying to find his way back up through traffic as well. There's a lot of side-by-side door-banging racing going on in the middle of the hypercar pack. BMW with a strong start, looking to capitalise on that. But on lap 2, big mistake by Robert Kubica into turn 1, a lock-up that took about half a dozen cars out. He would serve a penalty for that. The number 5 Porsche lost a rear wing. Both Alpines were delayed, and that allowed Peugeots to move back up the order. Safety car was scrambled immediately. There was an early pit stop for the pole position starting Ferrari, which seemed to have a bit of a drama. 51 Ferrari in hypercar came in for bodywork repairs. And then as the race got back to green flag racing, Cadillac led the blue nose number 2 car of Earl Bamber ahead of Lawrence Vantor's Porsche. In the LMGT3 category, the Corvette had got to the front at the start. There was a spin in the battle for second place between the 2 McLarens. And again, the hypercar battles raged. Hurst Team Jota, better race pace than their qualifying pace. Both drivers carving their way up into the points. A 30-second stop and hold for Robert Kubica for causing the incident at the first corner on lap 2. And the 99 Proton Porsche struggling for pace. Another problem for Josh Cagill's 95 McLaren. He would limp back to the garage to have the car restarted. Now seems to be going well. Will Stevens diving past his teammate in the battle of the Jota cars. And Sarah Bovey moving up into second place ahead of James Cottingham's McLaren in LMGT3. A starter motor issue for the 82 Corvette leaves it at the tail of the field. But our race is being led by Lawrence Vantor's number 6 Porsche after jumping the Cadillac in the first round of pit stops. TF Sports leading in LMGT3 with the Corvette.
So, end of the first 90 minutes of this 6-hour race at Fuji. It is the Porsche Penske Motorsport Championship leading car leads this race, the number 6 car, ahead of the Cadillac, which led from the start and from pole position. The 15 BMW in contention, with the 2 Toyota Gazoo racing cars closing in with this safety car. And then it's the 5 Porsche Penske Motorsport car. TF Sports, Iron Dames and Heart of Racing lead in LMGT3.
René, can you take us through this very agitated beginning of the race? It looked good, but you were involved in the incident into turn 1.
Yeah, exactly. It was quite messy into turn 1. I was getting passed by 2 or 3 cars. I think it was the yellow Ferrari who outbraked himself and then took the Porsche with him. And I was just trying to stay out of trouble. I went wide in turn 1 just to avoid the mess. But at some point I had some parts on my car which ripped off my front flicks on the front, which then obviously meant that I had no pace during the whole stint. I was really struggling for grip. And then we actually had to pit to change the front nose. But this took longer than expected. We lost 2 laps, and now unfortunately we are at the end of the grid.
Okay, well, good luck for the rest. Obviously from there a bit tough.
Thank you.
Yeah, tough break for René Rast and the crew of BMW number 20. And as he said, they are last in hypercar. Robin Freins took over from him at the last stop. And what's more, he's going to have to put a pound in the jar for front nose. There we go. So Porsche lead from Cadillac and BMW. And that's the fortunes of war, isn't it? Because it's not that the BMW is rubbish and last, because the other BMW is in 3rd place and looking very competitive. So, but for getting tangled up there at the start, the number 20 car could very easily be in podium contention. That BMW is a very raceable car.
It's got the pace, and we saw BMW on the free practice sessions trying something a little bit different. Hard tyres on the rear, long run for Raffaele Marciello in a free practice session in which he was quickest. It's whether or not they can make that last. Pass around, by the way, has been completed. There's a gaggle of LMGT3 cars that were in the train ahead of the class leader. They then are passed by the safety car to rejoin the train. They don't lose the lap.
Yes, that's the deal, is that if your class leader was 3/4 of a lap behind you, in the safety car, he'll close right up and could be right behind you and then able to jump you at the restart. So if you are in the queue ahead of your class leader, you get waved around and you can rejoin the back of the queue, and you will be no longer in danger of being lapped or losing a lap to your class leader. There's the view from the number 8 Toyota in 5th position.
Yeah, they are, if anything here, the team that has done best from this virtual safety car into safety car position. They have the biggest gap in this lead group. It is the Porsche from the Caddy, the BMW, then the 2 lurking Toyotas in 4th and 5th. The second Penske car, Ferrari's Pacer 499P, the 50 car, the car still in championship contention. Then the Peugeot still riding high in 8th position, the 38 Hertz Team Joe car. So Will Stevens did lose out on that strategy at that point ahead of Mathieu Vazevier.
I was just looking at the safety car queue, and the number 20 BMW just seemed to be stationary on the straight. On our tracker, it didn't seem to be moving, and he's now sort of stuck in the middle of this GT3 field and seemed to be getting back up to speed. Maybe in the pit lane, Bruce Giuliani can just confirm or deny. It looked like the BMW hypercar there, car 20, had stopped. We will catch up with that. It is rolling again now, but like René Rast said, when it's not your day, it's really not your day. All the bad luck for the team so far seems to have come and found the number 20 car. And you can see their scars on the side of the side pod just ahead of the right-hand rear wheel from that second lap carnage. Meanwhile, it is the number 6 Porsche team that leads. Laurens Vanthoor stays at the wheel, which frees up Bruce Giuliani to talk to Andre Lotterer.
Andre, you're looking pretty strong. Must be happy here in Japan that it looks pretty good. As you said, qualified 5th, but you're slightly moving up the field. How is it going at the moment?
Yeah, so far so good as we're leading, so that's very positive. Laurens doing a great job in the car, and also the crew did really well at the pit stop, so we were able to jump both cars. And we're in the lead now, so hopefully we can stay there till the end of the race. That's the aim. But yeah, car looks good, conditions are good, but you never know.
Okay, thank you and good luck for the rest.
Thanks.
He's still looking quite Goodwood dashing there, isn't he? I can almost imagine Andre in later years with a sort of twiddly moustache.
I think he can too.
I think he could rock that look.
Watch this space. On a serious note, there have been some huge benefactors from this safety car situation, and that's all of the cars that got caught up in that first corner melee. The safety cars brought them right back into play.
I'm in full neutral. I have no gears.
Try to shift.
I can't shift. I doesn't want to go in, man. Doesn't want to go in. It's an open clutch, but I can do what I want. Nothing is happening.
Okay, you need to stop. You need to stop and then shift.
So he was stationary on the straight last lap. He was not moving on our GPS tracker, which is possibly an anomaly, but he didn't move, and he's just like way off the back of the hypercar queue. So, what are we going to hear from
Safety car has been instructed to keep the pickup slightly the pace. Safety car is picking up the pace.
So our safety car driver, ex-single-seater ace Bruno Correa, and he will be
Pedro
Cachero, wrong safety car driver.
Bruno would have been sitting there with a cup of coffee and what?
Yeah, no, he's in Formula E, isn't he? Yeah. So Pedro Cachero, beg your pardon, yes, raced in Formula 3000 at the height of his career.
Pit entry is now open. Pit entry is now open.
So he is picking up the pace, and that means that we are likely to go back to green. Now the safety car lights will go out at the end of sector 2, which is in the braking zone for corner 10. So if he starts to come up the wiggly snake ant with the lights off.
Apparently the information for a car 20, the problem was that going so slowly in the traffic where he is, the car was going into anti-stall.
Oh wow. All right, lights remain on the safety car. So there is still more work to be done. And the reason we're going to safety car and not doing it under full course yellow where everybody's chunching around at 80 Ks is to leave a gap where there are no cars coming for a minute or so to allow vehicles and or personnel to cross the track in safety. If everybody's dotted around randomly, then you don't have that sort of quiet time to get across. Look at all the Dymo labelling on the inside of the Cadillac. That'll presumably be little bits and pieces, aid memoir. Probably not a great big entry list like I've got on the wall behind the monitors, but bits and pieces that are really important for him to remember. And
one of them was a safety car message, which modes to go in under safety car. We heard from one of the Alpines, I think it was, wasn't it, at the start of the race, on the parade laps before the actual start, saying remember to be in this mode, that mode, and that's exactly what you have to do, and remember that as the driver when you're under the safety car.
Alex Lynn in the Cadillac, the man who claimed pole position here. Quick check of the mirrors just to see where everybody else is behind him. And now they know they're probably getting towards the end of the safety car period. The safety car's picking up the speed, and that'll be a legacy of BMW's problem of running too slow, that the car's going into limp home mode. So picking up the speed a little. It does mean, unfortunately, that the safety car train has really stretched out. Here is Raffaele Marcello in the third place BMW. Now, they were working very hard in free practice on tyre life, which is definitely what sort of blunted their charge in Kota. Lights off on the safety car, so we're going green this time around. So Pedro
Safety
Cachero...
car is coming in at the end of this lap. Safety car is coming in at the end of this lap.
Pedro Cachero scuttles off up the hill, and immediately Lawrence Vanthoor slows the train right down. Why does he do that? Because it brings the Cadillac closer to him, but more importantly, it brings the BMW and the Toyotas closer to the Cadillac.
Let's close those gaps, please. All gaps to be closed immediately.
Eduardo does like a nice, clean race start, whether it's under safety car conditions or the actual start of the race. He likes the cars all to be...
Safety car is in the pits. Safety car is in the pits. Track is green. No overtaking before the line. No overtaking before the line.
We go green again in Fuji after our second short safety car period, but there is a hold up in the queue. The lead group go, but the Alpine that was down in 10th place going very slowly. There is the lapped number 5 Porsche. Now, it is a championship contender, but his task now is to disrupt the Toyotas, which are in front of him, which are also more realistic championship contenders. So Fred Makovici attacking Sebastian Buemi, runs out wide, and Anthony Davidson, the Ferrari, takes a run at him.
Yeah, absolutely. It's like we expected after the safety car. Anytime you bunch these cars up, it's been frenetic enough anyway, and the Ferrari goes for the move and gets it done in turn 4. So yeah, the Porsche just running out a bit of grip there is Makowiecki. But I'm really struggling with the car as well in towards turn 6. What is going on there?
Interesting moments, isn't it? This could be a critical point in the championship. Change there in LMGT3. That's Nick Acosta past Sarapovia back up to second place. Sarapovia, remember, going long in terms of the bronze driver time.
Yeah, she's in a double stint and a bit, whereas James Cottingham's gone out during the safety car, or the virtual safety car stops. And so Nico Costa, the Brazilian driver, back in that car. They're up to second in LMGT3, ahead of the Iron Dames Lamborghini. And here's the queue with the Proton Competition Porsche. Now, did they have a driver change? No, Neil Jarni stayed in. He's chasing Jean-Eric Verne's Peugeot and Eduardo Mortara in the Lamborghini. So the same boxing match with 3 of them hard at it. Drive-through penalty for the 77 Mustang of Ryan Hardwick. The virtual safety car infringements, and the Ferrari having a run here down the inside into the first corner, Anthony, on the Toyota.
Yeah, trying to get a bit of side draft going on. That's why you see these big cars draw sides so close together. You can sometimes get a bit of side slipstream, and yeah, to good advantage. And you see another overtake there on the inside. The BMW squeezing by the side-by-side battle that we look at here with the 2 GT cars as they head down towards turn 1.
This is a battle for 6th place in LMGT3. Amador Harty and Clement Mathieu, still both bronze drivers. Toughing it out, the BMW man to the inside. Can he make that work? Is the cutback going to happen? It's not.
And behind, Ferrari, Lexus and Mustang all hard at it. And here is the number 8 Toyota.
87
Lexus, trying to go around the outside. Didn't quite get it through. And all these LMGT3 cars, again, like the hypercars, Anthony, right together, bunched up again.
Yeah, the Lexus looks like he was just having a bit of a look on the inside of turn 4 as we just cut back to the hypercar action round at sector 3. I'm not sure if the Lexus actually made that stick or not.
What tyres did the Ferrari take? 50 is all over these 2 Toyotas, so he's already got past Sebastian Buemi, and now he tucks up Mike Conway, so he goes by for 4th place. He's made up 2 places. All right, Conway's come back at him, but he's got the inside line down into the first corner.
4 brand new tyres went on, 4 brand new medium, so this explains the pace advantage over the Toyotas that only took the left-hand side tyres in their last pit stop.
Remember the 50 car, the last bullet in the championship gun for Ferrari. They've got to make the move. They've got to finish ahead of the Toyotas and ahead of the number 6 Porsche, which is at the moment the championship leader, leads this race. Has still got the 5 in the fight here, on of course still the lead lap. They are all of the remaining championship contenders, and they're all in this lead group.
Well, both the number 50 Toyota, 50 Ferrari and 7 Toyota, they're tied on points, and they are 12 points behind the number 6 Porsche. That's how close it is. 12 points cover the top 3 in hypercar. Again, Sarabovi under attack. That is the...
That's the other one.
That is the other one. That's 59, isn't it? Not 95, not 59. So that's the lapped car.
Yeah, she actually went for the move around the final corner there on the inside of the McLaren.
That was earlier on, because we've got United Autosports Nico Costa ahead.
Well, that is Josh Cagill's car. That's 95.
Correct.
So that is the car that's stopped.
That car is now, what, 2 laps down? Actually more, 6 laps down. 2 laps down, my apologies. That's out of sequence. That car did pit under the safety car.
1 hour 47 into the race. Clement Mathieu has done his minimum 1 hour 45 drive time. Boom, out. Quicker drivers in. And that's actually a really good idea. Now then, here we go for second place. This is BMW looking as strong as they have at any time this season.
They also pitted on their last stop and put brand new left tyre on, but also a right side as well. So 4 tyres went on, but the right side was a qualied set of tyres. So a tyre advantage at this stage in the race for the BMW. Not quite as advantageous as the car 50 that sits behind him, but still, nevertheless, a tyre advantage over the Cadillac and the Porsche number 6 that leads the race at the moment.
And actually, that number 50 Ferrari in the background of the shot there has just set its fastest race lap, which was a couple of tenths quicker than the 2 cars in front. So he is only going to reel in this battle, and you can see actually the more that the Cadillac and the BMW fight each other for second, A, the number 6 Porsche is going to pull away, and B, the number 50 Ferrari is going to close. 5 Porsche and 94 Peugeot. Now, this is actually for position as well. The 94 car, Loic Duval, all over the back of Fred Makovici. Makovici up to 7th place, but out of sync with strategy. So that car and the yellow 83 Ferrari both had out of sync stops after damage in the second lap.
Yeah, the reason why Makowicki's struggling here is he's done 24 laps on this current set of tyres that he's on compared to the cars around him, as we know, changed.
Okay, we're trying to extend this, so blue, Bravo 7, blue, Bravo 7.
We're going to get overtaken, mate, but we're too slow at the straight. Are you sure you want to do that?
Let's try and see how costly it is. If you can overtake, you overtake.
Stopping the inset for the 95 McLaren. We just saw the door being closed. Again, I'm suggesting perhaps that Josh Cagill got out of the car after completing his minimum drive time and has handed over to one of his teammates. So, yeah, Nico Pino has taken that car over. So we're seeing here, out of sync, green flag stops. I mean, you almost always have to stop under green anyway, but they're taking the drivers out rather than keeping their bronze, their lowest ranked driver in for the best part of the next hour.
Really unlucky, actually. If that safety car had gone for one more lap, they'd have all been able to have done that under the safety car. Ryan Hardwick also on pit lane, as is Yasser Shaheen in the 77 Mustang, the 91 Porsche, respectively, but still leading this race, Tom Van Rompuy from Nico Costa. So that is TF Sport Corvette from United Autosports McLaren. But Tom Van Rompuy has been in since the start of this race.
And so too has Nico Costa to go from James Costingham. Sarabovi in third. There's Ian James in fourth. And BMW goes by the heart of racing cars. So that's Ahmed Al-Hati going by Ian James for fourth. Don't worry too much about the orange and black Porsche. The Manthey EMA cars just come out of the pit lane. Maurice Schuring has taken that car over from Yasser Shaheen. And that orange and black car is still in the championship hunt, because, of course, they were our Le Mans winners in LMGT3.
Would quite like to see how that happened. That was a very odd corner from Ian James.
Just saw that, yeah, James looked like he went a little bit wide in turn one, maybe because of the car exiting the pit lane.
Slow Porsche on cold tyres, so that would have been probably what threw him off, coming out at just the wrong time for the Aston Martin driver.
Now, this BMW behind the Cadillac needs to get the job done. He needs the overtake because he's got to utilise the fresher tyres that he's on.
Lead change. That is Nico Costa in United Autosports McLaren ahead of the Corvette of Tom van Rompuy. So a fresher driver and fresher, well, maybe not fresher tyres, but Tom van Rompuy could pit now, but is going by. He's done more than his minimum allowance, and now United Autosport have the lead in the race.
Looks to me like they're going to be running Tom van Rompuy for a full fuel stint at this point, or very close to it, or hoping this green flag running doesn't go on for very much longer. But Nico Costa, the silver driver now aboard the McLaren, takes the lead of the race here at Fuji for United Autosports.
Just the way it falls sometimes, isn't it? The teams had the right strategy, running the bronze drivers in the beginning under the first safety car. It all made sense, but then you fuel the car and then you're out of sequence for the next one. So drivers that, yeah, like you say, nicely pointed out, Graham, the silver driver, look at the difference between the performance there between the two of them, and that's what you're now losing out on.
Well, Iron Lynx have stopped their Lamborghini. The number 60 car, Matteo Cressoni, has taken over from Claudio Schiavone. So about half the field have got their bronze drivers out, whether it's in sync with pit stops or not, assuming probably that it's better to have the car going quicker, and there's likely to be a safety car later to maybe save you on fuel.
The pole sitter, Ranzo Erio, who had a torrid first few minutes of this race, pitted two, down in 12th position, I'm afraid, when he came in. On timing and scoring, though, it shows him still aboard the car. That must be an error. I can't believe that they've kept Francois aboard, pitting him out of sequence as well. Yeah. So I'm guessing that is an error for the driver indicator. That may well be sort of the lap or two to come.
Second, third and fourth going up through the final elements of sector 3 here at Fuji. The dark blue nose of the Cadillac right behind the red, white and blue BMW, and then the all-red Ferrari, and they're trying to find their way by the 31 BMW. It's one of our LMGT3 cars, and the Ferrari's right there, and that is Nick Nielsen, perfectly poised now to have a go at Raffaele Marcello down the straight, but Marcello just managed to open up ground, and Nielsen maybe not placed quite as well this time.
A good spell though for Alex Lynn ahead of this pair. He's on the older tyres, correct, I believe, and fending off the BMW at the moment, pushing the BMW effectively into the hands of the Ferrari behind, those two cars behind on the newer rubber.
Yeah, he's on slightly older tyres than the BMW, and then the BMW's on slightly older tyres than the Ferrari behind him, because it was a qualified set that's on the right-hand side of the BMW. But we can hear from Marcello now.
Okay, Lelo, so I confirm top right pedal available if you can overtake. Information, Ferrari behind, they overtook the Toyota, they have the same strategy as us, 4 new tyres.
Okay. There you go, 4 new tyres on the Ferrari, 4 new tyres on the BMW. Was it left sides only on the Cadillac?
It was only left sides on the Cadillac. There was a new set that went on the left-hand side of the Cadillac, a used set that went on the left-hand side of the Porsche that leads the race. But yeah, not entirely the absolute correct information to the driver there from Archer. He's not on the exact, I don't class that as the same strategy. A qualified set of tyres definitely isn't as good as a brand new tyre going on.
Just watching behind this group, looks to me as if the two Toyotas who are next up after Nick Nielsen, Mike Conway and Sepuemi, losing out pretty badly in traffic through to that turn 10, 11, 12 sequence.
You can see that on the timing graphic on the left. There's barely anything between the Cadillac, the 15 BMW and the 50 Ferrari. We've seen that visually, but then the Toyotas are 4.5 seconds back.
Marcello's close here. He's in the slipstream. This is the closest he's been down the main straight. As he's getting into the slipstream of the Cadillac in front, he's going to look to the inside. Lynn's got it covered for now. He knows he's there. So he pops to the outside. Lynn's got to be sharp on the brakes here, not to allow this to happen round the outside, and squeezes him out of road, but he hangs on in there. Not going to get it done in towards turn 3. Aggressive by Lynn, effective, but I still think a good level of respect between the two of them there.
Has to go around the outside of the Corvette, and the Ferrari is right there as well. If Alex Lynn gets held up badly, he might lose 2 places here. And anti-fans at home might be wondering, okay, Ferrari have got 4 tyres on, BMW have got 4 tyres on. What's wrong with Cadillac? Why have they only given him 2? They're not leaving him with a chance to fight.
They'll be coming round back later on in the race. It'll come back, it'll swing their way. So this is super important for Lynn right now, not to let these better shod tired cars to overtake him. He's really compromising their race right now, and that's great for later on when he's on the fresher tyres, if he can stay ahead.
Great stuff. Strategy coming to the fore in this era.
The slight downside for Cadillac is that he's having to play with a defensive bat. The number 6 Porsche in front is starting to creep away, and it has not had 4 new tyres, it's only had 2. And the reason that they haven't all had 4 tyres is you've only got 18 tyres for the race. This is a 6-hour race. That means you've only got 3 tyres per hour. So what they tend to do is do them in split sets, half a set, half a set, half a set, half a set, to give you a full set when you get into the final death throes of the race.
So just as an example, the right-hand side of the tyres there, as we watch that slow-mo of the caddy, the right-hand side, as the driver sits in the car, they've done 63 laps right now. So that's, I mean, they're doing both first and second. Oh, you see this is a change of position there, or a fight between 12 and 35. The Alpine versus Will Stevens in the Jota down at turn 1.
And the Alpine now with Jules Gounon back in the car, or in the car for the first time this weekend. Gounon raced for the team just once previously this season, now back with Alpine and all over the back of Hertz Team Jota. And again, there may be a tyre freshness disparity in that battle as well. Not everybody chooses to use their tyres in the same way at the same time.
Here we go then, they're winding through turn 13. All 3 of these cars so evenly matched in pace, but desperate to get by is Marcello. He's got the slight speed advantage, but it's not quite enough, it seems, at this stage to get the overtake done on Lynn. As we look back there, the LMGT3s work their way through turn 10, 11, the BMW car 46, obviously that is Valentino Rossi's car. He'll be jumping in later on. It's Al Harty at the wheel still.
Yeah, so our leaders in LMGT3, apart from United Autosports, are double stinting their bronze drivers. United Autosports, the starting driver James Cottingham in that car number 59. This is the replay of where he took the lead from Tom van Rompuy. He's a higher graded driver, Nico Costa, but van Rompuy staying in the car. So is Sarah Bovey, so is Ahmed Al Harty, and those are 3 of our bronze drivers who are going to do all of their time in one go.
See how this crisscross of lines works out for you, and yeah, beautiful display of exactly where you can place your car, as Van Rompuy went a little bit deep in turn 10 and set himself up for that getting overtaken moment into 13. So yeah, a well-read situation there by Costa.
Since then, by the way, Costa 9.3 seconds ahead and back onto pit lane for the Iron Dames.
Just noticed that Sarah Bovey had come into the pit lane. She's handing over to Michelle Gatting, or Rahel Frying actually in the middle stint. Daniel Mancinelli has just taken over the heart of racing Aston Martin from Ian James. So Ian got to almost to the end of 2 hours, so more than enough to guarantee he's done his minimum driver stint. James Cottingham in the 59 McLaren will have to get back in though. He's only done 62 minutes of his hour and 45 minimum.
James, a little bit of tension at the beginning of the race with the 2 cars battling together, but things are unfolding pretty well at the moment.
Yeah, it was a tough start to the race. As ever, everyone was very racy, and I tried to stay out of trouble, but I just had such an advantage into turn 1 on lap 1, and then again later on. So yeah, once we settled into rhythm, it was good, and very difficult to keep Sarah behind me. Eventually, she got me, and then yeah, we decided to box me, swap to Nicholas, and see if we could take advantage of putting our silver in. And well, with the way things have unfolded, just seeing so many bronzes out there now that have, you know, done so much in the car that they're going to have to box again. So it's fortunate, it could work to our advantage, but obviously I've still got a stint to do, and I'll be out there with almost certainly yeah, bronzes, silvers and golds and platinums. So we'll see how that is later on the race. But for now, fingers crossed.
Plenty of work for you to come.
Yeah, absolutely. Still another difficult stint to come.
Okay, welcome. Well done, and good luck for later.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, perfectly explained there by James Cottingham. 43 more minutes he will have to do, but that's likely to turn into a full fuel stint unless a caution allows him the luxury of being able to pit exactly where they'd like to do that. That's unlikely to be good news at this stage for United Autosports. I guess they'll be praying for quite a long caution later in this race to help them with that. But, meanwhile, back at the front of this race, this is the third place battle between the 15 BMW Raffaele Marciello and Nicholas Nielsen in 4. Let's listen to the team car, though, from BMW. Robin Frines.
Why the car stepped away in turn 1 completely?
Robin, you feel there's a problem with the car? You think it could be pick-up question? We see the snap, but we don't see any lockups.
Car feels funny now. Feels like something is wrong.
It's funny, whenever you have a moment where you have sustained damage, and the car is never quite the same, and yeah, so much performance can come from any kind of damage on the car. So the team can see the snaps of oversteer that he's having, and the driver's reporting it, but they're unsure of where exactly that's coming from.
It's a battle for 8th place here with Loic Duval. Good spell for the moment for this number 94 Peugeot. Getting on terms with Phil Hansen, Will Stevens right in the wheel tracks of this pair. So this could get quite tasty over the next half lap or so. You can see in the mirror there aboard the Peugeot, the closing number 12 of fired up Will Stevens. We heard him talking to the engineer a little earlier, not happy with the strategy that was being dealt out. And he has indeed lost out to these two cars in this spell.
Well, we know that Phil Hansen's been told to stretch this stint out, so he'll be fuel saving. That's my prediction here. So a bit of lift and coast before each braking zone. So he should be, therefore, a bit more of the cork in the bottle. So Will Stevens, like, yeah, he's definitely fired up. He feels like he's on the wrong strategy at this stage, compromised by his team, but the team do see the bigger picture, and that's why Hansen's potentially being told to eke out the fuel as best as he can, where Stevens doesn't have to.
Will Stevens is in the middle of a 5-car train. Phil Hansen, the gold car. Then you've got the Peugeot with those claw lights. That's Mathieu Vassiliere, Loic Duval rather, ahead of Will Stevens. Then you've got Mathieu Vassiliere and Jules Gounon in the 2 Alpines. Now, they were both up in the top 10. They're now both outside the top 10, but fighting their way back in. So those Alpines are steaming up behind that little queue. We ride on board with the 36 car, the first of the pair of them.
Some great pack racing from the off here. This is yet another of them. Happens to be two car teams involved in this, plus a Peugeot going as well as we've seen this 2024 spec car this season.
Well, this is sort of a little bit echoes of the middle portion of the race in Sao Paulo, where you had the Peugeots, the Jota cars and the Alpines all battling with each other. Sarah Bovey has handed over to Rahul Fry in the Iron Dames Lamborghini, and Ian James handed over the heart of racing Aston Martin to Daniel Mancinelli. So this is a battle of gold-rated drivers. And Mancinelli in the Aston, front-engined Aston Martin, mid-rear-engined Lamborghini. We've got all sorts of different engine combinations in the field. The Aston Martin with a 4-litre V8 turbo. The Lamborghini a 5.2-litre normally aspirated V10, and just keeping her nose in front, Rahul Fry. Both these cars stopped pretty much the same time. Lamborghini just a few laps later than the Aston Martin team, but they'll be on relatively similar tyres.
Yeah, the Aston Martin, of course, race winners last time out. Superb weekend for them at the Circuit of the Americas, whereas the Iron Dames, despite sparkling form, have had just woeful luck and the odd mistake creeping in. No wins for them so far this season.
Mancinelli just making a little bit of an error there in the penultimate corner, just turned in a little bit too early, compromised the line on the exit, lost a bit of momentum, and that's why there's a bigger gap between the two of them this time heading down the main straight. But it looks like he's got a slight speed advantage, but Frey is positioning her car very well. She did that into turn 10.
And
nicely.
third car in the queue, that silver Ferrari, that's the car that Francois Heriot started on pole position. And after the driver change, there's Sarah Bovey on the left, Michelle Gatting on the right, who incidentally will be wearing a Sarah Bovey race suit, because her luggage hasn't arrived yet, and her race suit was in that. So it won't be Sarabovi doing a double-double. Half of it will be Michel Gatting, who's got some race day socks. You can look that up on social media and read the entire message for yourself. I think we'll move on past that. But again, the Lamborghini, here it is, just kind of struggling a little bit now because they stopped out of sequence.
It's another element of this LMGT3 battle. Two silver-ranked drivers battling here for position, being closed by the platinum driver behind, Ferrari.
Here comes
side.
Yeah, Will Steve. Oh, is that the Peugeot going by? It is, no, it's I was wondering if it was the Peugeot going by Phil Hansen, but it's not.
Yeah, Stevens on the attack with the Peugeot, ducks to the inside, and he's late on the brakes. We've seen him do it here many times before, but he's too wide this time, and the Peugeot slips back through on the exit.
Yeah, Loic Duval just whipped the cape away and allowed Will Stevens to outbrake himself up the inside there, didn't he? And that's the drama with that corner, and that's why Robert Kubica had that lock-up on heavy fuel tanks, is that it just sort of drops away there on the inside.
It's a great bit of circuit design. A mile-long straight leading into a hairpin. Yeah. Perfect.
A downhill hairpin as well, yeah. Where are you going to have the braking zone? Just as they go over the brow. Oh, perfect. You're a sick man, and I love the way you're thinking. It's a classic bit of circuit design, and, you know, having that monstrous straight really makes overtaking, you know, very realistic here, particularly after Sector 3, where it is very follow my leader. And here we are in Sector 3 with the 54 Ferrari. This is the battle for 6th position. Thomas Floor ahead of Darren Leung.
And behind them, you've got the battling Cadillac. You just see them. They're going to duck out. There they are. So here they come. This is Marcello, and they're ducking in and out to get the slipstream in desperation to not get overtaken down in towards turn 1. And here they come. This is very close between these two. Is he going to go for a move, Marcello? No, thinks better of it this time around.
And actually, Marcello trying to get back onto the racing line, but was compromised as they went by the white Pure Racing Porsche, so he didn't quite get the racing line he wanted. That was great by Alex Lynn, though. Leapfrog, it's like small capacity motorcycle racing. Leapfrog, get a tow, leapfrog, get a tow. Does it make a difference? It might make a couple of hundredths of a second difference, or a tenth of a kilometre an hour in top speed. That's all you need. All you need is for him not to be catching you.
Thomas Floor, you were saying about that battle with Darren Leung. Darren Leung has been in the car since the start of this race, obviously going to do a full fuel stint. It's a very different way of approaching it than pitting at the first possible opportunity.
But don't forget, when he's in this extra long double, most of it will have been against likability bronze drivers, and very little of his long stint will be against silvers or golds or platinum. So and it saves them time in the pits, which you can never get back. So I think it's a good option. Porsche number 6 leads the race from the battle for second place. The gap's not really extended. About 5 laps ago it was 3.6 seconds. It's now out to 4.1, but here's the battle for 2 potential winners maybe in LMGT3, with the Iron Dames Rahul Frey under pressure from the blue Heart of Racing Aston Martin of Daniel Mancinelli and Anthony Davidson. We were here before, weren't we? But now there's a further fly in the ointment of the Ferrari right behind.
Yeah, Rivera, so that's the car that was on pole position, don't forget. They've had a bit of drama at the start, so we see the driver change going on down there in the pits, car 81, the Corvette, but a great fight unfolding there, isn't it, between Rahul Frey, Mancinelli and Rivera in car 55.
That's going to be the starting gun with the number 81 car for the cars now finishing their second fuel stints, and this will be the end of the bronze driver time for those cars.
Yeah, Tom Van Rompuy out of the car, so he's done 2 hours and nearly 10 minutes of his hour and 45 minimum. The delayed number 5 Porsche, also a driver change. Fred Mako is out, and who will be getting in? Probably Matt Campbell, I think. Or was that Michael Christensen? Hard to tell from that shot. So 51 Ferrari is in as well. So that car also delayed early on. Alessandro Pierguidi, James Collado and Antonio Giovinazzi.
That switch, by the way, has come. The number 12 car of Will Stevens ahead now of Loic Duval and closed in now on Phil Hansen. A battle for 7th place overall.
And behind the 2 Hertz Team Joti cars, an all-French battle, the Peugeot of Loic Duval French car, French driver, ahead of the Alpines of Mathieu Vazivière and Jules Gounon. All French cars, all French drivers, all run by French teams. So pour le droit de la patrie, they are battling, and also for 9th place.
Well, we will correct slightly and say Jules Gounon registers as an Andorran driver.
Not according to this championship. He is French. His father and his grandfather and he all live in the south of France. But on board with the Alpine, Anthony.
Both Alpines, isn't it? This is an intra-team battle down towards turn 1. They've got the GT cars in front of them as well. There's car 36 in front of 35. So you've got Vazivière, Gounon following him. So yeah, it looks like Gounon's got the pace at the moment, but you never know how it unfolds through the traffic. Both Alpines, I believe, still out of position relative to their car performance. They should be ahead of both Peugeots. There's a Peugeot in front of them there, and a lock-up by somebody into turn 6.
Ahead of the Peugeot.
The Jota, one of the Jotas.
Yeah, good performance here from Jules Gounon. 3rd race aboard this car this season. Subbed, of course, for the injured Ferdi Habsburg 2 races earlier in the 2024 season, but this was always part of the plan for Alpine to put Jules in for this race.
He's having a great battle with teammate Mathieu Vazivière, but the Peugeot has just crept away a little bit in traffic, and Loic Duval easing away from them. Laurens Vanthoor leading the race after 2 and nearly a quarter hours of the 6 hours of Fuji. Focusing again on the internecine battle between the Alpines, and now back to the battle for 2nd place. Alex Lynn on older, more used tyres than the BMW and the Ferrari chasing him, doing exactly what he needs to do. When he is at a tyre and a grip disadvantage, he has to keep the door shut, Anthony, and stop the cars behind him, taking advantage of those new tyres, because later in the race, the caddy will have fresher tyres than either of they will.
It's almost like the equivalent of when we were looking at the LMGT3s, the bronze drivers versus the silver drivers. You want to try and stop their progress as much as possible, because it's going to be beneficial later on in the race. That's exactly what Alex Lynn's kind of doing here by stopping. He's halting the progress of drivers on better tyres than him. It's brilliant stuff by Lynn.
There's really strong defence. And also the leader, Laurens Vanthoor, still only 4 seconds in front. So Alex Lynn is losing precious little, if anything, but 3/10 on the last lap to the lead Porsche, while also holding up, quote, faster cars behind him.
I was held up on that last lap, Laurens Vanthoor, by catching quite the gaggle of LMGT3s through that tricky turn 10, 11, 12 sequence, whereas Alex Lynn here is powering by them on the straight. That gap should be down by something like a second, I think, this time around.
I think what's helping Lynn as well, and Cadillac, is that the car itself has got an inherent speed advantage dialed into it. So the difference between that half a set of tyres being in better shape than what Lynn's got is not quite enough to allow them the overtake.
If it was a drag race, they'd both be past him, but it isn't, and you just saw how badly, where's the Ferrari gone? How badly it got held up out of turn 1 by 2 GT cars, being in the wrong place when he needed to really get on the throttle down the hill. He couldn't, and suddenly he's, you know, that's 6 laps of intense pressure to get onto the tail of the BMW, undone in one go.
That's a problem that fallback from Nick Nielsen actually happened into the braking zone for turn 1. Just as he was about to go by, he hoped, the LMGT3s, Heart of Racing just pulled out of the toe to try to deal with his own racing problems, and that compromised the Ferrari. You've seen the dramatic effect that's had, dropped it right off the back of the other car.
And again, Alex Lynn working well, traffic braking nicely for him, but he's being very sharp in traffic. This is where the top-tier drivers earn all the money. It's not about doing the lap times, it's about doing the lap times when there's a lot of traffic in the way, and that's the big differentiator between this and a 20-lap single-seater sprint.
Well, drivers fight tooth and nail for a 10th of a lap time here, 10th of a lap time there, but you can lose a second or more in traffic, the way that you manage it. So most of your lap time comes from that when you're behind the wheel. And looking at this fight here with these three, the Peugeot still leads. It's an all-French trio here, isn't it? The Peugeot leads the two Alpines, but the Alpines certainly have the speed to try and overtake. And here we go, down this main straight again. Alpine, they've had great straight line speed today. Can they utilise this now? Vaxivière is going to go to the inside, a last-minute duck out. He didn't want to show his hand too early, and now late on the brakes. Who can break the latest out of these two? Is it a little bit too deep? We go to the Alpine garage. They believe the job was done. It is.
At least for now. But don't forget how far the Peugeot was ahead of the Alpines the last time we were watching the two cars battling each other. That was only 2 laps ago. The Peugeot was a couple of seconds away, and they've caught it right up. So the Alpines are absolutely quicker than the Peugeot at the moment. But again, for Peugeot, it is heartening. They've got one car in the top 10, the second car, Jean-Eric Vergne in 13th.
This is what it looked like from on board. Vaxivière, that last-minute duck out to the inside, tries to break as close as he can to the racing line by pushing the Peugeot back over to the left-hand side of the track a bit, just to grab some of that rubber that's down there, and absolutely perfected the braking. So a nice little punch of appreciation there to Nico Lapierre from Schumacher, who he shares the car with. Brilliant stuff.
Yeah, great stuff. I think they're feeling very encouraged by this, and rightly they should do. And Alpine looked strong in the first hour, and then they sort of got shuffled back down, or at the beginning of the race, they got shuffled back down by all that carnage. But again, the second Alpine now up behind the Peugeot. We ride on board with Jules Gounon.
Gounon's thinking, I've seen my teammate do it, now it's my turn, because the Peugeot was compromised there in traffic at around the last 2 corners. And once again, right up behind, is it going to be a carbon copy of what we saw before? Yeah, to the inside he goes. Blue flags are waving for further back, but here's the action. They've got GT cars, though, this time in front of them. How's this going to affect things? Through he goes, but very wide and almost off the track there, allowing the Peugeot to draw back alongside, but no, it's not quite enough for the Peugeot. Didn't have the momentum, and now we come to turn 3, and we've got the GTs to deal with as well.
And that is the D-Station car of Ellen Bastard and Rui Andrade in the 81 TF Sport Corvette, the car that led so long early on. It is United Autosports McLaren that leads in LMGT3 at the moment, but yeah, that was a little bit tight going into turn 1 for Jules Gounon. Didn't quite have the room to get the line he wanted, but he managed to scramble through and take that place.
This is a quite outstanding stint we're seeing here from Alexander Malikin in this number 92 car. He's one of a small number of drivers who've been in the car from the very start of the race. Car was nowhere. It's carrying 40 kilos of success ballast, and Alexander Malikin, the bronze-ranked driver, currently running in 3rd place overall. Armando Harty, by the way, who is 3 seconds ahead. Another bronze driver that's been in from the very start. They're now 2 hours and 19 minutes into this race. Thomas Floor behind, by the way, is on his 2nd stint. We've had Francesco Castellacci in the car.
Exactly. I do kind of feel sorry for the bronze drivers, though, here, and the teams that are running the bronze drivers, because they're going to be, with all due respect, a little bit compromised here. I think because of the strategy, just the way it unfolded with those safety cars. Is as good a job as Malikin's doing, he's never going to be. You can't expect him to be as fast. It's unfair to expect the performance to match the silvers, the golds, and the platinums out there.
The key is how close can he get to a full fuel stop window, and he's very close now, I think, to being able to complete a full fuel run and not compromise that by losing time on track.
Looking at the D-Station car, the 777, they're down in P12 at the moment, fighting the Corvette in front as they work their way through the double right apex to turn 4, turn 5. Brilliant to drive, no matter what category you're in. That part of the track, it feels like a true high-speed corner, one where you get a good feel for the high-speed balance of the car, and then climb out over the top of the hill here through turn 7, turn 8. You're looking in your mirrors all the time in the GT cars to see the hypercars coming up. It's a point in the circuit where you will be vulnerable for an overtake, as we look now at our race leader coming down towards turn 1.
And both the race leading group in clear air at the moment, not a lot of traffic ahead of them, and that gap to the leader is coming down from Alex Lynn. Alex Lynn closing it in now under 3.5 seconds behind Lawrence Van Tor. We're, what is that, 2 hours and 20 minutes into this race. Vanthoor looking comfortable, but that gap under 4 seconds for the first time in a wee while. Lynn over a second clear now of Raffaele Marciello, and he's fended off that tyre advantage for this whole stint. Cracking stuff from him, with Nick Nielsen not able to cash in on that either.
And on the straight, Alex has got clear sight of the Porsche, so he knows where he is. There's the Porsche, there is the Cadillac, and again, traffic hasn't quite helped Alex that lap. Marciello's closed back in. By the way, just to back reference what you were talking about, the bronze drivers who have stayed in all the way through, just about at the fuel strategy time where they're going to get out. Takeshi Kimura has just done that. He's just got out of the car, just stopped for a Codis ASP. He's been out in that Lexus since the start, so it looks like that is a fuel window stop. They're going to take their bronze driver out, so expect to see that happen for WRT and Manthey Pure Racing in a moment.
I mean, certainly, Ant's absolutely right that they're going to be compromised because we had that safety car. However, there were one or two of those bronze drivers, Ahmed Al-Hati, Alexander Malikin, arguably Darren Leung as well, who's also still in that car, who are ahead of that curve. And actually, I think they won't be that badly compromised by this.
Well, don't forget that neither Manthey Porsche and neither BMW were in hypercar. They were right at the back of the field. The reason they're where they are now is because they have saved an entire pit stop, and that is time on track.
Alex, it's 5 laps to go. Keep going. Well done. Well done.
Yeah, he's doing an absolutely phenomenal job, I think, is Lynn. As is, of course, Vanthoor. We sung his praises earlier on, and continues to close down on the race leader. Does Lynn, now just 2.7 seconds. Obviously, it fluctuates in traffic as we now look at the two Jotas. This battle still rages on between Phil Hansen and well, Will Stevens, who feels like he was a bit compromised by his team's strategy. He had already overtaken his teammate earlier on in the race. He's going to have to do it the hard way again.
Well, we were just talking, weren't we, about 2 or 3 of the LMGT3 teams that didn't make Hyperpole. Neither did these two cars. They're having a real race of this afternoon. The other thing to take a look at the moment is Mike Conway is beginning to tumble off the back of the lead 4 cars. I've been tracking that gap. That gap had been somewhere between 6 and 8 seconds. It's now 15 seconds.
Anthony, did Toyota take any tyres yet?
They're on exactly the same tyre strategy as the Porsche. So they and the Cadillac as well. So they only took left-hand tyres and they pitted on near the same laps. Identical strategy so far for them. By the way, the two Jotas, we're hearing, being told to swap positions into turn 1 this lap coming.
All right, because I can imagine Will Stevens on the radio going, am I going to have to spend the entire race passing my own teammate? Or because he wasn't happy with the strategy in the first place. Ooh, damage on the front of the Lexus. Has that just been sustained, or is that earlier on? That's Zach Rubicon in the 77 Proton car, going by Esteban Masson.
Was that the car that was impacted by the hypercar side by side? I think it was.
Yes.
Okay, we swap car positions into turn 1. We swap car position into turn 1. If Will doesn't pull away after the next stop, we will swap back.
Well, if the next lap's clear, just give me this lap. He's too far behind, we're going to lose the most time.
Well, that's clearly an older message, and we can see clearly on screen now the two cars have swapped around. Hansen was right, you know, he's saying, if I have to back out of this too much, we collectively lose a lot of lap time as a team because I'm having to bridge that gap between us, the two Toyotas here. Buemi's caught right to the back of Conway, and maybe we'll see Toyota swap positions with their cars as well, because it's never a good thing when you can control that situation to be losing overall performance as a team.
Absolutely. Well, the other part with the joke thing, they will see the opportunity. They can see what we can see. Mike Conway losing pace here for whatever reason. They've got the opportunity to catch this pair. That's absolutely not where Toyota need to be.
Why have Toyota made 2 stops and the lead Porsche and Cadillac have only made 1 each?
Because Toyota did another splash during that last safety car.
So they've got...
Which I think is the right strategy.
Well, we know Toyota's rule. Basically, if you get on the radio and tell the team, I'm faster, let me by, they will swap the positions. You then have 3 laps to pull away from the car you've passed. Otherwise, you're told to give the spot back. Now, obviously, when you're closing up on somebody in clear air and then get into turbulent air, you sort of lose that pace. And then the car that you've passed gets the toe off you. But if Conway is losing ground, then they are going to have to get Sebastian Buemi to go by him, because they still want the Toyota to win this race.
The way this season has evolved, with Mike Conway to step away from it, this topsy-turvy season, where we've had all 6 races so far with different winners. There's a Drivers' Championship, there's a Teams' Championship, there's a Manufacturers' Championship. They can be looking to maximise.
By Conway, Sebastian Buemi. The Toyotas not running 1-2. So many years fans have come here to Fuji Speedway and seen Toyota dominate the top class. At the moment, they're still the team with the greatest history of victories here. They've only been beaten once in the top class on home ground, and that was by Porsche's 919 Hybrid a few years ago. So they are still the benchmark, but at the moment, after Brazil, Graham, when we were in Kota, in the pre-event press conference, everybody was talking slightly incredulously about the pace Toyota could generate on the medium tyre that nobody could do. And Toyota was saying, well, we can't make the hard work, but look what Ferrari did with the hard. But Toyota's ability to get pace out of these tyres, which are the same for everybody, it's not specific for their car, it's the same tyre for everybody that Michelin supplies. Their pace seems to have deserted them a little bit here, at least early in the race. We're just over 1/3 distance, so there's still an awful lot to be played out.
Never second guess what they may or may not have going on here. Peugeot and Lamborghini, 2 of the underdogs here, but they've been battling from the very start. This race isn't done. Make no mistake about it, this race is nowhere near done.
Eduardo Mortara in a Peugeot sandwich, in fact, because it... Bit of a handful there, second effort at getting the nose to do what he wanted. A lot busier hands you can see when you're on board in the Lamborghini than when you were, for instance, riding with the Toyota or the Cadillac. Lamborghini was struggling for tyres in the first stint. It seems to be getting to the end of its tyre life here as well, but they can't keep throwing fresh rubber at it every stint, or halfway through the race they'll have run out of tyres and have to go back to their used sets. But he is all over the back of Loic Duval. Meanwhile, Ferrari BMW for 3rd place. There is the BMW of Raffaele Marciello. Red, white and blue car with those familiar BMW nostrils. And the Ferrari, car number 50, are Le Mans winners, and it was that win really that's kept them in contention. They're tied on points with the number 7 Toyota, the crew of number 50, second in the championship, and only a dozen points in front is the number 6 Porsche. If the race stops now, then Toyota would do slightly worse than the Ferrari, and the number 6 Porsche, of course, is leading, would do even better and extend that advantage. But it seems almost impossible that the hypercar title can be won before Bahrain.
Both cars 93 and cars 36, that's the Peugeot and the Alpine, will be getting drive-through penalties for an instant quite a long way time ago, 11:53, for not respecting yellow flags. For the 93 car, which is the less well-placed of the 2 Peugeots, down in 13th place. The 36, though, in 9th place, which is the better placed of the Alpines. Both of them will be down pit lane shortly, not respecting yellow flags for an incident, what is that, an hour and a half ago.
Not ideal. Well, it's about to get a very busy pit lane. Anthony and I were just discussing when the leaders would come in, and here it is.
So yeah, Caddy in there, and it's going to be a driver change. And Porsche's in as well. So we expected these 2 in, as you pointed out earlier on, Martin. They had only done the 1 stop. They didn't take that extra pit stop and the splash in the last safety car that we had. So they were on lap 43 and 44 respectively. The others behind them who had stopped under the safety car, they're going to go a little bit longer here because they're only on 37, 38 laps. So out of sequence, the 2 race leaders.
The new tyres ready for the Cadillac. It's Andre Lotterer climbs aboard the number 6 car. Came in from the race lead and, of course, the championship lead.
So, Anthony, the Porsche and the Cadillac are in. How long now until all of the rest, because all the rest of them are on basically the same strategy, how long till they're all in?
Well, under normal racing circumstances, the hypercars will be doing 38 laps. So under the safety car, obviously you save a lot more fuel, hence the 44 laps that we've just seen from the car 6 and the car 2. So, yeah, give it, what, another 5 laps, 6 laps, and the others will be in.
We're hearing that number 7 Toyota, which has got 14% usable energy left, will be in this lap. Now, again, referring back to the last race in Kota, the BMWs were stopping when they had sort of 14-15% energy left, because that was electrical energy. Think about your hybrid road car. You have to stop for petrol when the petrol gauge is empty, no matter how much charge you got left in the battery, and that's the deal here. You can have charge in the battery, but it won't get you around the racetrack at racing speed. You need fuel in the petrol tank as well.
Yeah, obviously the energy logo that we're looking at there, the graphic, takes into consideration the SOC, the state of charge of your battery. So it's a total of your fuel energy and electrical energy. 7
is indeed on pit lane. Looked to me like 4 tyres for both of the leading cars coming in, the 6 and the 2. Alpine's 36 car has taken the drive-through penalty.
LMGT3 leader is in, so Nico Costa gets out. Now, are they cycling through? Are they going to put James Cottingham back in now? That would be my thinking, is that most of the cars that are your class rivals have got their sort of, it's Gregor Sosi who's getting in, so they're cycling through to the 3rd driver. Okay.
3.5 hours to go, and it is the 2 cars come out just ahead of the leading car. So not lost the lap, but we will be expected to see the 15 and the 50 in just a few laps' time.
Well, for a moment, I think probably people in the WRT garage are taking pictures of the timing screen, because BMW leads here in Japan after 2 hours and 30 minutes ahead of Nick Nielsen in the number 50 Ferrari. And gone is the number 7 Toyota. So Mike Conway came into the pits. And in fact, that's the McLaren that we saw departing as well. So that comes out on very cold tyres in the middle of this hypercar queue.
I think there would have been 2 tyres for the Toyota. Seems to be, it's either that or a stellar 4-tyre stop. Nick de Vries aboard the 7.
And don't forget as well, if they're trying to get back onto the same fuel strategy as the cars in front, so of the number 6 and the number 2, less fuel would have gone into the Toyotas because they had that extra fuel remaining in the car in that last pit stop. So it's not like it's a wasted opportunity by pitting earlier than the fuel you've got remaining. If it was just the fuel, of course, we talk about the state of charge as well. But you're putting less fuel in, therefore a shorter pit stop in total. You can start to bridge that gap to yourself and the competitors in front.
And in fact, they saved 8 seconds on the number 6 Porsche in that stop. Number 6 Porsche, 1 minute 26, 1 minute 18 stop for the number 7 Toyota. And how long did the Caddy stop for? 1:27. So they saved 8 seconds on the Porsche, 9 seconds on the Cadillac. And as you say, if you're not filling all the way up, then it's a shorter stop. The speed in the pit lane remains the same, but there's less time stationary, so less time lost. There's the 99 car. That is in for its 3rd stop. So Neil Jarni will hand over, I think probably now.
I think that was Julian Andlauer getting aboard the car.
I would think that would be the time to release the Andlauer, so he will be coming back out.
And 4 brand new tyres going on, of course, to the number 2 Cadillac, with that driver change to Bamba, and it's the same for the number 6 as well.
20 BMW is due in, as is the number 50 Ferrari. Probably see the 15 BMW and the number 8 Toyota. Hertz Team Jota coming in as well in the next lap or so. Was Harry Tingle taking over the 99 car, so he's taking over from Neil Jarni. There's a height disparity for you.
Yeah, we'll cycle back down to 16th place. The number 99 not had a particularly brilliant afternoon so far, the 99. Let's see what the remaining half and a bit of this race doles out to them.
Yeah, in our hypercar field, the 99 Proton Porsche, the 83F Corsa Ferrari that triggered that lap 2 crash, and the number 20 BMW that had that forced pit stop after stopping on the straight during the safety car period. They're all sort of, yeah, really out of touch with anybody else in the race.
This booster form we've seen here from BMW, it's part of this emerging picture with this hypercar class. Everybody's learning and learning really quickly, and that's having dramatic effects on performance, sometimes over short runs, sometimes over the full race distance. There's barely a team in this field that hasn't been battling at some point this season for a top 5 position.
BMW number 15 into the pit lane from the lead of the race, which leaves the number 50 Ferrari out front. And just getting their bending and stretching done, the crew ready to receive the number 8 Toyota. That will be in next time around, but there's your leader. So the number, well, that's not, in fact, that's the other. It's
that's
number 50, so
that
it
is
is 50.
That's the number 5 car, I think, that's lapped down.
Indeed, I was confused by the presence of a Porsche so class behind him, but it's not the number 6. There's 15 in the pits. Now, did they have other issues that they were looking at on this car? It sort of escaped the turn 1, lap 2 carnage without too much hindrance, so hopefully the car is all okay.
Yeah, they've had a clean race so far, haven't they? Number 15 BMW, and that's, I guess, what today's qualifying gives you. It should allow you a bit of a cleaner race. That's the problem with such a competitive field. Problem here on the front left. Well spotted, Graham.
Yeah, you had trouble going on and had a lot of trouble coming off, so they'll be looking at that air gun with yeah, that was not operator error. That was definitely not coming off the wheel. Didn't go on easily, didn't come off easily.
You've got to be really precise as a driver as well, where you stop the car. If you're slightly out of position, it can compromise the wheel gun as it sits onto the wheel itself.
I'm not absolutely sure that wasn't finger trouble, because he was trying to pull the wheel gun not from a central position, but offset to the left. It's dragging against the wheel nut as he's trying to drag the gun off. We'll keep an eye on what effect that's had. It's 1 minute and 23 seconds on pit lane, possibly cost him a second or so.
Riding with Augusto Farfus in our LMGT3 class. In fact, it's not now, it's Valentino Rossi. That's literally just changed as I looked at the screen to see who was on board. It's changed to Valentino Rossi, so Valet at the wheel. And this car is, in fact, is Farfus 2 cars ahead in the 31 car. This is Valentino, he's in 12th position, chasing the Manthey EMA Porsche of Maurice Schuring. And in front of him is Augusto Farfus in the 31 BMW. Lots and lots of Valentino Rossi fans everywhere we go, and why wouldn't there be? An absolute legend of motorsport, a 9-time world champion, and there is Augusto Farfus being overtaken by Maurice Schuring. That's a great pass by Schuring. And here's the view. Farfus coming back at him in the BMW. Augusto Farfus, supremely experienced in BMW GT cars and touring cars.
It's going to be that run down towards turn 1, as we so often see. Rossi's getting involved.
3 wide, Valentino trying to take advantage of that. That's brilliant stuff.
And he's read that situation pretty well. Pops up on the inside. He's got to be given space, though, for the other BMW on his left.
But Valentino is trying hard to get by both of them, and at the moment he's got by Augusto Farfus, and that move, using the toe of the 2 cars, that was a pure motorcycle racer's instinct to throw it up the inside there and try and dive by them with your leg dangling into turn 1. Valentino Rossi really showing what he's made of. He's still behind Maurice Schuring, and the Ferrari just in front of them is the car of Thomas Floor. And so Floor, did he do one stint, get out and get back in? Okay, yes, so he's doing a second stint.
Thomas has still got about a quarter hour to 20 minutes to do. The cars in the lead group at LMGT3 have still got bronze time to burn. We know about the 59 car. It's going to be a full stint required from James Cottingham, but beyond that, we're pretty much where they need to be.
Right. 3 of our leaders are in the pits, and Alpine now leads the race. Everybody in the Alpine garage get their cameras out. Jules Gounon leads from Eduardo Mortara in the Lamborghini. There's the number 8 Toyota, 50 Ferrari is down and gone. And the 38 Hertz Team Jones car, Phil Hansen, is in the pit lane as well.
Here's a relook at that moment where Rossi appears on the inside as the other two in front of him are fighting and banging doors as well for good measure. Real aggressive stuff down at turn 1. It's definitely been the scene of all the action today, isn't it? So Rossi, look, in the double slipstream, thinks about going on the inside, but then thinks better of it. Go back to the outside, cross over the line, appear on the inside. Beautifully done. And picks off the sister car in the process before turn 3. I'm not sure he thought that overtake here was going to actually happen. Farfus backs out of it quite early and allows Rossi the way through.
Yeah, Farfus definitely avoiding contact there, realising that Valentino was a little quicker. Now then, here are the 6 Porsche and the 50 Ferrari, and those positions have changed in that little round of pit stops. Nick Nielsen ahead of Andre Lotterer, but the Ferrari on cold tyres. It only had left side tyres, and this is Lotterer really pushing hard. The Ferrari is trying to make the overcut on number 6 work. Coming in later, they needed to come in anyway, but he's got 2 cold tyres on the left-hand side. If he survives up the hill here onto the big slide onto the straight, then Lotterer is going to be well placed to try and get by. Lamborghini now lead the race as Jules Gounon pits from the lead. So a moment for Eduardo Mortara to savour, and the next moment that he'll get to savour will probably be in a lap also, when he can come in, get out of the car, and somebody else can have 4 fresh tyres.
Right, was that enough for Lotterer, that run out of the final corner? Here we go then, down that main straight. You can see the Porsche closing all the time in the slipstream. He's going to duck to the inside, but it's defended first of all. Well anticipated by the Ferrari. That forces Lotterer to have to commit to the outside. And I'm not sure he's going to be able to achieve this. He doesn't. The 50 car has it covered once again as this now continues down towards turn 3. Lotterer's going to have another think about it, but not this time around.
This is shades of Alex Lynn on used tyres, holding up fresher tyred cars behind him. Nick Nielsen, the team got him out of the pit lane in the nick of time by the skin of his teeth, and he's held off Andre Lotterer on hot tyres.
To do that to a feisty Lotterer who knows this circuit like the back of his hand from all of the Japanese experience he's had around here in both Formula Nippon, Super Formula and also Super GT. He knows this place better than most Japanese drivers, I'd have to say, for that matter. But brilliantly anticipated and defended by Nielsen there. To do that against the experience of Lotterer, great stuff. How experienced is Lotterer?
Well, it was only 2 years ago that he sold his house in Gotemba. That's how much time he spent at Fuji. Meanwhile, back with every single car in LMG G3. Let's take a look at this little battle, looking back from Manthey EMA, the Manthey Pure Racing car. And there comes the BMW. It's that man, Valentino Rossi again. Look at that. I tell you what, this may be his best stint of the season. He's had some fun stints already this year.
He's sadly had a couple of races where he's not been able to get in the car, hasn't he? By the way, leader in the pits, and I think that marks quite the moment. Lamborghini Iron Lynx from the lead of this race. I think that means that every factory team has led a race to the WEC this season.
Back to the front is the 50 Ferrari, and that's what was so important about holding Andre Lotterer off for Nick Nielsen. Meanwhile, the EMA Porsche battling here with the better of the 2 Lexuses, Clement Schmidt, and this is Valentino Rossi behind Schmidt. He's going down the inside again.
This is, you're right, an incredible stint so far for Rossi, and he sees the opportunity on the inside. He can't believe his luck. The seas part, and he's through 2 cars in 1 corner.
Made Schmidt brake too late on the outside as well. Maurice Schuring brake too late in the orange and black Porsche. Valentino Rossi's made up 5 places in 2 laps. Or is it 6? Anyway, it's a lot. He is now up to 6th position. So the BMWs that were nowhere, suddenly Valet, I don't know what he had for breakfast, but I'm having it tomorrow.
I think this lad could do something in motorsport.
Well, you know, he just had the birth of his 2nd child a couple of races ago, but this is a rejuvenated Valet, having a great run.
Okay, the Ferrari had huge degradation before, so it will be still the case. So let's see. It will come to us later. Let's try to focus on our plan.
They're thinking race, they're thinking championship. These 2 drivers, these 2 teams are thinking race, because it's all about race results now for BMW and for Cadillac. They're having a fantastic weekend here.
Absolutely are. Don't forget, Cadillac are building a tyre bonus later in the race by using fewer fresh tyres early in the race. So Earl Bamber, as Alex Lynn had to do in Texas, doing some heavy lifting on tired tyres. Got my teeth in there for that one.
See what you did there.
But Raffaele Marciello on slightly fresher rubber is also hanging on as well. So Marciello in the top 3. Well, the Alpine team having a bit of a conflab, look to be a little concerned about what's going on.
So Lapierre in the car at the moment. It's, yeah, Mick Schumacher just talking with his teammate Vax Sivier as we now look at the fight with the Cadillac number 2 closing in on the BMW 15 down towards turn 10. Through turn 13, the 2 of these cars go 15 this time in front of the Cadillac, but it's the Cadillac with the speed advantage and looks to the inside, does Bamber around turn 14, 15, and that was a moment he didn't expect actually. I'm not sure exactly, I think the BMW slightly offline as he turned into the corner and got onto the marbles, but this is definitely given Bamber the opportunity to send one down the inside and towards turn 1. Gets closer and closer, in the slipstream he goes. They pass the D-station car to their left. Bamber thinks about it, but he's gone to the outside this time.
Well, what he can't do is risk really rubbishing the tyres by having a big lock-up, because he's still got the better part of half a stint to survive on these tyres. Now he looks to the inside again. Marciello is under the cosh. And again, BMW we've seen in the first stint on tyres so far this year have been pretty much there or thereabouts. But on the second stint, the pace has faded. Let's talk about what we heard from the Porsche engineer. Do you remember when we were in Texas that the medium tyre lasted longer and better through the heat of Texas because the track was rubbering in all the time and it was actually giving better grip than the hard option that Ferrari tried? Is that going to happen here? Because of last night's rain, the track's not as grippy. I wonder whether the grip level is actually going to increase enough to allow Ferrari to keep their medium tyres alive.
Jules, so you're getting to grips with this car. I heard it was tough. It's the first time you're doing a full length of a race in those conditions, and you told me there is no air conditioning. Can you take us through how it went in the car so far?
Yeah, it was good. Normally I always get overtaken in the GT, and now I've overtaken a lot of GT, so just getting used to it. My first full stint in those conditions. We don't have AC, but we have a bit of air, but as you can see, I'm still sweating. I just need to continue to adapt. I was following the sister car, which was good for me to get some good braking point and so on, and we did the stint together, so I was pretty happy. It was a bit of a mess at the beginning for us, but now we're coming back.
So you're a little bit off sequence, but it looks pretty good at the moment with the pace.
Well, I don't know. I didn't check. I just focused on my driving, and then I will ask the engineer how it was.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Anybody who remembers FIA GT days will see lots of echoes of his dad, Jean-Marc Gounon, there in Jules Gounon, and in his driving as well. While Earl Bamber in the Cadillac was all over Raffaele Marciello, but Cadillac's very slow. What's going on? He was passing Marciello halfway through the start of the lap. Caddy's coming in. Earl Bamber wobbling over the curbs. Loose wheel or a puncture? Puncture, right front puncture.
Yeah, the 2 of them were incredibly close. The last shot we saw of them, as we were in the interview with Bruce there, the last shot we saw of them, very, very close. And I thought the 2 cars may have touched even in the straight line down towards turn 1.
Earl Bamber struggling to get back to the pits in the Cadillac, and here's why, Anthony.
Yeah, so they were close down the main straight, but this is the point of contact, I believe, on the air. There we go. The clash on the exit of turn 1. Forced off circuit, I don't know, but it was definitely close to the turn. Let's have a look from the onboard. It's hard to see from that angle as well. I'd need to see the BMWs on board as well, but yeah, certainly some very tough fighting going on, and that has ruined Cadillac's chances today. What could have been, they were so strong, and it's just trying to work his way past. I'm still confused as to why they lost that position to BMW anyway. They were ahead of them when they came into the pits, of course.
Well, there's something really strange about that. We saw that stop was compromised to the BMW with the jam wheel nut. They were still 4 seconds quicker than Cadillac were on pit lane. It wasn't that a slower stop for the Caddy. Did they short fuel the BMW?
It's the only thing I can think. They short fueled the BMW to do the jump, to get that position change over the Cadillac. So yeah, destroyed front right tyre.
And back the wheel is absolutely ripped to shreds.
I mean, they're not completely out of this race, of course, but I think their chance of a potential victory, certainly second place, well, second place can be very hard to re-achieve. I think that was on the table today, a second place, a solid second. They could have gone for the win, but wow, that damage is pretty comprehensive. And, you know, it was hard racing between the two of them. It was inevitable that the Cadillac was going to overtake. He had the speed advantage. They have had all day so far.
Well, we've seen a lot of side-by-side contact. We've seen a lot of cars being denied track and made to use the runoff, and that's racing. The unfortunate side of it for Cadillac is that the angle of contact between the wheels clearly just broke the rim, tore the tyre apart. In fact, it probably broke the rim, and that's where the air went out, and the tyres come apart as he's taking it back to the pit. So it's unfortunate. Gregoire Sosi and Rahul Frey, this is for the lead of LMGT3, and Rahul Frey goes by Gregoire Sosi to take the lead for the Iron Dames Lamborghini, and they are about 2 seconds ahead of Daniel Mancinelli in the heart of racing Aston Martin, who's third. So the Iron Dames lead for the first time today. Not for the first time this year, though. That Lamborghini has had pace. She's had 2 pole positions for a start, so it's got plenty of pace. Look at the McLaren coming. There's James Cottingham. He knows he's going to have to get back into that car and do another stint, and he'll either be up against silver-rated Rahul Frey or gold-rated Michel Gatting. So one or the other in that Lamborghini, he's going to have to battle.
Yeah, James's expression there was one of, this hasn't gone the way we hoped it was going to. Battle here, 51 and the 8th. This is a battle for 6th place at the moment. Alessandro Pierguidi and Brendan Hartley. It's topsy-turvy stuff up down here.
And don't forget how much more back into it the 51 Ferrari is. That had a nose and tail change after it got tagged, turned around and T-boned on lap 2.
Yeah, as Ant said a little earlier in the race, that safety car really helped the teams that were delayed in that very early race tussle.
And the other bonus for them was, although there was a gaping hole in the nose, they didn't actually stop under safety car and didn't have to stop again. So when the pits were open, then they could do the changes they needed.
Remember, the 51 car was the car we were told as well had floor damage, that they could change the rear clip, but the rear floor was still a problem.
They're still slightly out of sequence in terms of their fueling strategy here, so it's the tyre advantage this time around for car 8 Brendan Hartley. He's only done 8 laps on this set of tyres compared to 27 laps for car 51 Pierguidi. So yeah, big advantage there. Still all of them on the medium tyres, but yeah, it's going to be should be quite a routine pass, you should imagine, for the Toyota with this huge advantage. The GT traffic through turn 3 they go. As in Hartley's way, compromised there a little bit, costs him some time as Kazuki Nakajima watches on.
But like you, he knows what it's like to be a Toyota driver at home. And of course, for the Japanese Toyota driver, there's even more focus and I suppose potentially a lot more pressure racing here than maybe even trying to win at Le Mans.
Yeah, the role here for Alessandro Pierguidi is a pretty clear one. Apart from go as quick as you can, it's sort of hold up the Toyota, because it's the team car that leads the race at the moment that is the car in title contention. The 51 cannot win the title from here. The 50 car can, so compromising the race of the Toyota that is one of the other cars in contention is playing the team game.
Yeah, 8 is just in contention still. There are 64 points on offer, and they are 36 behind. So yes, if everybody else has a or let's say the number 6 car, number 7 car and the number 50 car all have cataclysmic failures in Bahrain, then 1.5 points and a win for the number 8 car might be enough to get them the championship title, but it is a bit of a slender call, and like the number 51 Ferrari, the number 8 Toyota is probably going to end up being the water carrier, tail gunner, assistant in the final showdown for the title in Bahrain.
Looking at this fight here again with car 6 Lotterer Nielsen, who's just in front leading the race. So there's a difference of tyre strategy going on here. So Nielsen's left-hand side of his medium tyres, they are 6 laps younger than Lotterer's because of his later pit stop, but his right-hand side tyres are 30 laps older.
Graphic showing that Andre Lotterer is leading the Ferrari at the moment, but the Ferrari clearly, the Mark 1 human eyeball is working slightly better than the telemetry. So don't worry, folks, fans of Ferrari, Nick Nielsen is still in front. And you're right, and again, it's like 51, basically the Ferraris are now in they shall not pass mode, aren't they? If you're on worse tyres, you've just got to stop them getting by.
In the insets, it's the lead car as was from LMGT3. Rahul Fry brings behind Dame's Lamborghini down pit lane on the green flag racing course. United Autosports McLaren takes the lead again.
And the Heart of Racing Aston has just stopped as well, so that's gone out, and that was in 4th place. So Rahul stays in the car. She'll do a double stint. Michelle Gatting, their gold-rated driver, will get in at the end, but it will say Sarah Bovey on the overalls, so don't be misled. They'll still be pink, and they sort of fit. Just about. Oh, here we go with the Toyota. This is the number 8 car, Brendan Hartley, getting the run finally out of turn 1. And that's a well-rehearsed move, but Alessandro Pierguidi, he was not particularly up about Ferrari's chances earlier on in the weekend, was he, Graham? But he's a fairly doubted battler.
Slings it down the inside at turn 6. Got that grip advantage, made good use of it there. Really, he needed to do that, did Brendan. He obviously was on the attack into turn 1. Pierguidi's not over yet. He's going to be re-attacking down towards turn 10, and he's going to try to go around the outside here, but Brendan's got to get his arms out. He does. Finally, he's ahead of the Ferrari. He needed to do that down into turn 6. Sorry to jump in on you, Martin. I could see it unfolding because of what had happened in turn 3. Pierguidi was never going to give that one up into turn 3. Brendan thought about going around the outside, but he couldn't. He needed to do what he did in turn 6.
And watch Callum Eilert, because that has allowed the Jota car to close right up. He's right up, looking at the inside. The Ferrari no way through there, but he fancies a bit of a crack at this one too.
Yeah, Callum Eilert in the Jota, now nicely in the slipstream. Good spot there, Graham. And Pierguidi's going to have his eyes full of that gold and white Jota. He's going to go to the inside to defend it. Eilert slips to the outside, and it's going to be all about that braking. Picking up a little bit of a slipstream as well as Eilert from the Toyota in front. Is it going to be enough?
Yeah, Pierguidi came back at him under brake, and Callum Eilert was starting to creep alongside.
That was nice. I think he's got a bit of a grip advantage here over the Ferrari to do that he did on the outside there. It's going to be tight into turn 3, though, similar to Hartley before. And Pierguidi once again holds his own, holds a position. And Eilert would have seen what Brendan did last lap around. Is he going to have a go now into turn 6? A little bit wide, though, gets on the marble slightly. He's thinking about it, but not. Pierguidi, wise to it this time around, covers the inside. That was nicely defended.
Yeah, feisty stuff, isn't it, between all 3 of these drivers, but clean so far.
But it's carrying on down towards turn 10 again. Pierguidi to the inside this time. He's on the defence. You got to give him space on the outside. He does just that. And Eilert has to stare at the back of the Ferrari one more time around sector 3.
This is his chance, isn't it? But the Lexus gets in the way, has to allow the Lexus to make it round the corner. Callum Eilert now not going to be close enough to Alessandro Pierguidi. And the other Ferrari, the 50 car, is doing a similar job of defence with the number 6 Porsche behind, but leading the race makes it even more important.
That was really wise driving from Eilert there. That could have, and I was expecting a bit of contact, because I mentioned it before earlier in the race, following another car through in turn 13, the GT has to turn in at some point, and he read that really well. Lose the battle that time around to hopefully, for his sake, win the war later on, because that could have been a nose chop and a spin around.
Many times struggle with the tires, and the car is horrible to drive.
Yeah, I know. Let's fight until the end. I'm trying to solve something for next round.
In this battle for the overall lead, coming through, by the way, the battle that's emerging in LMGT3. Gregoire Saucy is being closed down by charging Rui Andrade in the number 81 TF Sport car. That car led in the hands of Tom van Rompuy in the early part of this race, and Rui Andrade looking to do the same. Valentino Rossi a further 27 seconds back in third, with Monti Pure Racing Joel Sturm fourth. Could have championship implications, this battle.
As we look at the two race leaders here, car 50, car number 6, Lotterer bearing down on him.
They will box in 20 laps. They will box in 20 laps. 7 laps, 6 laps before us.
Yeah, Nielsen knows this is a tall order with his 30-lap older tyres on the right-hand side. It's just a matter of time, and Lotterer is biding his time, knowing full well that it's going to be his soon. Yes, of course, he's got to pit slightly earlier as Nielsen's engineer was relaying the information, but Lotterer will get this move done on track.
Inset is Callum Eilert going by the Ferrari, so that was both Ferraris under pressure. That's why we were seeing that little box on the inside, but Eilert doesn't get through here.
Well,
and
maybe
this time he does.
He's done the switchback this time around, a much better exit than Pierre Guidon, and a better exit, so he's on the inside now for turn 3. Great racing between these two, and particularly from Eilert. He does have, of course, that tyre advantage like the Ferrari driver was complaining about earlier on. He's got about 15 laps older tyres than both the Toyota and the Jota.
Samuel Pierre Guidi saying he's struggling on tyres, and our race leader Nick Nielsen told that he's only got to last another 20 laps. You go, oh, you're killing me with this. They are long stints here, and the tyres are, yeah, Nick Nielsen knows he's going to have a disadvantage, but Lotterer will stop before him and then come out on fresher tyres, but further back down the road behind him. So whether Nielsen manages to hang on in front or not, he's still going to finish his stint ahead of the number 6 Porsche on the road.
Well, they're completely out of sync with their tyres, of course. I think it might be all 4 going on the Ferrari next time around, and it should just be one side going on the Porsche of Lotterer, because they had 4 new when on at the last pit stop.
Remember half a stint ago, or 20 minutes ago, Andre Lotterer's engineer saying, yeah, don't worry, mate, their tyres are going to give up long before the end of the stint. Well, I mean, he's got less and less grip, and he's running wider and wider, and you saw that from Alessandro Pierre Guidi as well. But Andre's still not able to capitalise. The defence of the lead has been really good.
Well, is he down towards turn 10? It goes, and there's a bit of contact there before Lotterer goes to the outside. Nielsen's done a remarkable job here of a defensive driving, and now Lotterer's going to look to cross the line, perhaps. No, commits to the outside again. Nielsen is placing his car beautifully well in all of the right places, really having Lotterer have to think about this one again. He ducks to the inside, but I fear for Nielsen this is inevitable. Just Lotterer is just sizing him up like a shark, knowing that the attack is coming. But try as he might, Nielsen, I feel like this time around into turn 1 might be a bit of a different story.
A couple of corners back, he left a big black stripe up the road from the inside tyre. He's really, really desperately trying to stay in front, but Lotterer is coming at.
Here we go. They've both gone to the inside. Once again, brilliant defensive driving by Nielsen. Lotterer thinks to go right round the outside here. It's a brave move. He's going to get squeezed out of room. And again, Nielsen absolutely on point here.
Really fighting the car, really struggling with that tyre deficit.
We look, don't we, for emerging stars in endurance racing. We look for the guys capable of searing pace. We watch again, this chinking to the inside, goes to the outside. Mark my words, Nicholas Nielsen is going to be an all-time absolute star in endurance racing for a long, long time.
Absolutely, I'm really enjoying watching this battle. Old versus new, and I can say that because I'm older than Andre, and I've retired a long time ago, so good luck to you, mate. But they both jinked to the right-hand side at exactly the same time. That wasn't a movement under the braking zone. They were reading each other's minds. They both went to the right at the same time, and Estra knows, I'd be loving this out there as well. This is great.
He's got jiggly leg, hasn't he, Kevin Estra? He's just, come on, come on, come on. And that trio in the number 6 Porsche are, I mean, apart from the fact their season's going well, they are having so much fun with each other, and that's so much a part of that team cohesion. 3 drivers that are just, they're always in the back of the garage laughing and giggling.
Here we go then. Next time around, down the straight we go. Is it going to be a carbon copy of what we do? What are you going to do this time, Andre? The defensive moves, I think that's what he's done. He's gone even further to the right-hand side and sends it down this time. Can Nielsen swap back on the line? I don't think he will do because his tyres don't quite have the life. There we go. I knew Lotterer was going to do something different. It's like a game of high-speed chess.
Wily old bird, Andre Lotterer, learnt it all with Audi, capitalising on it here with Porsche. Don't outguess this. He will know the game is not just about pace, it's about managing risk. And he was the guy not taking the risk at Davidson. He's the championship leader. It's a team game. It's not about taking the corner, it's about taking the title.
100%, Graham. You feel that responsibility as a driver, being in that position myself. Every move that you make, you've got the weight of your team and your teammates on your shoulders as well when you make that kind of decision inside the car, and it's not easy.
You did a good job, mate. Let's keep up as long as we can. Now it's all about tire deg. About 23 laps to go.
23 laps to go.
The team,
man, that's forever.
The team know what a great job he did. We know the great job that Nielsen did there with his tyres. In a way, those tyres had no right to be doing what they were doing. So driving out of his skin there was Nielsen. As this is car 5 now, we look at behind the BMW.
It's a battle for third. Raffaele Marciello ahead of Michael Christensen. Don't forget that number 5 car, they got badly damaged at the start, is out of sequence with everybody else. Marciello in 3rd place in the BMW, Michael Christensen in 4th position, and it doesn't actually matter whether you're in sync with them or out of sync with them, passing them on track is still absolutely critical. And for Marciello, holding off the Porsche, whether it's likely to be a race contender or not, is equally important, because at the moment, BMW, from the start of the race, has been in a podium position. And Graham Goodwin, that's going to be really important for them to try and actually hold that position to the checkered flag and prove that they can make the car fast for an entire race, and they haven't done that yet.
There's something quite fabulous emerging here. We've got cars in depth battling simply for the glory of winning this race. We've got another group of cars in the mix for this race that are battling for a championship. That could see fireworks. If this race runs full green, it's one thing. If we get some kind of caution, interruption, compression, my gosh, we could see something special at the end here.
Porsche's really coming alive at this stage in the race here, and you see this with Michael Christensen as well. His tyres are considerably older than the BMW of Marciello in front of him, around 15 laps older, and he's still continuing to close. That is the speed advantage of the Porsche over the BMW. We've suspected, I think you pointed out earlier on, like we saw in Kota, Martin, that the circuit after the rain we had last night was going to be ever-changing through this race, and therefore other cars will come into play a bit more than others. We saw exactly this happen in Kota with the BMW. Start strong and then start to fade away as the circuit rubbered in there as well. I wonder if it's a similar thing just helping the Porsche this time around, because suddenly I'm seeing both Porsches just surging forwards.
Riding on board with Bill Bamber in the number 2 Cadillac, recovering from that puncture early on when he was battling for the top 3. Ahead of him, Paul Di Resta in the Peugeot, and Paul's last stint in the 94 car in Austin ended with him being forced to pull to the side as it had a bit of an electrical failure and failed to proceed. Outside the top 10 still, 10th place is Alpine's Charles Malaysia. Only one Alpine in the top 10 now, The other car, 36 car of Nico Lapierre, is behind this battle, and maybe that's why we saw some Mathieu Vaxivière and Mick Schumacher sort of agitated chat with the engineer. I think Alpine are struggling for tyres again.
They did have a drive-through penalty in the 36, which dropped them out of this. Would say, though, Earl Bamber at the moment, fastest man on the circuit, into the 31s last time around to get onto the back of this Peugeot. Now it's about whether or not he can get by and get stuck into a battle for a top 10 place.
Yeah, so here comes Christensen into the pit. So yeah, his tyres were offset by that 15 laps, and therefore so was his fuel compared to Marcello. So yeah, into the pits this time around, and you'll be expecting that later on from yeah, it's the safety car and the first corner melee still that's really mixed things up in terms of strategy, but it's good to see. What are they going to do this time around? Is it a driver change? I see some tyres sitting there as well.
I have to say, watching all of these battles emerging, I've one further thought, which is what and when are we going to see what Toyota have got to bring to this party? It can and does. We saw it last year in a race that was pretty much dominated in the first half by Penske, come at the very death of this race, about time management, about energy management. They don't seem at the moment to have the ultimate pace, but they're there. Nick de Vries is only 13 seconds off this lead. At the moment, they've not featured in the battle for the lead on pace.
Don't think they've quite got the speed of the Porsches. You see that left side going on to Christensen's car. But yeah, I think Graham, the Toyota hasn't quite got the pace this race. I think they're slightly faster than the Ferrari, but it's not enough to match the Porsches. Now sit ahead of the car we're riding on board on the right-hand side of your screen, the Cadillac. Just thinking back to that moment from Bamber, I think he should have taken a little bit more risk. He should have taken more margin. There was too much risk involved through turn one on the outside. We've seen cars get squeezed consistently on the outside there. He had a pretty significant speed advantage in that car over the BMW, probably frustrated by losing the position to it in the pits, fair enough, but now having to play catch-up, and you never know who's going to come out of a situation worse off when you have contact between the two cars, but he put himself in quite a vulnerable position there by trying to go around the outside, and now, yeah, in a lowly position of P11 where that car was well more deserving of a podium. Could have been fighting for victory today.
Watching Jota versus Alpine. Bruce Joanny in the pit lane with a little bit about that Peugeot.
Yeah, I just spoke to actually Loic Duval, and they were telling me that pace is not too bad, but they're looking actually pretty better with the strategy, because they're virtually one stop ahead, and they could aim at P7 at the moment.
All right, well, that would be certainly a decent reward for them. Charles Malaysia ahead of Jenson Button. I wonder if Charles Malaysia, sitting watching Brawn romp to victory in Formula 1, ever thought he'd be racing with Jenson Button in his career. Probably that didn't ever cross his mind. So Paul di Resta in that 94 car in the points at the moment, just ahead of the blue-nosed caddy of Earl Bamber. Cadillac's plans for next year, Graham Goodwin, pretty well set. They will have a full two-car World Endurance campaign run by Jota.
Hertz Team Jota it will be, and we wait to get confirmation of exactly what that will look like in terms of driver lineups. It's fair to say, I think both Earl Bamber and Alex Lynn have firmly nailed their CVs to the desk.
Yeah, I think if they're not a shoe-in, then somebody somewhere has got some very bright ideas coming, because they have done stellar stuff with that car. And yeah, as Anthony said, sometimes you put yourself in a position and you're unlucky, you just have a tiny bit of contact, and that costs you a lot. 3¼ hours into the race here in Fuji. This historic race circuit, the venue for round 7 of the FIA World Endurance Championship. And after heavy overnight rain, it was a bright, sunny and hot morning. Ejiro Terada, the legendary Japanese Le Mans racer, with a lot of fans coming to see this absolute zenith of sports car endurance racing. They've seen lots and lots of endurance racing here in Fuji, and perhaps never has so glamorous and prestigious a group been assembled. Alex Lynn led the field away in the number 2 Cadillac. The Toyotas didn't get the greatest start, held each other up as Sebastian Buemi dropped from second on the grid to third, maybe fourth in the first corner. BMW moving up to second, number 6 Porsche up to third place. Toyota not even getting the best of the action in corner 1. Mike Conway having to struggle also with the Porsche. Most of the hypercar field too wide on the opening lap, and lots of door banging going on. But at the beginning of lap 2, the yellow Ferrari of Robert Kubica mistimed his braking, triggering a multi-car pile-up. Not only hitting the 51 Ferrari, picking himself up a penalty, the number 5 Porsche losing its rear deck as well. Safety car scrambled immediately. There's a problem for the pole-sitting Ferrari from LMGT3. And bodywork needed replacing on the 51 Ferrari. Their championship was over anyway. Coming back through the field, the number 6 Porsche working his way in front of both Toyotas to get up to the lead trio. 83 serving a 30-second stop-and-hold penalty, causing that collision. The starter motor change cost the 82 Corvette any chance of a good result at home for Hiroshi Koizumi. And then the lead battle boiled down to Cadillac versus Porsche, 2 versus 6. A virtual safety car led then to a safety car. Some of our teams pitted, some of them stayed out. As a result, half the field is on a different strategy to the other half. As racing resumed in the front of the field in LMGT3, it remains Corvette versus McLaren. McLaren squeezing in front, the Corvette fighting hard to try and remain in contention. And the Iron Dames also in the frame. Hertz Team Jota and the Alpines battling in the middle of the second hour inside the top 10. And then disaster for the Cadillac with contact with the BMW with the battle for third place. The Cadillac picking up the puncture. Mel Bamba having to head back to the pit lane for a fresh tyre, and that has put them right out of overall contention. But as the Hertz Team Jota car moves up the order, it is still Porsche Penske Motorsport who lead in hypercar and United's McLaren in LMGT3. Fuji Speedway, 2 hours and 43 minutes of the race remaining. It is Porsche, Ferrari and BMW in the top 3. Toyota lurking menacingly just behind. What about Hertz Team Jota and the Alpines? Can the Cadillac move back up the order and somehow grab a podium? And in LMGT3, it's been a really topsy-turvy race, but United Autosports McLaren has spent quite a lot of it at the front. Valentino Rossi now up to second in class in a car that started 12th in class, and Manthey Pure Racing in a podium position, but they are also out of fuel kilter with half the rest of the field. At the tail, a couple of cars that have served penalties and had problems, and there is another little bit of potential drama down at turn 10 because there's some debris there on the circuit. On board with our race leader, this is Andre Lotterer with Nick Nielsen in his mirrors and Raffaele Marcello chasing him hard in third place. Nick de Vries in the fourth place, Toyota car number 7, and Brendan Hartley in fifth place for the home team in car number 8. Callum Ilott rounds out the top half dozen for Hertz Team Jota, with Charles Milesi in 7th position in the better of the Alpines. And Graham Goodwin still looks like the number 6 Porsche Penske crew probably have what it takes here. But 4 hours into last year's 6-hour race, that's the way it looked as well.
It did, but things have moved on apace into this 2024 season. They are the championship leaders now. That was their coming out parade, if you like. The Fuji race last year was where they first showed race-long form, 4 hours in the lead or so at Fuji last year. This time, they're amongst the pace cars all the way through the season. Just a quick point about this lead battle in the LMGT3 stakes. Gregoire Saucy leading, but being caught at the moment by a storming Valentino Rossi. That gap now under 17 seconds. By far, Vale's best run of the season. He is going to have to come in very shortly, but it's really quite simple, the maths here. The maths here are, is the pro driver that will take over from Vale going to be able to take 16.5 seconds out of the bronze driver that has to get back into the McLaren, because we've still got to see James Cottingham back into that car.
This is Valet's first stint, so he's taking over from himself in this one, and they'll keep Maxime Martin to double at the end. But you're right, James Cottingham does. Max Martin is getting ready to jump in. Okay, so okay, with 2 hours and 40 minutes left, that's Valet will probably do another stint, so there might be single stint in that. But you're absolutely right, James Cottingham has to get back into the United McLaren, but of course behind that, behind the McLaren, the next 3 cars will all pit in the next lap or 2, which will put the Iron Dames back up into second position. So that sort of order where the Iron Dames are artificially further back down than they would have been, because some cars stopped under various safety cars and some cars didn't. So again, like in hypercar, about half our LMGT3 field is on a different strategy to the other half. Raffaele Marcello in third, hanging on from Nick de Vries, and de Vries gets really pinched there. He was trying to get by the BMW, saw that the Aston Martin was in front of Marcello, the dark blue GT3 Aston Martin, and tried to get his nose in there. He was lucky that there was no contact, lucky or skillful, one or the other, but he keeps up the pressure as the sister car struggles behind.
Okay, Brendan, feedback from Christian on driving. We're braking a little earlier and with less peak pressure than car 7. We're losing a little bit there. So if we're feeling limited by front locking, we could go rearward on B-bell, turn 1 and turn 6.
Well, Anthony?
Yeah, always good to have some advice from if your teammates having some faster lap times than you. It's always good to have advice from your engineer, just to let you know exactly where that's coming from. And de Vries, who's at the wheel now, you can see there, car number 7, bearing down on Marcello in front of him, and he's been consistently catching the whole time. De Vries actually is matching Lotterer's lap times, so they're not completely out of this yet. He's 14 seconds away, 15 seconds away as de Vries over the race leader, so yeah, close enough to still be a bit of a threat if anything were to go wrong for another safety car, say, for that example. But de Vries is flying, as he often does around this track. He's super quick here, and yeah, that's Brendan Hartley just being told where you can possibly find some time and what to do with the brakes as well, because it seems to be happening in the braking area.
Well, lap ago, Nick de Vries got his nose inside the tail of Raffaele Marcello's BMW, and then a GT car got in the way. But again, in this sector of the track, he is all over the BMW like a rash, and he goes through on the inside. There's the grip advantage that he showed last time round here, and Marcello can't even get off the corner properly. Little round of applause from Kaz Nakajima. And Van Sant Vos at WRT looking a little bit miffed with that.
There is no grip advantage on exactly the same tyres at this point.
But he doesn't have a tyre advantage, but he does have a grip advantage to be able to turn inside the BMW like that 2 laps in a row. He just tucked him up. So something about the way the Toyota is handling its tyres compared to the BMW, I understand what you're saying, but he has got more grip than the BMW did in the twisty stuff.
Nick will say it's driver.
He will, absolutely. But I mean, you know, we've seen this all year long. Toyota are so experienced, not just with this car, but generally with racing at the top class. They are maximising their tyres everywhere.
But so they're certainly coming on song at this stage in the race. But I do believe, we just heard from Hartley's engineer, I do think this case is unique to Nick de Vries. He's flying. We've seen it before around this track, and he's doing the same thing again in a hypercar.
It's great to see a driver of his talent back home in sports car racing, where that talent is being utilised and appreciated. There's a battle here for third place on GT3. Daniel Mancinelli under attack from Rui Andrade. It is Aston Martin, it is Corvette. And in the middle of both of them at the moment, making his way through, Callum Eilert closing in on Brendan Hartley. That's one of the reasons why Brendan will have been getting that feedback, is because the Hertz team Jota car is coming back here.
Yeah, just like the Works Porsche cars look to have a bit of a pace advantage. It's definitely translating as well through to the Jotas. We see some action here, Graham, in the final couple of corners.
Well, this is Charles Malaysia trying to find any kind of way through these battling GT3 cars, because he wants to get onto the back of Callum Eilert. This is the battle for 6th position. real-world battles all the way up and down both of these class fields.
Aston Martin, Heart of Racing and TF Sport Corvette. This is Daniel Mancinelli and Rui Andrade, the Angolan driver, sends it down the inside. Doesn't leave Mancinelli, again, comes in tight and drifts out all the way to the curb to allow himself maximum chance of building up speed down the hill and to deny the Aston Martin a chance to come back. So the Corvette is in third place. Now then, there has been that pit stop for the 46 BMW. Maxime Martin is at the wheel. I imagine a rather warm-looking Valentino Rossi in the pit lane.
Valentino, you start in 12th position and you give the car back in 2nd position. How does it feel out there?
Was good, yeah, because in the race the pace is not too bad. And also Ahmad in the first stint did a very great job and recovered a lot of position. But for me it was a very good stint because at the beginning we did a big battle with the other BMW and the two Porsches. But I was a little bit faster, so I was able to go. And after at the end we suffered a bit the drag of the tires, but I can manage not so bad. So now we are there. We need to understand really our position. And we hope that we can fight for the podium.
Okay, well, good luck. It looks good.
Thank you. Ciao.
Thank you very much.
What a delight to see this amazing sportsman enjoying this second motorsport career as much as he clearly is when the day goes his way. And it's not done that most of the season, but right now they are real contention for a podium slot at least.
And don't forget their best race so far, second place in the appalling rain in that BMW 1-2 in Imola. But you're right, you know, like everybody else, they're learning how the tyres and the cars react to each of these different tracks. But as ever, a phenomenal debrief on camera from Valentino Rossi, giving you everything you want, plus more, plus that little smile that he always has. He clearly enjoyed that stint. We just saw a pit stop for number 15 BMW. So Raffaele Marcello came in from third place, Nick de Vries up to, from fourth actually, Nick de Vries up to third, Brendan Hartley and the Toyota now up to fourth. So slowly but surely, all of their rivals that were ahead of them on the grid, or around them on the grid, are sort of dropping up by the wayside. The Toyota might now be looking, with 2.5 hours to go, seriously at thinking, we could win this race. We need to be really perfect to do so, but that's the story this year.
Well, at the moment, Nick de Vries catching Nick Nielsen, Andre Lotra driving away for Nielsen, 11.5 seconds clear after that epic battle we saw between the two. So that was the pace advantage he had, which shows again just how good a defensive drive that was from Nick Nielsen. This is a battle for 8th place in LMGT3 between the Monza car, the Vista AF Corsa, Porsche versus Ferrari, and we're going to be going to call yellow
in less than 15 seconds. Full course yellow in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Full course yellow, full course yellow.
Full course yellow, all the cars come down to 80 kilometres an hour, and that's to allow the race director to tidy up little bits and pieces. Normally it will be debris retrieval. That little bit of yellow bodywork has been sitting there for some while, and now they will have a chance to do it. And that has fallen very well for United Autosports, who have pitted immediately under full course yellow, and Gregoire Saucy will then hand over to James Cottingham to get back into the car, and that means that they will lose less immediately because they're pitting while everybody else is essentially chuntering around very slowly.
Yeah, they've dove into the pitch just before the full course yellow would have been called, so taking maximum available advantage.
So coming in at maximum speed and less last in the pits.
And obviously a great situation if you've still got a bronze driver, and it's perfect time to try and get them out of the car and reduce the damage that was being done by running under full green conditions.
2.5 hours of the 6 hours of Fuji remain. And fast 100 metres for one of our masters there, recovering some debris off the circuit. It was debris in 2 or 3 places, so the race director has called for the full course yellow, which brings all the cars down to 80 kilometres an hour. Let's hear from our second place team.
I lost the thing for the drink tube, so when we box, you have to take the baton.
Yeah, copy.
Lost the drinks tube. Well, it's not quite Kota hot, but it's really humid here this week. There's been a lot of rain overnight and sunny day. The good thing for certainly the fans is that there is a good breeze, and that's sort of taken some of the sting out of the heat that we had earlier in the week. Not everybody here is a Toyota fan. I'm sure they are a Toyota fan, but also a Ferrari fan as well. And having Ferrari in the field definitely, I'm sure, has added a little bit to the gate. Now, Nick Nielsen looking a little bit frustrated, and the reason for that, of course, is that he's just sitting there getting hotter and hotter, Anthony Davidson, because at this speed the airflow is almost zero.
I'm not sure that was about his drinks, the hands going up in the air. It's probably more about strategy and just the general lack of the pace that he's got in the car at the moment. He's really working hard today. He's driven a great stint, this stint, and he probably can't wait to get into the pits and either get out or just to change tyres to get some better tyres on the car.
20 seconds to remove full course yellow.
Just to point out, by the way, our top 3 in the race...
We will remove full course yellow in less than 15 seconds.
...are the top 3 in the championship.
10,
and 50
9,
and 7 are
8,
tied on points.
7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Full course yellow removed.
Back to green flag racing, 2.5 hours to sort out who takes the top points here in Fuji Speedway. And unfortunately for the 51 Ferrari, they were at a fairly slow part of the circuit when they came off the speed limiter, so that works for them. They lose a little bit less. But in the battle here in LMGT3, the 77 Proton car in 10th place, and Manthey Pure Racing, that white Porsche, outside the points at the moment. They are the championship leaders, but if they don't score here, then that championship battle is likely to close up considerably, and neither Manthey Porsche has had much in the way of pace and performance. Their sister car is their closest rival. They're 28 points behind, but in 3rd place, the 46 BMW crew.
A lot is going to depend on whether or not this race stays full green. If it doesn't, that 92 could have a very big points payday.
Well, at the moment, 92 will earn nothing. 91, their closest rivals, will close by a couple of points, but the best placed of the 3 contenders is the 46 BMW in 7th. '77, the Proton competition Mustang of Zach Robichon behind Joel Sturm. We cut back to the battle for 2nd place. Nick Nielsen and Nick De Vries, these 2 teams, Anthony Davidson, tied for 2nd in the points.
Tied for 2nd in the points, and this is for 2nd place on track at the moment. De Vries has the tyre advantage over Nielsen. We know he's still hanging on, isn't he, Nielsen? Unbelievable effort he's done so far in this stint. And they're now reaching some traffic through Sector 3. But speaking of Sector 3, Lotterer had a big advantage there when the full course yellow came out. He was already going around 80 kph when that pit lane, when the limiter had to come on, as De Vries goes for a look down the inside into that final corner and gets that overtake done. It was inevitable that this was going to happen, and yeah, Nielsen in a way saying, hey, come on, give me a bit of space on the outside, don't just drive me off the track, you're going to overtake me anyway. De Vries now has to defend on the inside, and going to have to really brake late down towards turn 1. Nielsen's not going to give up easily here.
I think Nielsen might take this back. This might be De Vries' in-lap as well. Nick Nielsen looks to cut back underneath him, and the more he can make De Vries defend, the slower De Vries' last couple of laps of this stint are going to be. Nielsen probably won't pit for another 4 or 5.
Yeah, I expected De Vries to hang on to that one, honestly speaking, because he's been so much faster than Nielsen. After a full course yellow as well, an older tyre takes much longer to reheat and rejuvenate itself than a tyre with more meat on the bone. But yeah, going back to that situation with Lotterer, he's now over 20 seconds ahead of this pair here. it was only 13 before that full course yellow. So this is what you can win or lose sometimes. It definitely fell Lotterer's way that time because he was already doing around 80 kph, as I say. The other two were around turn 7 and 8, flat out. You have to slam on the brakes and you can't utilise that straight line speed that you've got at that point on the track.
And this is Lotterer's in lap. The Toyota will come in one more lap and then about 3 more laps between Antonio Fuoco and the 50 Ferrari, making themselves reacquainted. Also due to come in will be the Proton Porsche. Yeah, Ferrari's run a little bit offline there. The 50 car picked up lots of debris. You can see all the bits of worn rubber in the inside of the wing as well. So it all adds a little bit of extra weight to the car. There goes De Vries. Is he going into the pits this time?
Lotterer is there. Andre Lotterer into the pits. Great stint from Andre Lotterer.
So the race leader is on pit road, down to 1% of usable energy. So running on fumes and has used all of the hybrid power as well from his LMDH Porsche.
Maximising, that's what this season is about, that's what this formula has been about. Maximise the tyre, maximise the energy. But beyond that, Andre Lotterer had great pace as well to offer.
Yeah, so they took 4 new tyres last time around. They weren't completely new, they had done qualifying, but it looks like they're getting ready to slap on a set of the left-hand side, brand new.
Right, car up in the air, yellow sidewalls, so they're all mediums. The soft is white for the coldest conditions, the medium yellow for hot conditions, and the red, the hard tyre, for very hot conditions. Although Michelin, again, was saying in America, after the race, they were astonished at how wide the window of operation for the medium tyre is. Everybody made the medium tyre work in nearly 60 degrees of track temperature, whereas the hard is the one that's supposed to take over at about 35 degrees of track temperature. So they've produced a tyre that can basically cope with everything from a frigid Spa to a meltingly hot Texas. Into the pit lane this time comes the race leader. In sequence, Nick De Vries brings it in as fast as humanly possible. And Anthony, it's so important to do that, to lose no time on the way in.
Yeah, it's something that is well rehearsed from inside the car. You use your practice sessions to do just that. As we now look back at the Ferrari of Nick Nielsen, who retakes the lead of this race, albeit momentarily. And if anyone is looking forward to their next pit stop, it's got to be the Dane here, throwing his hands up behind the wheel earlier on. And I suspect that was probably about losing those 5 seconds under the full course yellow. That might have been information that had come his way. Sorry, we've caught it at a bad point on the circuit. Checks around the front of the Toyota for De Vries. He stays in the car, gets going again.
Nice sharp work. About time, I think, we took a look at the battle for the lead in LMGT3. Rahul Frey leads by 2 seconds from Rui Andrade's Corvette. Daniel Mancinelli 2.7 behind them in the heart of racing. And then 7 seconds back, James Costingham, United Autosports, the car that came in from the lead under that full course yellow. But Ferrari leading overall. They, the number 8 Toyota, Hertz Team Jota's number 12, and the 35 Alpine and the 38 Hertz Team Jota car will all stop together. Proton's Porsche will drop back down the order as they stop at the end of this lap. But yeah, counting down the laps, waiting for the end of this purgatory, Nick Nielsen. And we talked about this before the weekend. It's not always the driver whose average lap times are the highest that has done more heavy lifting. Staying in front, holding your position on rooted tyres, doesn't look glamorous when you look at the lap times, but it's the sort of stuff that wins you the races. Here's the Cadillac, back up to 7th behind the Proton Porsche. And the Proton Porsche, is it Neil Jarney still at the wheel? No, it's Harry Tincknell, of course, due to stop, I think, at the end of this lap, Graham.
Yeah, big waggle from Harry Tincknell, no red grip there at all. Well, the caddy on board now will keep an eye on this battle. Led, of course, from the start, and then got involved in that tussle with the BMW that left it with damaged wheel, the subsequent puncture. With that lap, by the way, led by the Toyota, 7 of our 8 manufacturers have now led a lap here. Up the inside, though, for the Cadillac. I think he's going to get this done relatively easily here.
Yeah, good move there for the Cadillac. Still with that with Bamber, and you got that left front tyre that had to go on They only changed that one damaged tyre, and so he gets past the Porsche into turn one.
Pain for the Proton Porsche. Not only is it due to stop this lap, so it'll drop all the way back down the order, but they also have to serve a drive-through for full course yellow infringements on behalf of Harry Tincknell. So the Cadillac is recovering some of its lost ground and is still on the same fuel strategy as everybody else, because I don't think they topped off, or did they top off on energy when they replaced that damaged right front tyre? Either way, they're probably going to have a better race of it in the end than the 99 Proton Porsche. That drive-through is definitely going to hurt them.
Full course yellow coming as well.
So some more damage on, some more debris
6,
on track.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Full course yellow, full course yellow.
So once more, everybody back down to 50 Ks. Nobody was in the pits at this stage, but coming past the pits any moment. Not sure that anybody in LMGT3. Oh dear, Alessandro Pierguidi, 16th place, running tail gunner to his teammate, but running into his teammate would not be a good thing.
Yeah, big old lock up there on the front right. I wonder if that was happening just as the full course yellow was coming in now. No, that's before the full course yellow. So just a plain and simple lock up into that downhill hairpin on older tyres. So it just goes to show how hard it is to stay consistent. And like you were saying, it's not just your average lap times for your one stint that people get transfixed on. I say from the old LMP1 days, it's still left over. People go, wow, who did the fastest lap time and who did the fastest stint? Well, now you're so limited on tyres, it's more about how you manage that journey from A to B rather than, you know, destroying them in one stint, just in a handful of laps, to then pay that price later on. And basically, you need to be looking at a double stint, not just a single stint performance these days.
Well, we've had Rexy in the WEC. Godzilla's here this weekend.
There's our stunt pilot, I think, who was up in the air earlier on, being shown around the garage by Kaz Nakajima at TGR. Of course, Lexus part of the Toyota brand portfolio.
Back to green flag racing, it was debris at 2 different parts of the circuit on the start-finish line, and also back at turn 10 again. Up the inside of the 83 goes the Porsche.
99 has stopped for fuel. Harry Tincknell, I think it will stay in with just over 2 hours 20, just under 2 hours 20 minutes to go, but they will also have to serve a drive-through.
That is the drive-through, I think he's just served there.
Well, he had 0 fuel or 3% energy, so he needed a pit stop as well. Is it taking on fuel? Yes, it is.
So just 3 seconds behind the car we're looking at on screen now. You can see in the background there is Brendan Hartley in the number 8 Toyota, who's rapidly closing in on the car that we ride on board with now.
You're right, it was the drive-through. He actually had more energy remaining than I thought. I thought he was down into the red. So he served the drive-through, but they still have dropped down the order, and they owe us a fuel stop as well. Ferrari leads in Fuji. Don't forget that a red Ferrari has only ever won 2 races in 2 years, now 2 seasons of FIA WEC racing. The 51 car won Le Mans last year on its debut, and the 50 car won Le Mans this year. So the red cars are looking for a sprint race victory somewhere. Will it come here? They've certainly been in contention, but they're not the only ones, and with Toyota looking pretty ominous. Brendan Hartley now up to 2nd ahead of Callum Eilert. Yes, everybody's on different fuel and tyre strategies, but Ferrari with Porsche number 6, perhaps being the class of the field, are certainly going to have their work cut out to try and win this.
It should be added, you're absolutely right about the red Ferraris, but a yellow one did, and it did it last race. One of an astonishing 6 different cars that have won in 6 races this season.
And that's the rule set that we have that allows you to bring almost any configuration of car, with or without hybrid, and still fit the same performance window.
And let the 51 go, or we don't?
No, you stay in front, they will protect us from Toyota. 3 laps to go, including this one. Don't bother about 51. Look ahead, 2.5 laps to go.
What we don't need at any stage in the next 20 minutes is a message saying, I thought you said he was going to stay behind me. I think Alessandro Pierguidi absolutely knows what the job is now, and it's not to just slow down and try and push the Toyota further back, it's just to stay on the pace of the race leader, because that makes it very hard for the Toyota of Brendan Hartley to ever get to Nick Nielsen.
He's passed anyway because of the blue flag, so a little bit of a pointless message from the engineer, I have to say. You've got to give that place away when you're the lapped car there. That wasn't for position. The car 8 overtaking 51, so I'm not quite sure what they expected Pierguidi to do there in that situation. Blue flags will always prevail, or should prevail. If you don't, you're going to go and see race director.
Well, it's going to be very interesting to see the 50 Ferrari and the 8 Toyota when they go onto the pit lane. They're half a second apart now, so if Toyota can be even a second quicker, that will give them the advantage over the number 50 car. So the pit stops now are going to be super important for those top 3 or 4 cars. Hurst Team Jones are due to come in as well, and Charles Malaysia in the 4th placed Alpine.
So this was the inevitable, wasn't it, with Hartley much faster than car 50, and gets that pass done, but runs a bit wide in the process through turn 1. No real harm done there, and Hartley's on his way to lead this race for what it's worth at this stage. Still obviously yet to do his pit stop.
Callum Eilert in the pit lane from 4th place, so they clearly had less gas in the tank, although they had similar energy overall levels to the cars in front. But Toyota and Ferrari due to come in this lap, so that's really important then for Brendan Hartley, because if this is his in lap, it's going to be quicker than Nielsen's, so that advantage is going to be stretched from half a second back to maybe 2 seconds in front. Brendan Hartley, 1% remaining energy, 2% for Nick Nielsen. They're both heading into the pit lane. There is the BMW. So that car number 20, having a tough time. It's really an extended test session for them now, just adding data to the pile as the race leader comes up to put a lap on the Lamborghini. The Lamborghini is back in the top 10. Danny Kvit's in 9th place in that car. And a driver change here at car 20.
They're out of sequence, of course, with a problem a little earlier on, but running brilliantly well in the early part of this race, Martin. But it's not going to take much in terms of incident out on track to see 2 or 3 of these cars swing back into point-scoring contention.
They're struggling again, Graham, with that. Did you see that? The left rear this time on the BMW and the different car. The car 20 was 15 before, as we see now Brendan Hartley in pit lane. We believe there's going to be a driver change here for Hartley. He's only done 1 stint. We were expecting a drive change here, though, for this Fuoco about to get in from in the car 50, as Nielsen gets in from that, gets out, sorry, after that incredible double stint that he put in with those tyres that I'm sure they can't wait to get off of that car. But yeah, surprised to hear that Hartley is about to jump out of that car number 8 after his single stint.
Well, the number 8 car pits second at the moment. Alpine go back to the lead. 35 Alpine, another great race from the French team. Up, cycling through into 2nd place at the moment is the recovering Cadillac ahead of the 7 Toyota of Nick de Vries.
Yeah, that's because the number 8 car Brendan Hartley and the 50 car and Jenson Button in 38 also needed to stop for Hurst Team Jota. Again, let's see. Don't forget that the number 8 Toyota came in probably about 2 seconds in front of the 50 Ferrari. And Charles Malaysia, the race leader, 1% remaining energy. He'll be heading into the pit lane as well after another strong stint from the young Frenchman.
Do you need to understand a bit more about just how and why the 15 dropped so far out of contention after such a strong run? Didn't see a delay in the pits for that car, whether or not it just got the wrong side.
Sorry, Graham, we just saw the number 50 Ferrari and number 8 Toyota come out. The number 8 Toyota gained another 2 seconds advantage over the 50 Ferrari in the pit stops. 1:25, 1 minute 25 for the Toyota, 1 minute 27 stop for the Ferrari. So Ferrari's pit work is not helping them in their battle with Toyota and Porsche.
I've said this, haven't we, since this hypercar class blossomed you've got to beat the best. It's not necessarily just the best car, it's the best strategy, it's the best pit work, it's a team game, and no doubt whatsoever, the rest of this hypercar field have been finding out over the last couple of seasons just how high a bar Toyota Gazoo Racing have set.
Absolutely, I've been here since this rekindled World Endurance Championship back in 2012. So, you know, they've been around to see it all since the LMP1 days, and yeah, a well-oiled machine. And like you say, they've set the bar, and it's for others to try and beat them in all procedures.
Exactly that. That's where time can come just about anywhere. You've won this race twice, and it's always seemed that they've been able to lift themselves just a little more here on home ground.
Well, their pit work is always exemplary, but to take 2 seconds out of your rivals in every pit stop, it's going to be 5 pit stops in the race. That's a lot of time. You have to be quicker on track to just counteract the time you lose in the pits. Looking here at an on-track battle for 4th place. Paul di Resta's Peugeot in 4th. Nico Lapierre in the Alpine was in 5th place, and both Vista Ferraris are in. So that's Simon Mann in 55, Francesco Castellacci back in 54 after taking over from Thomas Floor.
I'm going to correct you on something you said a little earlier. Remarkably, you were both right and wrong in something you said. Harry Tinkler's just taken the drive-through for the number 99. And before we go to that, let's have a listen into what's going on with Ferrari.
So the Porsche in front of you is in full new tires, as well as car 50 in front of them. 4 new tires for them.
Mason, what I have to do? You make me lost 10 seconds behind the car 50 for nothing. And now what you pretend from me?
Not a happy bunny. To complete the point about the 99, 99 has pitted 3 times in the last 4 laps. He was out of energy. He just topped up with effectively emergency fuel. Then he had to come in for full fuel because he couldn't pit in the full course yellow. Then he came in for full fuel. Now he's done his drive-through penalty. So Harry Tinkler's brought that car 3 times down pit lane in the last 4 laps.
Talking about getting kicked when you're down, those breaks are the sort of things you know when you're having a bad day.
And yeah, to explain Pierre Guidi, who's also seems like he's having a bad day, the reason why they did that is because we're at the business end of the championship.
Correct.
They're
Yeah,
down
absolutely.
there. He's down there in P8. His teammate, car 50, they're in joint second. And that, you know, you have to start supporting your team. That's why Ferrari are treating him like that. That's why he wasn't going to get involved in car 50's battle to try and salvage something in terms of championship points today.
We heard it. We heard the engineer talking to Nick Nielsen. No, they're going to keep the Toyota from us. That's the game. You know, you've been part of a World Championship winning team. You're a world champion. This is how it works.
I've had my teammates look after me when I've been leading the World Championship, and you know what? What goes around comes around. One day it might be Pierre Guidi's chance to have his teammates protecting him. Today, you've got to play the team game.
But hang on a minute, that 51 crew have won 3 GTE Pro titles, not having to fight off their teammates in the last couple of rounds. So he absolutely knows the way the game is played. It's the same checkbook that's still paying him, and he's not in contention for the overall title because they had a tough season up till now.
Cycling back through to the lead, the recovering Cadillac after that damaged wheel and subsequent puncture dropped them out of lead contention. Fighting back, they are effectively a pit stop behind here, but they're not a lap behind, and that's the critical point.
Yeah, so they're sort of a pit stop ahead because they're back in front, but they still owe us a stop. But also, still having only made 3 stops is the number 6 Porsche. So if the Cadillac is artificially high up the order and owes us a stop compared to the number 7 Toyota, then so is the number 6 Porsche.
Number 6 Porsche has just been entirely clean. Remember, Cadillac had that extra stop for the puncture. Earl Bamber, though, it's going to be said, is the quickest man on circuit right now, so, albeit with the car running very light.
So hang on a second. Cadillac's stop, one of their 3 stops was forced by the puncture, but they did fuel at the same time, didn't they? And so
but they're out of sequence.
They are off sequence. Meanwhile,
sorry, just to add in 2 laps they're going to be in,
yes.
Cadillac.
Here's Alessandro Pueguidi trying to fight off Jenson Button, and Mick Schumacher is the next car behind. You can see the Alpine in the back of the shot. So he's trying to catch up on this, and this is Pueguidi clinging on to 1 point for 10th.
Yeah, Button and Schumacher, that's in that battle. That's
what we
great to
need
see
is
the depth of talent we're attracting with this remarkable period.
We need a Hill or a Mansell or a Prost or something. Meanwhile, Antonio Fuoco in the 50 Ferrari holding off Callum Ilott. So both Ferraris have got a Hertz Team Jota Porsche behind them, and Fuoco hanging on in 5th position.
Yeah, Ilott he's been flying, hasn't he? And now racing up to the back of the Ferrari, really putting him under pressure. Fuoco has to dart out initially before the braking zone into turn 1. He's got it covered this time around, but Ilott's certainly got the speed there.
They stopped on the same lap as well, so the tyres are fairly even. This is number 15 BMW, and this is now coming back up the order. This is Dries van Tor and Andre Lotterer, and that is for third. I beg your pardon, no, it's going past the number 5 car. That was for 4th, past Michael Christensen.
Speaking of Lotterer, so he's now behind Nick de Vries. Toyota tried something interesting in that last stop where they didn't put any tyres on de Vries's car. So they are doing a true double stint on all 4 tyres this time around. Lotterer put on his car the new left-hand side only.
32 seconds quicker, therefore, in the pits between those 2 cars. But can he just hold that advantage over a full stint with very old rubber? Well, it's a circuit no better than any other.
He might as well, and de Vries was flying. It looked like he was really looking after the tyres well as well, but that is a tall order. He's basically now got to do the job that Nielsen did earlier on in the race.
Drive-through penalty for Jose Maria Lopez in the Lexus. You just saw being applied.
All right, mate, we go all in, all in. We'll try to pass this car, please.
There you go.
Love a message like that. We're all in, trying to pass this car. It's Fuoco. He's fiery, of course, fiery by name, fiery by nature, and it's not going to be easy. And you're on real similar lap time capabilities from these cars. This is going to be a great race between these 2.
Rahel Frey steps out of the Iron Dames Lamborghini. Michel Gatting gets in for the final 2 hours and 4 minutes. That should be 2 full stops. And TF Sport lead with Rui Andrade in the Corvette. The Iron Dames came in from 2nd, Harter Racing in from 3rd, and Charles Milesi in the Alpine has just set the fastest lap of the entire race, 1 minute 30.9 on lap 138 of this race. And there goes the Lamborghini. Michel Gatting in for the final stint, and they will be just praying that there's no more bad luck coming their way. A podium potentially with a chance to win the race in LMGT3. That would be a big turnaround in their fortunes this season.
And Callum Ilott's got to play this smart, because Fuoco's not going to want to give up this position. I do feel like the Porsche of that Jota has the natural speed advantage. That's why the Porsche will lead this race once El Bamba pits and the strategy unfolds itself with the Toyota of Nick de Vries. And Callum has this advantage as well under him right now. He's got to use it wisely.
Storming up behind this pair, this battling pair, is even more storming Charles Milesi. He's at least a second quicker a lap at the moment than the either Antonio Fuoco or Callum Ilott.
Cadillac El Bamba leading the race at the moment, but is he peeling into the pit lane this time? He is. He will come into the pits, and that will be a driver change to Alex Lynn. Full service. Don't forget, they took the pain early on. This is what their strategy has been pretty much all season long. You know, half a set of tyres, trying to keep fresh sets for the last couple of stints. We're into the final 2 hours of this race. Bamba out, Lynn will get back in, and they should have tyres in the locker that they can use now.
Yeah, but that, I mean, you have to look at the root cause of the problem, why they're down there, and it was that moment in turn 1, limping back with a puncture pretty much the whole way round the circuit, then having to change 1 tyre. it's been a disaster, really. So you know, they're on the back foot now. They've had the speed in the car all day, and this is that moment we're looking at there. That was the contact. A high-risk move around the outside of a driver not willing to give up a position. You're in a vulnerable position when you go around the outside there, and we have seen other drivers back out of it earlier on. I forget who now, but I've definitely mentioned it at some point today. And when you've got the speed advantage of your car and you're in a good position, it's a valuable commodity. You don't want to give that up. And when a driver's in front with a car that's not performing as well as yours, they've got less to lose, and you've got to weigh all of that up. And it's one of those moments that I'm sure Bamber will regret after this race, when they look back, when the dust has settled and they look back on it. That moment there, they threw away a podium.
Yeah, I think we've just had Sean Galale with a bit of a moment at turn 1. It's had a very slow first sector. I think we're about to see that. That was a hit for the rear from the Lexus on the BMW. Spotted a slow sector from Sean, and that's what it was.
Yeah, sorry, but it all got a bit tight, didn't it, with the hypercars in front of them as well on the brake, and I feel like it was a bit of a chain reaction going on there, and then eventually the contact between the two GTs. I don't think that would have happened without the two hypercars in front.
Leader in the pits, number 7 Toyota, in the hands of Nick de Vries. Been quite a stint from him. Andre Lotterer cycles back round to the lead in the number 6 Penske Porsche. How long?
But that's strange. That shouldn't be happening, because de Vries has only done 12 laps in that stint. It's a real strange strategy there from Toyota. It looks like it was planned.
Driver was ready.
He was out of energy, so he absolutely was due to come in. And the number 15 BMW back up to second place. You were asking about 15 minutes ago, what's happened to the 15 BMW? Why is it so far down? Well, now they're back where they should be, as all the outer kilter stops happen.
They short-fueled. They short-fueled the car. It was 48 seconds. Yeah. It was an emergency service level of fuel going on the car.
This is
trouble at the right rear.
This is a nightmare, isn't it, for them? So did they short-fuel the car on purpose, and this is all part of the plan, apart from that right rear, of course? Or did not enough fuel go in?
That's quite possible. I mean, it was. We said, didn't we? It was 30 seconds quicker on pit lane. 48 seconds is effectively an emergency fueling stop. Remember we said about Harry Tinknell coming down the pit lane, short fueling to 18%. That was a 44-second stop. They did 48.
Yeah, because of course, just doing one less side of tyres is never going to gain you 30 seconds.
They got track position, and they have now fueled. One stop remains. So they now know where they are. They got track position by short fueling, so they got the car right up into contention, and they now have one pit stop left to do. How that works with everybody else, I'm not the genius on their pit wall, so they'll have to work that out for themselves.
Well, I'll tell you right now, it could have been a technical problem on pit lane. I said earlier in the race, did I not? You don't second guess Toyota here. What else have they got to bring to the party? Could that be it? We'll wait and see.
I still think it must be part of their plan. The teams always know better than we do, and we've had disturbances with the safety car, of course. What wasn't part of their plan was that nightmare scenario of the right rear not coming off. Yep. They lost at least 5 seconds there.
That pit stop, 1 minute 29 seconds. It can be done 5 seconds quicker than that. You're absolutely right.
Yeah, normal Toyota full stop is 125, 124, so that will be that drama with the right rear wheel.
Well, 125 was the last stop for the sister car, so they've lost 4 seconds. Meantime, Porsche Penske Motorsport go to work the number 5 car.
The last stop for number 6 car, by the way, Porsche Penske Motorsport, 1 minute 20, and the BMW car number 15, when Dries van Toor took it over, 1 minute 15, 1 minute 19.
That's a two-stop. That's a two-tire stop.
Well, 1:11 for AF Corsa, the car of Yaya Fei, that was a 1:11, so that must have been a two-tire stop as well.
Meantime, in LMGT3, cycling round to the lead is our championship leaders. That's the first time that's happened. Joel Sturm will owe us a pit stop shortly, but interesting stuff. At the moment, they are putting in some really pacey laps.
And look at these two, Charles Milesi with Callum Ilott. Milesi looking really racy here. And the Alpine's had great pace all day today, hasn't it? They've been making their way up since that first corner crash right at the start of the race, and he's going to go for the move here. He's gone to the inside, right over onto the dust, onto the marbles, but he's drawn alongside and ahead into turn one. The hunter has become the hunted there with Callum Ilott, and the Ferrari continues to pull away.
Staggering stuff from Charles Malaysia, becoming one of the drivers to watch in terms of raw pace in the FI World Endurance Championship this year. That little Alpine is becoming a real player.
Don't forget they were 5th in Texas 2 weeks ago, and the team said for us that was like a victory. They absolutely celebrated like they had won. That was a real turning point. They had the car, they had the pace, and they kept it through the long tyre stints. And that's exactly, I think, what we're seeing here again.
Andre Lotterer leads the race. Yet another two-car battle, another different one. It is Lamborghini again with Peugeot. This is the battle for 13th. Danny Kvyat, Mikkel Jensen this time, 63, placed 93.
Yes, it's hard to believe, isn't it, that the Lamborghini started this race in 10th position, a great qualifying yesterday, now being harassed by the Peugeot behind, like you say, Graham, of Mikkel Jensen, a super fast racing driver, and Danny Kvyat under big pressure here. Down the inside, sorry, down the inside of the GT car in turn 6, and gives himself a little bit of a breather, but back on his heels once again is Jensen, and Kvyat's going to have to defend this one. On the inside he goes, the car's bottom out before the braking into 10. Round the outside he tries, does Jensen, and rudely chopped off. The door slammed in your face on the exit, but that was expected. Jensen could almost anticipate that happening.
The margins are so tiny. The difference between cars battling for the win and for a podium and for points and for glory are measured in tenths.
It was quite thoughtful, I thought, from Mikkel Jensen, having committed around the outside. He knew that the Lamborghini was going to be cutting across his bows. I think he probably breathed off the throttle to make sure there was no chance of contact.
Oh, definitely. He had to back out of that one. He could see the body language of the car on the right-hand side, and it's what you get when you get two hardened pro racers. It's like you can just read each other's thoughts. What would I be doing if I was in their position? I'd definitely be just easing the car out and running myself out of road, and that's exactly what happened.
Looking at the ebb and flow of this.
And, well, yeah, Nielsen, he got Milesi now, so he's gone past the Jota. Now it's the Ferrari that he's absolutely flying, isn't he, as Charles Milesi? And look at this. Can he utilise that straight line speed of that Alpine we've seen all day once again? So he's going to go to the outside this time, as Fuoco's got the inside covered.
Could the Alpine end up on the podium here?
Could well do, and gets through as well. The McLaren, that's on the left-hand side. A little bit wide on the braking, a little bit late, but he's got the move done. Brilliant stuff by Charles Milesi there, flying along.
8 seconds away from a podium position at the moment, and the car ahead of him is Ryo Hirakawa in that number 8 Toyota. It's Porsche, it's BMW. The strategic stop they played that saw them tumbling all the way down the order is beginning to play out here for BMW and Team WRT, that 15 car of Dries van Toor. Just 3 seconds back from Andre Lotterer leading the race and the championship. Ryo Hirakawa keeping Toyota in the hunt, but now being hunted down by the pretenders. It's Alpine coming with Charles Milesi in the 35 car.
James Costingham in the 59 McLaren, the United Autosports car that he's in his second stint for. He's been warned about track limits, and that car currently in 3rd place in LMGT3. This is Joel Sturm leads for Manthey, and Maxime Martin in 2nd in the Team WRT BMW number 46. Again, that's looking like a potential podium finishing car here.
Yeah, James needs to just keep it calm. He's had a drive-through penalty in this stint. Remember, they chose to split his stints apart. It's the last remaining car that's effectively burning Ron's time. He's doing a great job. He's there sitting in 3rd place overall. Yes, he's losing a bit of time to some of the cars around him, but it's not huge chunks of time. He just needs to keep the discipline together.
Well, he's had a drive-through penalty for track limits, but he's a bronze driver. So
It was full course yellow. It was full course
okay,
yellow.
so that was that. But Marco Sorensen and Jose Maria Lopez have both been penalised for track limits. So it's not just the bronze drivers who are struggling here.
So once Milesi's just shot by from view there, has done his thing and dispersed the Jota of Callum and the Ferrari of Antonio Fuoco. Callum can get back to where he was before, now just slowly chasing down the Ferrari. And Milesi, for those of you wondering, have they done this through using more tyres? Have they burnt their way through? I've just had a look. With 1 hour, 51 minutes still remaining of the race, they have another brand new set of tyres waiting for them.
They are looking great at this stage of the season. And remember all the terrible stories that are written about the disaster they suffered at Le Mans. Oh dear, everybody's thrown their hands up. This is a doom program, etc., etc. No, they had a fix in place. They've got a management strategy for that engine issue that they had. They've got a fix ready to bring to 2025. Look at the pace they're getting from this car, without the change.
Imagine what they could have done if they hadn't had the bad luck at the start of the race.
Yeah, because both Alpines were shuffled out in the first corner on lap 2. So, I mean, implicitly, the car is quick. We've seen that almost from the very beginning. What they are now getting a handle on is keeping that speed up over the long runs. And that was, and that's where Porsche was last year. Second stint, they just died compared to a more experienced team like Toyota. And Ferrari had the same issues initially. And Lamborghini finding the same, Alpine finding the same, BMW finding the same. It's keeping your tyres alive when you haven't got enough to survive on. Look at our LMGT3 race leader. This is Joel Sturm, the Manthey Pure Racing Porsche that leads the championship. They've had a very healthy season. They've got a very healthy lead. The 92 car victors in Qatar. They were third in Imola, second in Spa. They had 14th place at Le Mans, which is the only reason they're not champions already, probably. One in Sao Paulo, second in Kota, and trouble for the Lamborghini. And that will be a turn it off and on again moment, I think, probably. Oh, no, hasn't turned it off yet.
Yeah, eventually turns that off. And I'm sure if you could get gears there, but... Oh, that sounded like the hybrid spinning up there, didn't it?
Something broke on the gearbox. I'm in false. I'm stuck in between gears.
No way change gear.
What should I do?
If you can rejoin us, no way.
No, I can try on the electric.
And that's what we heard. We heard him trying on the electric, and even that was just a box full of neutrals, and that's what we could hear spinning up.
So it's somewhere in the final drive, or is it? Because if you can't select a gear...
Let's have a listen. Happened over that curb, didn't it? He tried to shift up on that curb. Gearboxes don't like that curb. You think about all of the torque going through there over the serrated curbs. You're upshifting as well. I mean, it should be built to do that job, but that, I think, was the straw that broke the camel's back in that moment. And yeah, like you said, gearbox gone, on an upshift, over the curb, bang, done, and he can't even get the car back on electric.
Now, what is the choice going to be if he can't get it back from race control here?
Well, suddenly it will put Dries van Toor right behind Andre Lotter. The gap's down to 1.9 seconds, first to second. They're both on the front straight. There's one car between them, and it's an LMGT3 car. So what the number 6 Porsche team do not need now is a safety car. I wonder how much energy they've got left, how long before Lotter is due to pit. Because if they have to make an emergency stop for fuel, that'll be the end of it.
Virtual safety car is coming.
We are going virtual safety car at 15, 13, 30. In 30 seconds, we're going virtual safety car.
And that means safety car will follow. So the pits remain open.
20 seconds.
During the virtual safety car.
We will deploy virtual safety car in less than 15 seconds. Virtual safety car in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Virtual safety car deployed. VSC, VSC.
Again, Lotterer hitting the speed limiter in the slowest part of the track. Again, that little stroke of fortune. He wasn't at the beginning of the straight. He was actually in a slower segment anyway, so he didn't lose as much speed, and that makes it easier to judge the drop down to 80 Ks if you're not doing 300 Ks. 40% energy left, so he's okay. He won't, nobody is on bingo fuel, so nobody's going to have to be forced in, but who's going to make a strategic stop? Lotterer is in the pit lane. So if they stop now with an hour and 46 minutes to go, they will still have to stop again. Toyota's number 8 car has one more stop to make.
So actually this might end up falling Lotterer's way even more, because the last thing they did was change just the left-hand side tyres under this virtual safety car. Now you want to change all 4 tyres.
Because you'll burn the longest stop.
And the cars behind them have all just put on all 4 tyres, so they're unlikely to do that. So they've come good from what could have been a bad situation.
Anybody that stops here has got one more stop. It's as simple as that.
So yeah, you've done the driver change, all 4 tyres should get changed therefore as well, and you've completely minimised losses from having to do this under green flag conditions later on.
Same's happening for the LMGT3 cars. 46 BMW has stopped, so too the third-placed Iron Lynx Lamborghini, and that shuffles Manthey Pure Racing. They stay at the top. United Autosport, James Cottingham now in second. How much of his time has Cottingham got to do? This might be their opportunity to stop, because he only had to do 46 minutes or something. He's been in
43 minutes he needed to do.
Quite a long while, so it might be, if we see the 59 McLaren coming into the pits, that he has now the opportunity to get out of the car, quote, for free, without having to make an out-of-strategy green stop. Danny Kvyat stranded in the Lamborghini. That's a shame, because that car has been hugely entertaining, and actually, on fresher tyres, very competitive and very racy throughout the race.
Marshall's doing the right thing there. You've got the orange barrier behind him. They're saying if you just roll the car backwards, we'll get you out of the way pretty sharpish here.
Cottingham can pit and is done with his time.
Right, so as soon as he gets around there, James Cottingham, he's coming out down to turn 10, so hopefully he will be able to stop now and hand over to the third driver in the car.
Well, cutting through everything else, as long as nobody loses a lap in a somewhat bizarre fashion, we will end up with a safety car train with 13 cars on the lead lap and about an hour and a half to run.
Yeah.
It's a whole new race.
It really is, isn't it? Every time we reset. And what about the Alpine now? Malaysia has just stopped, stays in the car. Ria Hirakawa stays in. He stopped from third. Kevin Estre is in the number 6 Porsche from second. Dries van Tor leads the field and is coming up at the moment through corner 12. So he's only 3 or 4 turns away from the pit lane. Kevin Estre is in car number 6, Ria Hirakawa, Charles Malaysia, Antonio Fuoco in car number 50, he stopped. Everybody has basically stopped. Both the Hertz Team Jota cars, Norman Nato and Jenson Button. Button's come in. Alex Lynn in the caddy in 8th place. And they have now made their 5th stop, so basically,
people like Charles Malaysia that had just done 15 laps on their all 4 tyres that had gone on, they're now at the disadvantage from the Porsche number 6, who have been able to put Estre in the car and, yeah, 15 laps younger tyres. So they completely read that the right way, Porsche, as you'd expect. And, wow, a lucky safety car in a way on top of a car that had the performance anyway. Like you said before, you don't necessarily need good luck to win a championship. You just certainly don't need bad luck.
The thing I've been kind of teetering around for the last hour is the way this race had been working. We had that group of leading cars and another group of cars that was cycling through on one pit stop. We were one safety car away from exactly what we're going to get now, and that's exactly what we're going to get now. It is going to be a dozen or more cars in a sprint 90-minute race to the finish.
And everybody will need one more stop.
Yes. So the drivers get to sprint, the pit crews get to sprint, the strategists, they're a bit on the back foot at the moment. Everything they've been working on for the last 2 hours or more, all of a sudden is put into the bin and they start with plan B or C.
Right rear tyre taking a second effort to come off. They have to go around the tail. There's Andre Lodger. Now, he doesn't look like he's been working hard, does he? Certainly not Texan temperatures inside the car, I think.
No, he's driven a good stint and a bit there.
Really has.
And the car was there for him as well. And clearly a circuit that he knows well and enjoys driving on. So, yeah, hands over to his teammate Estra, who I'm sure has been chomping at the bit to get out there and have a feel for himself what that car's got for this race here today.
Yeah, cycles back through into the lead of the race. Sadly, after a really encouraging race for the 63 Lamborghini, looks like a gearbox issue has seen them call it a day. What a shame. That car led this race.
Yep.
Twice. And that's a first. It came into this race with its first appearance in the hyperpole position. And that's just some of the dramas, I'm sure. Some of these dramas that you'll see a little more of in full access from this race in, what, some 10 days' time or so. Keep an eye out on social media.
You've definitely seen an awful lot of the Lamborghini on screen as well. It's been in the heart of so many battles all the way through here. Well, there's clear where that young man's favouritism lies. He's got his GR010 hypercar in his hand, watching his heroes potentially. He might actually have a chance to win this race. The only slight problem for Toyota Gazoo Racing is the better placed car in the race is car number 8. The better placed car in the championship is car number 7.
So safety car is now called. It is pit lane closed. Pit entry is closed. If on pit lane, you can still leave pit lane. The one remaining car that's there is the 55 car of Simon Mann. And that gives us an order which staggeringly sees the Montai Pure Racing car lead the race.
Does it? Because they've just stopped. Yeah, it does. It is shown as our race leader, 92.
And this could be the championship.
How can they have done that from wherever it was they qualified, 19th or something? That's just ridiculous.
They've been just steadily climbing up the order. They've been going quite long on fuel, cycling back up into the top 1, 2, 3. And then this safety car has just equalised. Everybody has pitted.
Yeah, they just didn't have the pace to do it on pace, and they have caught a series of lucky breaks. Four and a half hours nearly into the 6 hours of Fuji, and 36 cars on the grid in front of packed grandstands. Lots of Japanese motorsport fans and dignitaries on hand to watch this platinum era of sports car racing at close quarters. As we get down to the nitty-gritty end of the championship, all sorts of thoughts of how to preserve points leads would go at the first moment. Cadillac leading away from its first pole position in World Endurance. Number 15 BMW from row 2 of the grid getting the better of the starts from the number 8 and 7 Toyotas, and they got shuffled out by the number 6 Porsche and the 50 Ferrari as well. Toyota not making it a strong start on lap 1. It's relatively clean in the midfield in hypercar, a little bit of paint swapping, but nothing too serious on lap 1. It all went really seriously wrong, though, on lap 2. The yellow Ferrari, the 83 car driven by Robin Kubica, over-ambitious down into turn 1, triggering a 6-car pile-up. The number 5 Porsche, the 51 Ferrari, both Alpines, the 20 BMW, both of the Hertz Team Jota Porsches, forced to take avoiding action as well. The safety car followed. Pole sitter in LMGT3 having to come in for an emergency service. And bodywork changes on the fairly damaged 51 Ferrari. As racing got back underway, Toyota trying to work their way up through the field, but having little luck getting by the number 6 Porsche. It's Cadillac led and BMW in second. 30-second stop and go penalty for causing that incident for Robert Kubica. The 82 Corvette delayed with a starter motor problem, and Cadillac out front, but losing the lead in the pit lane to the number 6 Porsche. Virtual safety car for damage. Shuffled up the order as some cars pitted and some didn't. And then tailing the field back up behind the safety car. With the cars once again in close quarters, it was the chance of the 50 Ferrari to try and make some moves. In LMGT3, McLaren versus Corvette at the front of the field. United Autosports car sneaking in front. In the middle section of the race, Hurst Team Jota started to come on strong, attacking the Alpines. And in the battle for second place, Alex Lynn hanging on just too long on the outside around the number 15 BMW and picking up a broken wheel, which then led to a puncture. That dropped the Cadillac out of contention. Number 6 Porsche taking the lead away, from the 50 Ferrari, and then holding off all comers. Trouble behind in the GT classes. And we are currently under safety car here in Fuji. Safety car is out at Fuji Speedway. 4 hours and 24 minutes into the 6-hour race. Number 6 Porsche leads from the number 15 BMW and Toyota's number 8 car in third. The best of the Alpines is fourth, ahead of the number 50 Ferrari, and that is the car that, with the 7 Toyota, is second in the championship. The points leaders are car number 6. In LMGT3, Manthey Pure Racing, incredibly, have somehow out-fumbled everybody and are in the lead of the race, ahead of the 59 United Autosport McLaren, with Team WRT's 46 BMW in third, and TF Sports, previously front-running 81 Corvette, in fourth.
Mighty pass around underway.
Yeah, safety cars waved by all of those GT cars that were in the queue, with the leader of the class behind them, the leader of the class being the 92 Pure Racing Porsche. Let's hear from the second-placed BMW.
Okay, Dries, so basically this resets the race for everyone. So it will be a big fight with the Porsche 6 in front and the Toyota 8 behind. You have slightly fresher tires than the Toyota, and also slightly fresher tires than the Porsche in front that might have kept 2 tires for the end. We don't plan on changing tires until the end. So if you have pace, manage your pace with number 6 and take care of your tires. That's the big game now, and we might be looking for a big thing today.
Copy. There's a massive opportunity here for BMW or for Alpine. Well, gentlemen, we've had 6 different winners in 6 races. Porsche Penske Motorsport have been one of them with the number 6 car. The third place number 8 car from Toyota have been another. The 15 most certainly hasn't from BMW, and the 35 absolutely hasn't for Alpine. It's not out of the possibilities, is it?
No, exactly. So, you know, this safety car has helped number 15, of course, to get that pit stop done, and then you can bring yourself right back up to behind the race leader of car number 6, and it's an equal fight now. It's a completely equal fight. You've got the same fuel load in the car, you've got the same tyre age as well. They've both put on all 4 tyres in that last pit stop, unlike all of the cars behind them. So I would expect, as we see on the screen here, car 6 followed by car 15, was just talked about, them finish either in that order, or does the BMW give it a go and get stuck in?
I think they give it a go and get stuck in. We said it a little earlier today. It is about teams that can win, both here in the race and teams that would look after a championship. The only thing BMW can take from this, other than a podium, is a win. They're going to go for it without a shadow of a doubt. Just to explain the process, if this is confusing you, while we've got GT cars running around quickly while we're behind a safety car, if your class leader is behind you in the queue, you're allowed to pass around so you don't lose the lap. That's why we've got a queue of something like a dozen GT cars making their way around.
safety car out here. And with 91 minutes remaining, what a race we've already had in the 6 hours of Fuji. What a race we are looking forward to in prospect. Basically, this is now the dash for the cash, or rather for the points. And our championship leader in LMGT3 and our championship leader in Hypercar are both leading their classes. Not something you would necessarily have expected, particularly in LMGT3, before we started the race. We're about to go back to green flag. Lights are off on the safety car. We are ready to restart. 155 laps this will be completed, and 90 minutes and a few seconds will remain. Nearly 66,000 fans here this weekend watching the action, and I don't think any of them will feel shortchanged with what they've felt, what they've seen so far. Even the devout Toyota fans will see that this car, number 8, is very much in the hunt. And number 7, though, is in 8th place at the moment, is only a few seconds back as well, so there is plenty to be played for. Out to the final corner we go, back to green, and it is the number 6 Porsche, Kevin Escher. Basically his first flying lap, he really gets a great restart, leaves Dries van Toor to deal with Rio Hirakawa. There's the 5th place Ferrari of Antonio Fuoco, and here comes the Alpine behind him. This is Charles Milesi. So Fuoco's got by Milesi somehow, because he was ahead of Milesi in the queue.
No, that was James Collado.
Oh, that was Collado, beg your pardon, that was 51. So that was 51 in the other Alpine. So that is Collado, yes, you're right. So he was out of position, but the Alpine is off up the road and chasing Rio Hirakawa.
Yeah, that's why you've just seen the Ferrari swap positions as well, because unfortunately for Collado, he would have been having the blue flag getting waved at him left, right, centre, with the obviously the bunched up field behind.
And when we have the wave by, it's only for cars who've got their class leader behind them in the safety car queue. Lapped cars don't get waved by, so Collado, though he's a lap down, is still in amongst these front runners, as he was indeed when they were at full green flag speeds. So there's the number 7 Toyota, and that's going to be a really tough 90 minutes for Kamui Kobayashi. They and the 50 Ferrari were tied in second in the standings, just 12 points behind the number 6 Porsche, and both of those teams are going to have to try and race their hearts out and hope that something goes astray with the Porsche, because otherwise they're going to just add to that gap. And going into .5 race in Bahrain, it's still going to be up in the air, but every step further away you get from the leader, the harder it's going to be.
Just saw the blue flag flash up on the end once again there on the 99 Proton Porsche. As we now look back at the LMGT3 field.
Sarah Bovey, no, beg your pardon, it's Michelle Gatting now in the Iron Dames Lamborghini. Final stint for them, and this is a battle for position. Team WRT. This is Sean Gallale in the 31 BMW. Gatting looking around the outside.
Yeah, Gallale looks like he's got it covered for now. Places his car nicely on the exit. You're always under the threat of outbraking yourself, running out too wide there. But yeah, Gatting certainly looks like she's got the pace right now, harassing that BMW. As they come into the faster Sector 2 of this track, you always give up a little bit of time here as you feel the turbulence of the car in front. Gallale kicks up the dust for good measure as we go back to the hypercar field, working their way around turn 13. Look how tight this is, riding on board with the Cadillac now. Got the Jota in front of us, the Ferrari in front of him as well. And it seems like what could this day have brought? This last safety car obviously has brought Cadillac a little bit more back into play. But yeah, they should have been right at the sharp end of this race.
Again, the Ferrari that's in that battle, that's not in that battle. That's the 51 car of Alessandro Pierguidi, James Collado now rather, and he's just having to let them all go by. He's not battling with them. The Jota, the Gold Porsche and the Cadillac are battling though, and Alex Lynn again picking up the toe nicely. And they've got 4 fresh tyres on this car, 4 brand new tyres on the Caddy. They got another set of brand new tyres, I think, probably for the final stop. So they could well find themselves much closer to the front after that puncture in hour 2 of the race than might have been the case. They're still in 10th place, though. A lot of work to do.
It's a great example, isn't it, of just exactly what this safety car has done. From being almost a lap down, the Cadillac is now 9 seconds from the lead.
Looking here at the battle in LMGT3, this is the heart of racing Aston Martin. Alex Riberas trying to hold off Clement Schmidt in the 78. Lexus does so, but the Lexus looks like it's got speed down the hill, Anthony.
Yeah, on the run up towards turn 3, goes to the outside. Can he make it around the outside? No, the Aston holds its line, but under massive pressure now through turn 4 and 5. Will we be seeing a bit of a look to the inside of turn 6? No, it looks like the Aston was just fast enough through there. Lives to fight another day for now.
That's the 78 Lexus. The 87 car has picked up another penalty. This time it's a drive-through penalty, not a track warnings penalty for Jose Maria Lopez for full course yellow procedures. So maybe he pushed it just a little too long trying to slow down.
It was an hour ago, so it wasn't Jose at the wheel of the car. So the car will serve the penalty. Jose will take the pain. Warning flag meanwhile for Sean Galale in the 31 car. That car running 5th, the Team WRT BMW.
Mantype Pure Racing leading United, leading Team WRT in LMGT3. By the way, remember on lap 2, the pole-sitting Ferrari, the 55 car, Francois Heriot, stopped in the pit lane. They had an examination on the right rear, and then it was sent on its way. It's been at the tail of the field ever since. What they were looking at, they have now discovered, was a broken ABS sensor. So the 55 Ferrari, uniquely in the LMGT3 field, has had no ABS for the entire race. Meanwhile, back with our battle, the number 8 Toyota. This is for 3rd place. Ryo Hirakawa in the black Toyota, and behind him, Charles Milesi in the number 35 Alpine. What's happened to the 50 Ferrari? Antonio Fuoco's just... Oh, is that the transponders playing up again? He's just plunged half a dozen positions down the order.
I suspect so. It's been playing up all the... Yes, it's going to pop back up into 5th place.
Right, Manthey EMA, this is the battle for 10th place. The black and green D-Station Aston Martin, another local team here, not Aston Martin Racing, but D-Station, very much a local team. And Marco Sorensen for them ahead of Richie Leitz in the Manthey EMA car that's desperately trying to move up the order to catch their teammates to prevent them winning the championship here.
So both Toyotas under attack, isn't it? You've got Charles Milesi attacking Ryo Hirakawa here on screen at the moment, as we see through turn 3. And then further back, you've got the number 7 Toyota of Kamui Kobayashi with Matt Campbell in the number 5 Porsche, putting the pressure on him. So, yeah, both Toyotas seeming like they're looking backwards more than forwards right now.
And that's remarkable because the number 7 Toyota and the number 8 Toyota, but the 7 Toyota was in front of the incident with Robert Kubica, whereas the Porsche lost its nose and its tail and had to crawl back in with no rear downforce. How are they back together again? That's astonishing.
Thanks to
by the crew of number 5.
Yeah, well, thanks to safety cars. That's what it does. It brings them all back together. And on top of it all, the best strategy you can ever have as strategists, world-leading strategists has assured me in the past, best strategy is to have the fastest car.
And luck, yes. Definitely a couple of safety cars, but they kept that number 5 car on the lead lap, and as a result, every time there's been a safety car, it is closed up on the cars in front. Back with the Iron Dames Lamborghini in 6th position. There's the 54 AF Corsa Ferrari, and behind is 77. That is not a battle for position. Ben Barker in the turquoise Mustang, so he's not in position. You can see on the timing pylon, he's down in 15th. Is a lap behind Davide Rigon and Michel Gatting, but that battle is for position, and here's the Toyota desperately defending on the inside for 8th place, 7th place.
Yeah, Kamui's allowed him to go through on the outside before turn 3. Whose is this one going to be? Kamui sticks to the inside. We see this so many times, don't we? But this just seems a matter of time. before Campbell finds his way by. Kamui really struggling at this stage in the race. They're on very similar age of tyres here. The same fuel would have gone in as well, of course, under that safety car the last stop they did. So a genuine fight for pace here. So you just quickly saw the Toyota team looking on. This is not where they want to be for car number 7 in the Drivers' Championship, of course. Kamui right up there in P2 as it stands in the championship. He's going to lose valuable points, and more so if he loses this position to the championship leader's teammate, car number 5, who I'm sure very much wants to get involved for the sake of the team.
Well, it's not going to cost them a position to their teammates in car number 8, but they would much prefer to be 3rd than down in 7th place. Again, the Iron Dames, what looked like it might have been a podium run, they're struggling on in 6th position, and Davide Rigon piling on the pressure. The Ferraris look, Graham, perhaps sharper here than at any stage anywhere this season, and again, that's encouraging, because it can't just be that this place is like Mecca for the Ferraris, and they only work here.
Absolutely, pole position, remember, for the 55 car before suffering that ABS issue. But the way this LMGT3 battle has emerged, in particular with Multi-Pure Racing strategy just paying off here, they are heading to the title here today if they can retain track position.
It's astonishing, isn't it? From what looked like an absolute nightmare in qualifying, Porsche and Manthey Racing yet again outthink, outwork, outrace and out-strategize their rivals.
And outlooked them. Actually, it was lucky that we got that without they would have cycled further back, but they've got a big advantage now.
It is always my belief that in equal teams, the team with better luck will take wins. And that's gone the way of Manthey EMA and Manthey Pure Racing.
Okay, Dries, Blue Bravo 22, and Bibal -1 for the brakes.
Copy, it's impossible to save tyres with these stupid oscillations all the time.
Yeah, copy that, mate. Keep your head down, you're doing great.
He really is doing great, and for BMW, almost within an hour of the flag, they're in 2nd place, ahead of the defending champions here, and ooh, this is Davide Rigon on the inside, Italian on Italian action. Prancing horse gets by the Raging Bull, so he is up into, what did we say, 7th place, isn't he, in 6th position now. Yeah.
Really good move down the inside, and yeah, applauded by the team, rightly so, and saw the opportunity open up, and Gatting did leave the door open. This is a change of position here. Finally, the Alpine, after putting all that pressure on car number 8, is through and up now into a podium position.
We've seen several overtakes like that, haven't we? Down the hill to turn 3 and 4. That's the, it's not the leader. Oh my goodness me! That's the 5 Porsche.
And the number 7.
Left rear puncture, number 7.
There was a hit off the track. He hit him off the track as well.
This has happened in turn 3, isn't it? They've had a run out of turn 1 like they had before, and I'm sure this has happened in turn 3. The 2 cars making contact, big contact.
Wow.
And that's going to severely damage the car if you drive that back at that speed.
That's more than a puncture, that's a drive shaft as well, isn't it? The way the wheel was vibrating. Oh my goodness. And again.
Oh, so has he sent it up the inside and gone over the curb and spun?
We saw the in car. You almost, oh dear me, that was very close indeed.
Right, let's see how this unfolds in. So this is Kobayashi on the inside. Campbell goes to the outside of turn 1. Down through the gears. We're going to go round the outside here. No, switch back on the inside. And now we're heading towards the outside like they did before. Before turn 3, no. We turn into turn 3. Is he hit on the left rear? He's hit him on the left rear, isn't he, Kobayashi?
You can see Kobayashi in the mirror coming in underneath him. He tagged him in the back. Campbell spun, and then Kobayashi couldn't avoid him. It's the view in the rear view mirror there that we see, and that's broken left rear suspension on the Toyota.
So, yeah, I see that. I'm afraid you have something big left rear.
Wasn't even close.
Yeah, he's got a puncture, and Kobayashi's suspension is broken.
Well, the one I'd like to see it from is Kobayashi's point of view, because we've seen it from Campbell's point of view, and I was looking in the rear mirror. This is surely done, isn't it, for the Toyota? Is it just the wheel that's loose, or is it all of the suspension? If it is the suspension, they've got to be out of this race.
You could see when it was going backwards, the wheel bouncing up and down in the wheel arch, absolutely untethered by any suspension. Campbell's suspension looks like it's okay, but it doesn't matter now. They've got an hour and a quarter to go. They're out of it. Number 7's out of it as well. And actually,
there was another spin there in the final corner just then at one of the GT cars. I saw a car getting turned around, or it turned around itself. As we now eyes back on the Toyota in the garage, in the pit box, sorry.
That damage in front of the wheel, there may be cooling systems in there that are going to be badly affected as well. Well, any slender chance they might have had of being in the championship has got considerably more slender. Only 12 points back, and Manthey EMA second in the LMGT3. That's the title done, unless something happens to the 92 car. They were the closest rival, and is that the car that you half saw spin? It must be. Is that Debris?
Has to be the car I saw turn around in the final corner.
TF Sports as well, slow third sector with 2 cars involved there. Charlie Eastwood has just completed that sector in 65 seconds, 20 seconds late, and here comes Ricard Leeds. He's not completed yet. I think there are 2 cars involved there.
Wow. There's some frantic replaying of onboard cameras going on in the truck right now, I can tell you that. Well, the view in the rear view mirror when we were on board looking from the Porsche was very clear. You could see Kobayashi darting down the inside into the left-hander and made contact with the back of the Toyota, with the back of the Porsche. Bruce Giuani down in the pit lane.
I am at Toyota, and they're going to change the complete rear left suspension assembly that's completely bent.
Yeah, looked like there was not much left of that. There's lots of work going on there. They're already inside the body, but they're also going to have to look at all the cooling systems. And here we still are at racing pace. This is for a 4th place now. Here at Rio Hirakawa and Antonio Fuoco coming in the Ferrari, and right behind him is the gold car of Norman Nato. And Anthony, perplexingly, Toyota seem to be struggling for speed here in the closing stages of the race.
Yeah, I can't work out the one with the Porsche and Kobayashi. They were on equal equipment, you'd have to say, in terms of the speed of the cars pretty much, and also the tyre age, but there is a difference in tyre age between car number 8 here, Hirakawa, and car 50. In the last pit stop, car 50 did change the left-hand side tyres, so they definitely have an advantage here. Hirakawa's going to have his eyes busy in the mirrors rather than looking forward at the Alpine that's already overtaken and pulled away.
That incident has massive implications in the World Championship. Coming into this race, the number 6 Porsche, which leads this race, had a 12-point advantage.
Well, and that incident as well for the Manthey EMA car, the only rival for Manthey Pure Racing, and now they're not going to score a point either. So suddenly, Manthey Pure Racing, they've got an hour and 12 minutes and 55 seconds to hold on and not have a disaster. It is, they have both hands on the trophy, they have both hands on the title, they've just got to hang on and take this win and the crown.
The car behind is also for position.
Hey, mate, I know. Shut up, please.
That's good. Basically, he's trying to say, I'm trying to overtake the car in front. Don't tell me about the car behind.
It's completely critical now for the number 50 car. If this race finished now over the Toyota, number 6 Porsche would have a 37-point advantage with 38 points available.
Good
The
spot,
only
Graham.
other car that is therefore in anything like championship winning position is the 50. He can't afford to drop a point.
Very good information.
He has got to get as many points as possible to keep the pressure up on the number 6 car.
There's nothing to lose. Why be looking in the mirror at the car behind you? Nothing to lose. All eyes forward. You have to overtake that Toyota number 8 for the sake of the championship. It's a long shot, you'd have to say. Porsche number 6 have had the perfect race weekend here. And Ferrari 50 haven't. Toyota certainly haven't. He's got to overtake him.
But it's really, really relevant that the Hertz team Jota car behind is for position, because if he has a bit of a go at the Toyota and doesn't get through, then suddenly he's going to lose a position, and then they're out of championship contention. So it is actually relevant. I know the leave me alone, I know what I'm doing, you know, meme is going to be popping up all over social media there, and he's just let me get on with it. But I think the engineer is telling him exactly what he needed to know.
It's the half-glass empty outlook, isn't it? And the racing driver's there. You're looking forward to overtaking. You're in race mode, and you know it's just you're going at it all guns are blazing at this stage. You don't want to be filled your head with negativity as we relook at this moment here. So that's a confusing shot to come into. It actually happened before that.
Two impacts. One coming into the corner, and that looked, for the positions we saw, to be pretty clearly Kamui Kobayashi hit.
This is on board with the Cadillac, so we're looking further down the road there to the Toyota. They're jostling around, and then they turn in. Yeah, and it's Kobayashi actually over the curve on the inside. But I'm desperate to see Kobayashi's on board. Did he have any significant part of his car alongside before turning into the corner? If he did, it's a bit of a different scenario. If he didn't, if it was more of a lunge up the inside in towards turn 3, if the move was already done and he didn't have a significant part of his car alongside before the apex of turn 3, that's a very different story.
What's going on with the Ferrari? That's not full speed for James Collado. Surely, has he just recovered from a problem?
No,
he's got regen issues.
He's been overtaken by the yellow GT3 leader. 51 car in trouble here.
Now, is he got regen issues? Does that mean he's not got braking? Or he's got too much braking? Or non-balanced braking? This is going very slowly, even compared to a GT car.
Something with the front. Something with the front.
MGU off, MGU off, MGU off.
It's continuing to deploy even when it's off.
Okay, hold on.
Okay, so he can't stop the hybrid deploying. Yeah, that's them out of the race. They are retiring the car in the pit lane. Well, that's a really tough one for the 51 team. I mean, they weren't in contention in the race or the championship any longer. And still, for Antonio Fuoco, trying to find a way by the 4th place number 8 Toyota.
Is the car red? That's the other question. Can't see the lights.
They would know in the pit lane. They would know in the pit lane. So, yeah,
the green light's on, the car is safe. But yeah, clearly some kind of a hybrid deployment issue there for Collado, and he's reported it well, done the right thing, bring it in slowly. But yeah, it's the complexities of modern racing cars with hybrid engines. No better test bed for hybrid engines than on a racetrack and under these harsh, brutal conditions.
Keep an eye on what's going on with LMGT3. Vistare, of course, has Davide Riccon catching Valentino Rossi here. Up to the outside of the BMW through turn 1, down the hill. Fended off by Valle, who's having a wonderful time here today. But this might be a low point if he loses a podium position.
Desperately wants that podium position, and he's driven a stunning race today. I'd have to say, I think by far his best time behind the wheel of a racing car.
It's getting better and better and better, isn't it? And of course, this isn't his only program. He's also doing sprint races with WRT in a similar car, in the BMW as well. So he's really adding to his track miles this year. 51 still going nowhere. Number 7 in the garage, and that whole left side, all the cooling system being replaced as well with the bodywork. So what about the number 8 Toyota?
I need more support. I'm looking at from there to 6 all the time. I need some suggestions. We need to fight together. Don't wait like that.
Okay, your driver just 5 will go -2 at turn 6. And you could also try rear anti-roll bar position 2. This helped Brendan.
Copy, thank you.
All right, help me. It's a handful. I can't deal with it. really interesting. What was really interesting in that last shot of the GT cars is Klaus Bachler under real pressure for the lead in GT3. And yeah, Davide Rigon has gone by Valentino Rossi. But that's for third place. But ahead of them, Manthey Pure Racing under pressure for Nico Costa.
Indeed they are. There's all sorts going on at GT3. Battle for the fifth here between the Iron Dames, Michel Gatting catching Sean Gallel. Sean Gallel is on roughly equal pace to Valet ahead.
We need to look at the leaders as well, as they're a couple of corners ahead.
Strange because, sorry, Master, it was strange because Gallel was under threat, wasn't he, from the Lamborghini a few shots ago when we saw. Then he had pulled a gap, and now it looks like Gatting's managed to pull back in. So strange ebb and flow going on there between the two.
Two very different cars. Maybe they make their speed in two very different parts of the circuit, but this is the battle for the overall win and potentially the championship as well for Manthey Pure Racing. United Autosports behind Nico Costa. This car finished on the podium at his home race in Brazil. He would love to win for United Autosports and McLaren. The real problem for Manthey's Klaus Bachler is how hard does he fight him? Does he risk contact damage, losing the race and the championship still being alive as they go to the final round?
The answer is finishing second here will not affect this. They've got a huge advantage now with the problem for the 91.
And that was my point, is that if Costa comes calling, Bachler's going to have to let him go instead of risking a puncture, a crash or something else that then allows the championship to remain in question. But they've got both hands on the title now. He's just got to carry it to the line.
Headlines everywhere, aren't there? We're looking set to be the very first LMGT3 championship here in the World Endurance Championship, going the way of Manthey Pure Racing. It was the 51 car back out. There's damage on the floor on the right-hand side of that car.
Well, that was from the original contact in turn 2, in turn 1 on lap 2.
Doesn't look like it's going much better, does it?
Costa's leading the race in LMGT3 as we watch further dramas here off track here for James Collado.
Well, we were told they were going to retire the car. They've sent him out again. I don't think it's going any further.
We saw this with the Jota, didn't we, in the last race? They want to find out what the problem is.
Same problem, mate. I'm gonna box. Same problem.
Hold on, stay on track and do not disturb any cars. I'm coming back to you now.
And the problem is the driver feels very vulnerable, Anthony. Surely you've got a car that's barely doing GT speed. You can't guarantee it's even going to do that. No, stay out and fix. We'll try and fix the problem. You feel like you're just a target and you're in the way.
I think in that circumstance, you have to respect the driver's expertise. As we see that potential change of position, big contact with Gallel and Gatting in turn 1, actually. And here's a replay of that from inside the car. Oh, you'd have to say it was a little bit late, wasn't it, on the brakes?
Right there, though, by the way, is the Lexus. The 83, by the way, is getting a drive-through. There's the Lexus behind this pair. Gallel get back through to take the position. Feisty stuff.
Yeah, Sean Gallel hanging on at the moment in 31. It's the car that won in the rain in Imola, leading a BMW 1-2. And at the moment, this is for a top 6 finish. 5th place for him, 6th for Michel Gatting, 7th right now. Clement Schmidt right behind them. And Ben Barker in the 77 turquoise Mustang behind them, not in that battle. But it is a lead of the race for United Autosports McLaren. An hour and 2.5 minutes to go. And they are in a position potentially to claim their first race win. James Collado back in the pit lane. And I think the heart's gone out of it for Collado, definitely. He doesn't want to be driving that car any longer.
It's one of those things where the team want to keep the car out there, but James has done the sensible thing here.
Well, this is where the pass happened for the lead in LMGT3. And Anthony, that was a good dive bomb. It was late, wasn't it?
It was late, but it was textbook. It was really well done, well managed. And of course, the GT3, the LMGT3's got the ABS at work as well. That's your friend when you're deep on the brakes as 51 back in the garage. And I feel like they've done the right thing. There's a constant problem there. I don't like seeing teams sending the car back out there when you've got a clear problem. I don't think it's fair in our competitors, and I don't think it's very safe either. So I think Colado's called it right there. It was a mature step by him, and I'm glad that the team have respected his call on that.
100%, and it's not a test session. This is a live racetrack with championship titles up for grabs, so...
You would never forgive yourself as a team if you caused a massive incident. You have to think about that scenario. It's not fair on the competition.
And it is the safety of your driver. He's the one in the car that's likely to be getting collected by almost anybody. So, yeah, I'm sure James is very happy to be out of the car just for that situation.
It's one of those moments as a driver, you feel like sometimes you've gone from being an employee to a fully fledged consultant and the expert. And James, like I say, in that moment, he's effectively the team boss. He's made the decision. I make the call. I'm the one in this racing car at this stage, risking my life. No, enough's enough.
Fair point.
Back with the Iron Dames, Michelle Gatting. And there is James Collado. I mean, he doesn't want to finish the race. He'd rather be there at the flag, but given that the car is lame, that's not a safe place. It's not a nice place to be. I'm sure he felt very vulnerable. So, the 50 Ferrari, their sister car, still in championship contention. They lie in 5th place, but they do need to get ahead of the number 8 Toyota. Is number 7 going anywhere? Or is this just a rebuild before it gets shipped? No, Kobayashi's out. I think that's all the body language of race over. We're in the final hour at Fuji. Race 7 of the FIA World Endurance Championship, the penultimate round of the season. And right now, 2 Porsches are looking to win titles. The number 6 car leads the race. It would be, if they are still in front in an hour, their 2nd win, and it would stretch their championship lead over one remaining rival, the number 50 Ferrari, going to the final round. But in 2nd place in LMGT3, the Porsche of Manthey Pure Racing, unless it does not finish this race, will be the LMGT3 championship winning car and driver lineup. So Porsche is going really strongly here. Porsche, the only car in World Endurance history to have beaten Toyota in Fuji, and it looks like they're going to do it again. Graham Goodwin, this has been a very strong but occasionally fortunate race as well for the number 6 team.
It has. I thought a great stint from Andre Lotterer in the middle of the race here to really put the hammer down and put the pressure on to Toyota. We've seen that number 7 car, looks to me like that is done. We've lost a Ferrari, we've lost a Toyota, we've lost a Porsche. One incident and one mechanical problem. Toyota number 8 in pit lane now for their final stop of the race. But realistically, it's not just about a race win here for Porsche Penske Motorsport, the number 6, because the number 7 car was involved in that incident and will now not score. It's a massive leap towards the world title, and it actually puts Ferrari ahead of Toyota in the points. They're the team now that can actually do it on pace.
Yeah, and the number 7 Toyota and the number 50 Ferrari were tied on points, so the number 50 Ferrari is still within 12 points until the race finishes of the number 6 car, so they could be champions as well. Back with our LMGT3 battle, the Team WRT BMW of Sean Gelael still holding off the Lamborghini of Michelle Gatting. She closes in the faster stuff, and look how much she makes up in the hairpin. And there's the number 8 car. It is going back out after a ground-up restoration.
That's the 7 car.
I beg your pardon, yeah, so the 7 car is still in the garage, so that was just number 8 after its final stop.
Watch this, the 2 battling it out once again, this time down into turn 10. The Lexus gets involved as well. Very late on the brakes as Gelael had to defend slightly into that corner. He is fully under the attack here, isn't he, from the Lamborghini? As young fans watch on as well with their pink caps, cheering on their favourite car. And Gelael's doing everything he can here to try and place his BMW in all the right spots. They've already had contact once. Is it going to be again into the last corner? Gelael tries to cut in tight, it's close. Gatting goes right over the curb on the inside, doesn't get it done there, but is right behind in the slipstream as they head down this 1.5 kilometre straight.
This young fan watching her heroine coming past her, and one of them, Michelle Gatting, all over the curbs on the inside there to avoid the contact, but that cost her traction and dropped her a little bit back into the hands of Clement Schmidt, because that Lexus is also in this battle for fifth place.
Here we go, down the inside once again, but Galileo super late on the brakes and turns in a bit early as well to the corner. Is Gatting going to arrive on the exit there alongside? Not quite this time. Galileo very clear and where he was placing the car there. Great stuff between these 2, 3, maybe even 4. I'll give it another lap. There's the Mustang hanging around as well.
Yeah, Mustang's a lap down. Lap down. The 27 car is the next car along, but that car, the Heart of Racing Aston Martin, has just been dealt a 5-second penalty for their next and last pit stop for a pit stop infringement early in the race.
Here we
Meantime,
go. Number 6 Porsche ahead of the number 8 Toyota, so it's a lap ahead of Ryo Hirakawa, who is trying to come by and unlap himself. And actually, that's just the last thing that the Porsche needs, is some pesky Toyota bouncing him off into the weeds.
If you're going to make a move on the race leader, then it better be clean. And that wasn't clean, was it? I think you've got to respect the race leader when you're, even if you're faster.
That was Rio's outlap that he then tried to get around the number 6 car and got shown the curbs as a result.
it was Rio's outlap being being lapped by the Porsche, then coming back at it.
Yeah, you never want to go a lap down, of course, but like I say, you've got to respect the fact that you immediately, if you're in front of the race leader, you're going to be getting blue flags, so it better be clean, and you better make it last. Speaking of making it last, we're going to see it this time around by Gatting into turn 1. It's been so close so many times. She's looking to the inside, but I can't go on the inside. Going to have to switch back momentarily to the outside. And again, the Galileo goes wide this time. The move is finally done. Finally, after all this time, Gatting is through.
Persistence pays off. She really, really has been harrowing Sean Galel for the last half an hour, and she rehearsed that move several times down into turn 1. Every time he rebuffed it. This time he was just a fraction later on the brakes, ran out wide, and she cut down underneath him. And this is what it's like from on board, Anthony.
So you can't go all 4 wheels over the white line. Galileo had that covered, so she's switched back to the outside, like I say, on the racing line. Galileo outbrakes himself, and you clear on the inside to overtake.
Meanwhile, further up, as Rahel Fry celebrates that move, further up the field here, it's not out of kilter that Ferrari could take the race win in LMGT3. Davide Recon closing in on Klaus Bachler. There's further pressure being put on Sean Galel now by Clement Schmidt. And he's only 2 seconds back from Nico Costa leading this race. So could it be a first podium for Ferrari, a first win for Ferrari this year in LMGT3, or a first ever win in the WEC for McLaren?
Well, you've got an hour to go. The top 3 are covered by a second, and Davide Regon is 3rd. You would have to say that actually the money, the experience, might well be on him. When they all make their final stop, might be Jermaine as well, because the later you stop compared to your rivals, the less fuel you'll need to take on. So, for instance, Clement Schmidt pulling in there will be longer stationary than any of the cars who will come in later in the race, because he needs to fill up more to get to the end. It's about distance and weight.
Absolutely, and now the other part swings into play for Conis ASP, as it will for everybody else in this LMGT3 field, which is it's about being error-free on the pit stop. This is where you gain tenths on track. On pit lane, you could lose a second, 2, 5, a jam wheel nut, a miscue.
On board, this is a view from Porsche number 5.
Watch the mirror.
So this is a tag, wasn't it? It's a tag from Kobayashi. You have to pass more blame. The reason to contact, I'd say more blame has to go on car 7 there for that one. And yeah, you know, he's racing hard. They had bad luck earlier on, or whatever happened in that pit stop put them completely out of the race and making up for lost ground. But yeah, a rare mistake, I'd say, from Kobayashi. He probably felt like he was properly in the fight there going towards turn 3, didn't want to give up the position, but it was almost like the pass had been made. There was clear air at one point between them, and then he went back to the move into turn 3. It would have been quite different if there was never clear air between the two of them, but there was momentarily.
Graham, we're going to be in a situation now, and you're probably going to have to triple check this, where for the first time in 12 seasons of WEC history, there is no Toyota on the podium in Fuji.
Grégoire, you're 51 minutes away from a potential first victory, and you have to jump back into the car. How do you feel?
I feel good. The pace is there. Now we need to push until the end of the race, but I'm confident.
Okay, good luck for that. Tires look okay?
It's quite tricky. There is a bit of deck, but I think we just need to be a bit better than the other, and that's it. Yeah.
Okay, good luck, get ready. Good luck for you and get ready.
Thank you very much.
Well, the good news for the 59 United Autosport McLaren team is that Grégoire Saucy is actually their highest ranked driver, so he's a gold graded driver. Nico Costa, who's at the wheel now, the Brazilian, is a silver. James Cotting on the bronze has done his 2 stints. You see the tyre marks on the side of the Iron Dames Lamborghini. And again, they're stopping earlier, so this stop will be longer, but was it a full 4 tyre stop? Either way, off goes Michel Gatting. And there is the lead of the race. The 59 United Autosports McLaren will have to stop again, but they are going to put in their best driver. And there's the challenge from behind. The 54 Vista AF Corsa Ferrari of Davide Rigon. He's not a bronze or a silver or a gold. He's a platinum driver. He is an absolute pucker Ferrari factory driver. And if you looked at the 3 cars, then your money would be on him. And that is your lead trio. The orange and black McLaren, the leader. The white and yellow Porsche in second. The silver and red Ferrari is in third. He is in shooting distance. If they get held up by traffic, then he might get both of them in one move. And don't forget, all 3 of these cars will still have to stop before the end of the race. And we're getting close to that period with 49 minutes remaining, where all of their pit crews are going to feel real pressure, because one of these 3 is going to win it.
So we do one full stint on this new set. That's the last stint of the race, 50 minutes to go, push to the end.
Full new set of tyres for Michel Gatting, and she has dropped down now to 10th place after that pit stop, but everybody who's in front of her also needs to stop, and in fact, the 46 BMW and the 81 TF Sport Corvette are doing just that right now. So we're going to see a lot of changes in LMGT3 in the next 15 minutes or so.
Just spotted Charlie Eastwood on pit lane. It reminds me of notes we did not say before. That incident we saw that cost him time at the final turn seems to have been an incident with the 35, and that is under investigation.
Top 3 in LMGT3, Nico Costa, Klaus Bachler, and that man, Davide Rigon. That's your 1, 2, 3, and they are almost up with the Iron Dames Lamborghini. That's just come out of the pits, and that is ahead of Alessia Rivera in the 55 AF Corsa Ferrari. So Michel Gatting has not dropped behind Rivera, but she has made her final stop. So Nico Costa, Klaus Bachler, Davide Rigon, that's your 1, 2, 3. Then Sean Galale ahead of Alex Riberas, Marco Sorensen, Maxime Martin in the 46 BMW, Kelvin van der Linde in the better of the 2 Lexuses, Michel Gatting and Alessia Rivera rounding out the top 10. And if the 81 Corvette of Charlie Eastwood was hit by the 35 Alpine, that's now stopped in the pit lane, then if they end up on the podium, they may end up with a penalty that robs them of that top 3 finish. Cadillac is in as well. Number 2 car, Alex Lynn, hands over to Earl Bamber for the final 47-48 minutes. There's damage, heavy damage on the nose.
Where's he picked that up from?
Absolutely no idea.
Because that wasn't from the contact that we saw earlier on in the race.
I wonder if that is from... No, lap 2, he wasn't involved in that at all, was he?
That's kind of a big effect on his aero.
Yes, I would imagine, hopefully, they're going to change the nose, because that won't take more than a few seconds. It will certainly save him time on track. Battle going around the outside. The Toyota number 8 trying to go past our LMGT3 front runners. And here comes Davide Rigon, Anthony Davidson, the Ferrari, just creeping up behind the Porsche. Not close enough now to have anything other than a Hail Mary attempt down the inside, but I think the BMW hypercar...
Well, he's quick in a straight line. Look at this. He is going to have a look. He's having a look, but the hypercar is slightly in the way there, but the Porsche has to go wide, and that gives a bit of an opportunity here. It's not going to happen, though. Not this time around, but it's that... I was surprised there. I was thinking like you, Martin, at the start. Yeah, he's not quite close enough, but he was dragging closer and closer the whole time. The Ferrari is definitely quicker than the Porsche in the straight line.
I was trying to figure out where the BMW would be in the first corner and how badly it would hold up the Porsche. Not quite badly enough is the answer, but Davide Rigon is perfectly poised. And look at this, see Earl Bamber coming up the inside in the Cadillac, couldn't get by him there under braking. Cadillac have not changed the nose on the number 2 car. So it's a bit of a cyclops at the moment with just that one headlight alight.
Still can't work out where that's happened for Bamber. Was it Bamber or if they swapped drivers just now?
No, it's Earl Bamber in now, taking over from Alex Lynn, so I'm not sure. Looks like maybe it might not be in heavy contact, but it's just knocked the whole light cluster out, the whole light unit.
I'm told, with thanks to Cadillac Racing, contact overtaking GT car with 1 hour and 16 minutes remaining. So that's about half an hour ago.
Okay, so it was new contact there, not from before. But so many things go unnoticed in a World Endurance Championship race, and there's been a change of, speaking of things unnoticed, a change of position there. The Ferrari finally in front of the Porsche.
Klaus Bachler in the Manthey Pure Racing Porsche doing exactly what he needs to do, keeping going round and not getting hit by anybody. The only slight issue with that is that he's still got to really focus on driving at basically maximum speed in the car to keep his attention up. Otherwise, he does risk potentially making a mistake, and he wouldn't be the first driver to do that. This is trying to just be cautious. This is the way it happened. Davide Rigon in the silver Ferrari lines him up. Bachler leaves the door wide open, Anthony. He was not fighting that at all.
We've seen moves like that today already, haven't we, into turn 15. And yeah, it's definitely a move that GT cars can make on one another. A more difficult pass, strangely enough, in the hypercars to try and work your way by the GTs. They tend to take quite a tight line into there, and they've got good mechanical grip at slower speeds. We're looking at this damaged front end once again of the Cadillac car number 2. Is this where it happened on the replay here?
Ooh. That's where Manthey's puncture came from, Anthony. That's why Manthey EMA have lost the championship.
So that's the car we saw spinning around in the final corner.
No, he came in with a puncture.
So they had 2 punctures then.
No, this was half an hour ago. This was that we saw the aftermath incident. We didn't see the hit.
He might have been coming in with a puncture and spun in the tight stuff because of the puncture.
When I saw it, he spun in this final corner and he was all by himself.
Yeah.
So nobody hit him round in that corner. So that's what happened. Yeah, we're piecing it all together.
Absolutely.
It's Inspector Morse kind of stuff going on here.
160-mile-an-hour detectives are in the house.
Got to be said, rotten luck for Manthey EMA. Ricard Leitz, it wasn't the wheel, so it's the professional driver at the wheel of the car.
Final pit stops coming thick and fast in hypercar. 38 and the 50 Ferrari have both just stopped and left. And here comes the number 12 car. Norman Nato stays in for Hertz Team Jota. They've come in from third, but will drop a little further back down. Top half dozen, maybe. And still number 6, Porsche Penske out front, and the 15 BMW giving chase. 6 seconds only is the margin, and they're on basically the same fuel strategy as is the 36 Alpine.
Yeah, the Van Zor brothers podcast could be quite an episode this coming week. Kevin Estre, Lawrence Van Zor and Andre Lotterer leading this race with Estre at the wheel, 42 minutes to go. Dries Van Zor chasing. We know on Old Rubber, we heard them say no more tyres being put onto this car.
Look at this coming into the pits here. Well, they know they're just defending each other in the pit lane entry, and then they dart back out onto the track.
And this is the first chance we've seen for the 50 Ferrari to really try and get ahead of Toyota number 8 and keep their championship hopes alive. He couldn't afford to drop any further back, but he really wants to get ahead of the number 8 car, and he's got to run on him again, Anthony.
It's going to be hard around the outside. We've seen so many times the car on the inside can hold position, and once again we see that unfold with Hirakawa still at the wheel of car number 8, but this is getting very close, and they're going to have to work their way past this GT car as well. So watch this, they come out of the final corner and senses the attack from the Ferrari, so defends immediately to the inside of the circuit. Obviously it's a track that Hirakawa knows very, very well from all of his experience here in Super GT, and I'm sure he's done that defensive move in his time here before.
The GT car they were in contention with as they came into turn 1 was the 54 car. We'd seen that car just take second place, then pit together with the 92. They've changed places back, so the 92 is back up in second. Leader in GT3 is in the pits, the McLaren.
Here we go, next time around in this sector 3. Hirakawa, eyes full of the red in his mirrors. They attack the final corner. Hirakawa's going to have a bit of a helping hand here, with a bit of a slipstream from the car in front. The GTs are going to help him out slightly, but Fuoco will be on the attack. Not quite as close as he was last time around, to be fair. They get past the Corvette there, but yeah, Fuoco not quite close enough to mount a challenge this time.
This final stop for McLaren, by the way, is going to involve a driver change, they told us. Anti-Pure Racing turned their car around in 1 minute 4. 1 minute 6 for the McLaren, and Gregor Sosi's in the car. Wow! But it does mean probably that the 92 car will be in front, because it was a little quicker.
I think it's going to be very close.
Very tight, isn't it? Sosi will be coming out of the pit lane. In fact, Sosi, 59, is shown still as in front by inches, and there he is.
Very close.
But the Manthey Porsche has got a lap more heat in the tyres, and Klaus Bachler looking to try and get by.
We'll fight to the finish, but remember, the thing to be gained here by the McLaren is the race win. They've not had one ever in the FI World Endurance Championship. Have had a pole position, but not for the United cars. It was the Inception car, Le Mans.
Yeah, Klaus Bachler's got to be thinking about the championship as well here. They're in such a strong position, and you do feel that responsibility when you're in such a commanding lead of the championship. Sure, anything can go wrong in the next race in Bahrain, the final race, but right now you don't want to blow it by taking unnecessary risks, even though it's tempting. You can see the race win right in front of you. That McLaren in front, nothing to lose at all.
Yeah, but the wild card is the third place car, because Ferrari haven't had a win. Ferrari haven't had a podium this season in Adam GT3. It's remarkable. That's how close it is. He said it was going to be mighty close.
That is unthinkable to think that Ferrari haven't won an LMGT3 race this season. As we see the slipstreaming taking place down the main straight once again. Is he going to be quite close enough? I don't think he is. The Porsche does seem to be a little bit on the back foot here, doesn't it, in terms of straight line speed, despite that slipstream.
Well, the McLaren is just pulling away there, isn't it, despite the Porsche having the tow. The Porsche has not been, this Porsche has not been off the podium except in Le Mans. They had a disastrous Le Mans, Manthey Pure Racing. Their sister car did win Le Mans, so for Manthey it wasn't that bad, but for the Pure Racing crew, that was their disappointment. If they'd finished anywhere in the points at Le Mans, they would have been champions in Texas. So this is kind of slightly delayed retribution. Meanwhile, the Iron Dames still hanging on to a 6th position, no, 5th position, ahead of Kelvin van der Linde, just getting ahead.
This is the post-pit stop shuffle. The Iron Dames 6 seconds longer on pit lane than the Lexus team, but now regaining that position.
Contact between Darren Leung and Sarah Bovey in the Iron Dames Lamborghini about an hour ago will be under investigation. That was some of the side-by-side contact with the BMW.
I don't think Darren Leung was in the car an hour ago. I think he did all his time at the start of the race.
Yeah, OK, well, the name's not important, it is the car. So I think you're right, Darren Leung had done this time earlier. It was the 31, it was Sean Galale who was driving it. Meanwhile, Sarah Bovey has got in front of the Lexus, but not entirely sure that this battle is over.
It does seem that the Lexus has not got the ultimate pace at this point. He can stay close. He doesn't seem to have the ability to fight the Lamborghini. That's the leader.
That is the leader. That is Kevin Escher having a big lock-up and running off track. He had a 6-second margin over Dries van Tor and comes back on. Is that an unsafe rejoin?
The onboard blocks the rear, then the front. And struggles. That's a real heart-in-the-mouth moment there for the race leader. Rejoins absolutely flat out, banging his way over the curbs in desperation there. And what is going on with Kevin Escher?
I slipped on the brake pedal. Some liquid on the brake pedal.
Copy that, copy. Might be the AC. Start to be very humid here.
So the air conditioning units, I mean, Toyota don't run air conditioning. They always claim that there's more that can go wrong by having it on the car. I mean, imagine that. You lose the championship because, or at least this race, because your foot slips on a slippery brake pedal because of the air conditioning. I mean, yeah, you take it today. It is a hot and humid day, like his engineer said, but wow. I mean, you do have shrouding around the brake pedals on these cars to stop your feet sliding around because of the G-force that you pull. And it's just, and you use quite often like a sandpaper material as well, just to stop the feet moving around. But that's got to be one very wet brake pedal to be doing that. What's it?
Well, he's only doing 300 kilometres an hour, 196 miles an hour into the braking area, so probably wasn't that much of a moment. Meanwhile,
that was a moment as well, wasn't it? Hirakawa kicking up the sparks and the sand on the inside of turn 5. We've seen the hypercars doing that all the way through this weekend so far, and he's now starting to put a lot of pressure on Ollie Rasmussen in front of him in car 38.
This is a battle for 6th position. Don't forget the top 3 we just saw on the energy graphic are going to be stopping in the next lap or 2. So this might end up being somewhere close to the podium.
Just again, he did clatter that, didn't he?
Yeah, only a bit.
I bet he felt that one.
Not as dramatic as the fireworks outside of our hotel last night, but quite a lot of sparks being kicked up. And whether that was from the underneath of the car or from the rims, either way, probably not doing it the best of favours.
As we're watching this battle again, can tell you that Vidi Recon has retaken 2nd place in LMGT3 in the 54 Ferrari, and it is right on the tail of race leader Gregoire Saucy.
Yeah, that's going to be a fantastic battle. Davide Rigon, platinum driver, hounding Gregoire Saucy, the gold driver. They're coming down to the turn 10 hairpin. As the Toyota has another little stab here, the 38 car of Oliver Rasmussen. Waved on vigorously by probably lots of Toyota employees. A point from this, the 94 car will get nothing, at least if nothing else changes. Into the pits has come the 36 Alpine of Mick Schumacher, and that will promote the 35 Alpine of Charles Malaysi into the top 3. And on the inside, Hirakawa makes the move. Does he make it stick? Is it clean? No, Rasmussen gets his nose back in front, but the Jota car, Anthony, looks like it's not got the grip that the Toyota has.
No, it doesn't, does it? It certainly hasn't got the pace, but there was some great switching of positions there.
For the lead in LMGT3, Gregoire Saucy in the orange and black McLaren, in the silver and red Ferrari. Davide Rigon trying to win here in Japan for Ferrari. This would be, if they can get in front, not only their first podium, but potentially their first win. And that is your 1, 2, 3. Ferrari and McLaren both racing for a first win in LMGT3, racing for a first win this season. And for McLaren, a first ever win in World Endurance is what's up for grabs. This is not a done deal yet. 32 minutes to sort it out. Saucy's not giving up.
Yeah, Regon finally got the move done down into turn 10. He had to defend the inside, but a brilliant move, well planned to send the car around the outside of turn 5. He trusted the grip. There are a lot of marbles there at the end of the race here in Fuji, usually. So he trusted the grip in the car around there to give him the inside line into turn 6, and some brilliant decisive driving by Regon.
Leader in the pits for the final time. It's now or never for car number 6 and the Porsche Penske team. Left sides only, away he goes.
Good stop. They'll be happy with that one.
And they have really, really stepped up so much this year, the Porsche Penske Motorsport crew. And again, look, Davide Regon trying to find his way through. Oh, it is, it's the 55, isn't it? With no ABS, trying to overtake the TF Sport car of Charlie Eastwood.
This is Alessia Rivera in the 55. Corvette factory driver Charlie Eastwood, Ferrari factory driver Alessia Rivera. Minute and 3 seconds on pit lane for the number 6 car. That's the figure to watch when we see Dries van Tor come down pit lane.
82 Corvette. This is the one that had the starter motor problem earlier on. Sebastian Bode pulls over with 30 minutes remaining. Is this going to be another safety car? Dries van Tor in the pit lane from the lead in the BMW. Yellow flags only at the moment down at turn 10 for that stranded Corvette.
There's been some race for these guys this afternoon, side by side here.
This 36, the Alpine versus the number 2 caddy, El Bamba, properly getting stuck in, and he has to jink out to the outside because of the GT car on the inside, and that caused this situation.
Wow, El Bamba in the barriers and with damage. Now, as he turns around, we're going to find out what I wanted to know, which is what's up with the left front. We can see the right front was okay. That's the end of their race.
Dear, oh dear, oh dear. It's gone from bad to worse. And look, it was that little jink out from the Alpine and a reaction from Bamba. I don't think there was nothing he could really do there on the marbles. Let's watch again. So he goes to the inside. The GT's inside there on the line. And he makes that smooch onto the marbles. Look how slippery he is, what I was talking about earlier on. And bang. Race over.
Yeah, he was
as simple as that.
Absolutely a passenger there, wasn't he? There's no point trying to bring it back. This is going to be like Jose Maria Lopez in the Toyota in Sebring, isn't it? It's going to cause so much damage. He can't see now. The car is disassembling itself. Don't forget, there are yellow flags out down here as well because there is a damaged car, and he goes straight off. I think we're on for a safety car.
You just went wide, sorry.
We started.
You just ran me up by.
It was that jink out of position, wasn't it, from Mick Schumacher, who was fighting car 36 Alpine. He had the traffic in front of him, and Mick's just gone to the left-hand side to go around the outside. It was a calamity.
And the irony now is that actually the stranded Corvette has just got going, so we sort of avoided a safety car, except now with the damage to the caddy. Is he still going to drag it back? He is. He's almost there, isn't he? He's taking this back on pure rage, isn't he? Absolute anger to get it back to the pit lane.
It does feel a little bit like that, yeah. I mean, I don't really see what else Bamba could have done apart from anticipate the fact that Schumacher was going to dart out with that GT in front. It's part and parcel of endurance racing, and also at the end of the race, half an hour remaining, the build-up of marbles. I mentioned it earlier on, I know that corner well. If you veer offline too much, it is like ice out there.
Be advised, we have a slow car in the pit entry road. We have a slow car in the pit entry road.
Well, what a tough end to what was a really promising race for Cadillac. Contact when battling for a podium, having led early on, caused a puncture. Now El Bamba forced to chink out to avoid contact with Mick Schumacher's Alpine onto the dirt. Very high-speed part of the circuit, Anthony. That's sweeping double right-hander, turn 4 and 5, and just flung off into the barriers. Absolute passenger at that stage. Well, we have avoided the safety car, and that might have been the same. Again, another stroke of luck for the number 6 Porsche, because if we'd gone safety car, they would have had the BMW right behind them, and the Alpine, and the Hertz Team Jota car. Wow.
Risk of intervention not over. We've still got slippery surface flags being shown at 4 separate parts of the circuit. They'll be taking a look to see what debris there is there before making a decision on whether or not there does need to be an intervention. And we can see where the debris came from. It's pretty much a quarter of a Cadillac.
So disheartening, really. This is a race that promised so much. They grabbed their first ever pole position in World Endurance Racing, and the car had the pace. Again, you have to have the good luck as well. 54. Is that going slowly? No, that's going at a reasonable speed still. Davide Rigon leading in LMGT3 by 3 seconds now over the 59 United Autosports McLaren.
It is a drive-through penalty for the 3rd place car. Charles Malaysi's 35 Alpine for the contact.
Change position there for the Toyota. Finally gets the job done into turn 1. Makes the overtake stick this time around. The Jota has a little look to the inside of turn 3, but nothing doing this time. And yeah, a good position gained for Hirakawa up into P4.
Right, the real relevance of that battle is to remember how desperate the 50 Ferrari crew were to keep both of the Hertz Team Jota Porsches behind them and get ahead of the number 8 McLaren. Well, that's not happened. They're 5 seconds, number 8 McLaren, number 8 Toyota. They're 5 seconds behind the Toyota and a further position back. The 50 car is down in 7th, and that means that if the race finishes like this, does that mean that the number 6 Porsche can now not be caught?
No. It means that the Toyota, the number 7 Toyota, would be 37 points behind.
It's not about the number 7, it's about 50.
But the 50's on the same points as the number 7, so yes, whatever they gain, they'll close on the 37 points. Remember, it's not a 25-point race in Bahrain.
No, I know. I'm not talking about the number 7 Toyota. I'm talking about 50. This is...
That's the moment, by the way,
yeah,
where
Milesi.
50 will still be able to win the championship if it scores points today.
Okay, I thought you were saying that if he'd...
Gregoire Saucy drops to 3rd place.
Back with the 59 United Autosports McLaren. And there is the Manthey Pure Racing Porsche. So Gregoire Saucy has dropped behind that car, back down to 3rd place. And there is the 55. Oh, yeah, that is 55 and 78. So change of position there. 55 moving up into 7th place after being 18th.
It's becoming more of a common move, isn't it, through this race as it's progressed today. Down the inside into turn 15, and that battle continues on quite often, as we just seen there, the aftermath into turn 1. And brilliant piece of circuit design.
And right behind 31, Augusto Farfus in his final stint in that BMW, the red and blue car. Well, here are some sorry-looking faces at Alpine. The 35 car, Charles Milesi, has not served his penalty yet. There's his 2 teammates, Mathieu Vassiliere, and in comes Milesi, and this penalty is going to cost them their podium before the end of the race. That will move Toyota, number 8, up into 3rd.
Francesco, a big push from Davide back in the car. The Ferrari that seems to be working very well and looking good for the end of the race.
Yeah, it's looking good. Davide is doing such an unbelievable job, so let's hope we are tires which are quite old, but he's hanging on, and let's hope we can replicate like last year.
Okay, fingers crossed for you.
Thank you so much.
All right, so winners here last year with the final year of GTE AM, and now potentially winners in the first year of LMGT3. 54 AF Corsa, the Vista AF Corsa Ferrari, leading in LMGT3 with 23 minutes remaining. Manthey Pure Racing in 2nd, both hands on the title. They're now not an hour away, they're just over 20 minutes away from the championship. And United Autosports McLaren, that was third in Brazil, that had a chance of winning the race, looks like they may be in a third-place podium spot. But the 46 BMW is closing in from behind. Maxime Martin at the wheel of that car, and looks as though he might be threatening Gregor Sosi for the final podium spot. We're looking here at Oliver Rasmussen in 5th, Antonio Fuoco in the 50 Ferrari in 6th position. And with the number 7 Toyota not going to score, this 50 Ferrari team remains now the sole realistic challenger for the number 6 Porsche Penske crew. Graham Goodwin, what if they finish as they are now with the Ferrari in 6th? Is that still going to keep them in contention?
100% it will. They'll be 29 points behind, if my maths is correct, as opposed to 37 points behind for number 7 Toyota, with 39 points remaining, because it's a 38-point race. It's an 8-hour race in Bahrain, plus the point for pole.
Going to be tough, isn't it? It's going to be tough. Look at the marks on the wings. What an enormous lump of rubber that's been thrown up and just smeared all over the screen there of the number 15 BMW. And again, let's go back to the 15 BMW team. What a race they have had. They've had all the pace that they showed in Brazil and that they showed in Kota, but they've kept it alive all the way through the tyre stints. This has been a brilliant performance from them, and doubly disheartening then for the crew of number 20 that've had nothing but bad luck. They could, you know, barring that turn of the cards, they could be there as well.
It's often the way in an endurance race of 6, 8, 24 hours. Someone usually gets the good luck and someone usually gets the bad luck, and it's rare that you get both cars from the same team really on song and nothing goes against them. Something usually always happens in an endurance race. You just hope that it's not happening to you.
And of course, when we're talking about potential podium finishers, that penalty for Charles Malaysi, this is how close the race is, has dropped him from 3rd place down to 10th, only just in the points as opposed to on the podium. So again, that's a race that could have been. Meanwhile, 50 Ferrari was, that's 36 Alpine. He's lost another place. Antonio Fuoco struggling for pace late in the stint. This is not good news. And
being caught by both the Peugeots that are now up, by the way, to 8th and 9th place. Now, these could be championship implications.
That's what it looks like riding on board a GT car with the hypercars so quick in a straight line. It's where they make up their lap time. And that's why you see the hypercars making desperate moves like that on straight lines that have little kinks in them. You have to make the move done, get the move done when you're in a hypercar.
I'm touching push like an animal, and look.
Yeah, pushing like an animal, and look what's happening. I'm going nowhere. I'm getting overtaken by an Alpine, but he's still got his eyes in front to look at that Jota. He is faster than the Jota in front of him, of Ollie Rasmussen. And but yeah, clearly not the speed of the Alpine that just shot past him.
Battle for 3rd place, Gregor Sosi trying to hang on in the United Autosports McLaren to a 2nd potential podium. But WRT's Maxime Martin is right with him. He has been lapping quicker. Look at the way the margin has come down in 2 laps. He's taken 2 seconds out of the McLaren. And this is all about trying to find a way by for Max. With Ahmed Al-Hati starting the car, 2 stellar stints from Valentino Rossi. Maxime Martin looking to try and put this car on the podium. That would be the 2nd podium finish for this car.
Got a fight here down in towards turn 1, so this time around Schumacher on Rasmussen. Does the switchback, appears on the inside. A great move by Mick Schumacher. 1 car done. 1 lap, and the next one, the other lap, is making such progress, whereas he now is up into P5 in this race. So, well, you kind of get the feeling what could have been for Alpine. It could have, I think, a definite podium for them if they had just had a better qualifying and a better start to the race without getting caught up in that first corner crash.
On this pace, it could have been 2 cars on the podium. It could have been.
Here comes Maxime Martin. This car has had good results and rubbish luck at the same time, the 46 car. 4th in Qatar, 2nd in Imola in the rain. Their only other points finish is in 5th place, and they've had 2 retirements and a non-classified finish as well. So this is really important to get them back onto the podium where they believe they should be. Coming out of the pits behind, Manthey EMA's Richie Leach, so they've rebuilt that car after its puncture and damage. That's back out for the final stop. You saw the BMW team cheering that back up into 3rd place. It's a strong run from the 46 car, and the middle stints by Valentino Rossi were some of the highlights of its race so far.
Yeah, not out of this, by the way, is Michelle Gatting. She is catching 7.5 seconds back, running out of time to do it.
A bit of vibration, but I think it comes from pickup.
Yeah, I confirm. There is a lot of pickup on track. Stay calm.
Yeah, you can sometimes feel like, even as dramatic as it sounds, it feels like your suspension's broken by the amount of pickup that gets. It gathers on one part of your tyre, and as it rotates at high speed, suddenly a chunk of it drops off and hits the top of the wheel arch, and you feel like that ricochets through the car. So yeah, when you're leading a race like that, things start to play on your mind. So he's reported vibration, things not feeling quite right with the car, and his team trying to calm him back down.
Critical time for the championship aspirations for 50 car, under pressure here from the 93. Every place the Ferrari loses at this point is a further 2 points away from the championship lead.
So piling the pressure on Rasmussen in front and trying to keep the Peugeot at bay as well at the same time. Fuoco's really having to hang on here.
Well, Fuoco in 10th place. This is the last points paying position. So if he gets past now, they get a 0. It's very hard to win championships with a 0. Drive through for car 8 for ignoring blue flags earlier on in the race. There was also an incident between car 8 and car 6 being investigated. Is that the same? Maybe it is. Okay, so no problem for car 6. Things are definitely falling their way, but for Ferrari, it's going from bad to worse. They're being passed by the Peugeot, nearly passed by the Peugeot.
It's so fast in a straight line.
Information to the pit lane, information to the pit lane. Car 808, drive-through penalty for ignoring blue flags and for fighting with car 6 at T15 and T16. Car 8, drive-through penalty for ignoring blue flags and fighting with car 6 at T15 and T16.
So the podium positions are still not done.
So look, this is a replay. He's got the blue flag on. Car 6 is coming by. He's overtaken him. And he defended the position and actually made contact through turn 15. So he had a blue flag and fought the position.
And that was when wasn't that when he'd just come out of the pits as well? So he was on cold tyres, just about to go a lap down.
Yeah, I mean, yes, but it's irrelevant whether you're on warm tyres, cold tyres, just come out of the pits, whatever. You've got a blue flag, you have to let the race leader go.
That will put the number 12 car into a podium position in this race with the drive-through penalty for the 8 coming. They're sitting 3rd place at the moment. They've only got 10 seconds to the good. We've already seen what happens with a drive-through penalty, dropping Charles Malaysi back. This is the Proton competition car. That's a lap down, by the way. This is not for position.
No, it's not. But that does mean the Ferrari number 50 moves up again. I said he was 10th. That transponder issue showed he was 10th. He's actually in 7th and will move up to 6th. But look at the queue of cars queuing up to have a go at him. Both Peugeots, the Proton competition Porsche is a lap down, so that's not part of it. But the Alpine behind those 2 Peugeots is also looking to have a go at the Ferrari. So that's 7th. The 2 Peugeots are 8th and 9th, and the Alpine is in 10th place. The 35 car of Charles Malaysi after the drive-through. So 13.5 minutes. The Ferrari has got to hang on. He's got to cling on to whatever points they can get out of this. .5 minutes remain in the 6 hours of Fuji, and for the number 50 Ferrari, Antonio Fuoco, seems like he's fighting with one hand tied behind his back. Not sure why the Ferrari is struggling for grip and pace, but it really is. And in the closing stages, he's got not one, but two Peugeots and an Alpine in his slipstream, and the 99 Porsche as well, which isn't on the same lap, but it is there too.
It's because the Peugeots, both Peugeots behind, put 4 new tyres on their last pit stop, and Fuoco only sided, he only had the left side that went on.
Right, Toyota off the podium again as they pick up that drive-through for Ria Hirakawa. He did say he pushed me wide, but then the engineers came back and said, yeah, but you then had to go back at him while the blue flag's being shown. And here's the Alpine.
This is the battle for the final podium place, because the number 12 car in the podium position now. Mick Schumacher looking to get that with the Alpine, putting the other Alpine back on the podium. The position was lost with the incident for Charles Malaysia. That drive-through penalty. It's all happening in the last 15 minutes again.
Really is. And Norman Nato for Hertz Team Jota, desperate to hang on. Don't forget, his Texas race finished with endless single-lap trips in and out of the pit lane, trying to get an electronics issue cured. This is the other side of motor racing, where he's desperately trying to fight for a really strong result. Drive-through penalty for the 83A, of course, a Ferrari as well for passing under yellows about an hour and 2 hours ago, actually. So what's been a shocking race for them is getting even worse. And the 50 Ferrari further back there getting caught in a lot of GT traffic as Hertz Team Jota's Norman Nato just creeps away from Mick Schumacher for a moment. Everybody with bated breath. Hertz Team Jota and Alpine would both dearly love a podium right now. They're not going to catch the BMW. That's 30 seconds up the road, and 15 seconds for BMW is behind the leading Porsche. But this is all about just this battle and the battle behind the 38 Hertz Team Jota, which has got the 93 Peugeot now ahead of the 50 Ferrari and the 94 Peugeot right behind it. This may not be the way that anybody outside the top 2 finishes. This is ridiculously tight, and just over 10 minutes to go.
This is going to get interesting with the GT cars just in front. We've seen what's happened before around this very corner with Schumacher involved, don't forget. And yeah, they go round the outside. It's always tight there on the exit of turn 5, leads into the inside of turn 6. And Schumacher just loses a little bit of ground there because of that. Nato round the outside, flat out of car 54 that leads the LMGT3 race, of course, so respect for the leader of that category. And back down towards the turn 10, 11, 12 chicane. Schumacher is going to be thinking about how he lines his car up here to give himself the best run possible out of the final corner, and it all starts around here at turn 13.
Look at this. Third gear, second gear, first gear stuff. This is such a slow... Is there a slower sector on any track than this uphill snake? Of course, you have the advantage of having about 750 metres of straight at the end of it that picks up the average speed, but that section is so slow. 2 more places lost by Antonio Fuoco. He's now behind. I don't think it's the timing glitch we've seen for it, because the gaps seem to tell the story. The Peugeot, second Peugeot, and the Alpine are ahead of the Ferrari. Yeah, as we watched that battle behind, he was getting duffed up in the GT traffic, and the 93 Peugeot moves ahead of Hertz Team Jota and stays ahead of Hertz Team Jota. So the best placed Peugeot is now in 5th position. Is that the best Peugeot result of the season? I think at the moment it might be. Still back with Norman Nato. Mick Schumacher. This will be definitely a big feather in the cap of Schumacher to grab the first podium for the team. There's Nico Lapierre in the back. You see Philippe Signot, the man whose Cinetec team kept the Alpine name alive for so many years, who almost forced, blackmailed, cajoled, bludgeoned, persuaded, begged. I don't know how he got Alpine to commit to this program, but he presented them with a document that they obviously just could not resist and brought them in with this hypercar. It's its first season, and a first podium here would be a massive, massive result for them.
Schumacher trying everything here. You see how the dirty air affects the car, even in a slower speed corner like turn 15. He clearly has a bit of a speed advantage here, does Schumacher, but he's trying everything, different lines, trying to get the car pointed straighter on the exits, but that didn't really work out for him that last time around. Feel like he's going to possibly need the help of some traffic to fall his way, but quickly running out of time with just 8 minutes remaining.
35 and 36, the Alpines were 5th and 9th last time out, and they treated 5th as a win. How are they going to be if they can somehow wrestle that podium away from Hertz Team Jota? Well, here again in our LMGT3 field, TF Sports Charlie Eastwood, the yellow and black Corvette, ahead of Michel Gatti in the Iron Dames Lamborghini, and this is how, Anthony?
Yeah, just a plucky move down the inside there, wasn't it, from Eastwood into 13. In a way, he caught her napping. So we go back to this fight down at turn 6 between Nato and Schumacher. And there is a little bit of traffic this time. I think they'll get past it before turn 10, but Schumacher's very close this time around. Very, very close. He's going to think to the inside. No, has to go to the outside because Nato has it covered. And he's going to switch back here to give himself a great run. And almost too good a run, in that fact, for turn 11. But he pops down the inside. Is this going to be on in 13? It's going to be close. There's a bit of contact between the two of them. Nato hangs around the outside of 13, gives himself the inside for 14 and 15. Great stuff, well thought out as well by Schumacher. Does he think about going to the inside here? He does. He's popped it down the inside and gets the move done finally in the last corner. Does Nato stay in the slipstream? He will do, so it's not over yet. Don't celebrate too early, team. They know it. Lapierre knows it as well as the eyes go back to the screen. Nato's got the straight line speed. Darts to the outside, onto the marble. Schumacher's pushing him all the way that he can. But the Jones has got a bit of straight line speed advantage. Brakes on the racing line. Who's this going to be? Goes around the outside. I don't think that's the right thing to do. You're going to get pushed down a road, surely. And he does, just a little bit. We go to the heli shot, and Schumacher finally can claim that position.
Not yet. He's got 6 minutes and 6 seconds yet to go, and then he's got to hold it to the checkered flag. But that was great racing. Don't forget how much endurance experience Norman Nato has got. He's been racing in this championship for the most of the last decade in various different cars, and Schumacher brand new to this. That's a really impressive deal from Schumacher, and again it shows the speed of the Alpine.
And rapidly being caught right now by the Peugeot. That Peugeot 2 seconds a lap quicker than this pair at the moment. Is it possible we can have a Peugeot on the podium?
Well, if it's in the top 4, it'll be comfortably their best result in the season.
I'll say at least a second and a half came from their melee that they were having before. Yes, so, but the Peugeot he's catching. And the thing is, the Peugeot, I think, is the fastest hypercar in a straight line here this weekend. So if he gets anywhere close, he's going to sail by these cars in front. But Schumacher, like I expected, he had that natural speed advantage. He's now starting to pull away. It's always hard to overtake in a hypercar, but thanks to this massive straight we have here at Fuji, 0.92 miles long, of a mile long, gives them that chance at least to fight it out.
Well, look at those logos. Porsche in the lead, okay, understood. BMW in the podium, first time this season. Alpine on the podium, first time this season. 5th place, that's comfortably the best result for Peugeot, even if they finish there. In fact, both Peugeots in the top 7. Peugeot's single best result of the year so far has been an 8th place for the 93 car. So this is a definite improvement. Both Alpines in the top 8. They were 5th and 9th last time out. And Kevin Estre and Dries Van Tor, I beg your pardon, no, that's 93 and 18. So that is 12 rather. So the 93 Peugeot has got up into 4th place.
Yeah, Jensen absolutely flying. He's going to have to watch out a little bit here. Nato had to think about coming back on the inside, but yeah, Jensen has the pace. Can he catch Schumacher now? That's the question for that final podium position.
4 minutes, and he's 12 seconds behind him. 29 seconds behind. No, 2.3 seconds behind him. So no, it's 4 minutes and 2 seconds. That's going to be tough. But you know he's got the target in his mind, don't you?
This is how it happened. Turn 5, sets it up, switches to the inside, and a massive lock-up from Nato as well. And he couldn't fight that one off.
We don't have the tyre data for the Hertz Team Jota Porsches, but it looks as though they may have used their tyres a little earlier in the race. And Nato left to struggle with one hand behind his back. But this is a really good result for both French teams. For Alpine, 2 cars in the top 8, and for Peugeot, 2 cars in the top 7.
3 minutes to go, and if you are one of the 65,800 people who've been here this weekend, you've been royally entertained. If you're watching this race, you've seen a cracker, and there's still 3 minutes to go. Things can and often do change in the dying moments of an FI World Endurance Championship race. But it does look at the moment, gentlemen, as if this car has taken mighty strides towards the World Championship today, and that car is almost certainly going to claim the championship, the number 92 Porsche in LMGT3.
Yeah, if they finish the next 3 minutes, then the 92 car will be the champions. But I know there's an awful lot of sports car racing fans in the Gulf states. Bahrain, first weekend of November, championship decider. Come and see the greatest hypercar field in the world in action. Come and see platinum era endurance racing in the 8 hours of Bahrain. So 30% more excitement and endurance racing than we've had here. Well, there's Andre Lotter looking cool, calm and collected, and maybe one race away from again being a world champion with a different manufacturer. And that's going to be a really important cornerstone in that title race, is this second really big race for the number 6 Porsche. They've been on the podium almost everywhere, but a second win is really going to help.
Yeah, this trio of drivers adopted some of the criticisms thrown at them by the internet. It was past his best Estra, 80-year-old Lotterer, and second best Vantor was thrown at them before the season. It hasn't been like that in any way whatsoever.
What does that tell you about the internet?
Yeah, it does tell you everything you need to know quite often about the internet, but cracking stuff from them. And for me, Andre Lotterer did the heavy lifting today.
Yeah, he put in 2 epic stints. In fact, the middle of the race, we saw so many drivers really starring here. And what about the BMW? Dries Vantor, well, I think the jury might be out on which is the second best Vantor. At the moment, it is his brother who's part of the leading car crew. But for the BMW team, no such disappointment as they had 2 weeks ago in Kota, where they faded in the heat. And for Alpine, you could see them there girding themselves up ready to greet their first podium. The final lap of the race after 8 hours of the 6 hours rather here in Fuji of intense racing. They've done everything right. They've been fast, they've been controlled, they've been superb in the pit stops. Their strategy has worked, and they've definitely had more than one rub of the green. But to win a title, you have to have everything and the luck that you need to go with it. And right now, you're starting to think that this car, the number 6 Porsche Penske 963, could well end up finishing Bahrain as the hypercar champions. But that will be in Bahrain. For now, they are on their way to their second win of the season and their 5th podium out of 7 races. So they've never been lower than 8th place, which was their last outing. And as they come down the long straight, the checkered flag is out. It is a victory in Fuji for Porsche. The last time Porsche raced here with the 919, they beat Toyota. This time they don't just beat Toyota. Toyota barely get into the points. It is BMW's number 15 car. Dries Vantor brings it across the line. A massive result for the team after a really frustrating practice and qualifying. And in 3rd place, it will be the Alpine of Mick Schumacher. There, the cat in the hat, Van Sant boss. Big sigh of relief from the BMW Motorsport boss as well. And crossing the line, we also saw flashing the headlights, Manthey Pure Racing's Porsche. They win the, I beg your pardon, it's Vista AF Corsa Ferrari that wins in LMGT3. The Manthey Pure Racing will be the champions. And the Hypercar Teams champions, the World Cup, goes to Hertz Team Jota. So their cars coming across the line in 5th and 6th. And again, they look lost in qualifying. But boy, have they turned that round in the race.
Checkered flag! Checkered flag! We are back! We are back!
What a race!
Yeah, guys. Great job, amazing car. Thank you.
And of course, it was only contact, wasn't it, with Sebastian Buemi for the number 6 car that cost them a chance to finish on the podium again in Austin. They managed to rescue points. They finished 8th 2 weeks ago, and now they never really went away, but now they are back at the top of the pile. Their 2nd win of the season. 1 race to go, and they are stretching away in a championship lead. In the BMW, Dries van Tor with his teammates, Raffaele Marcello, who had a really tough job in the middle, and Marco Wittmann, who was so strong at the start.
Mick Schumacher drove really well today, I thought. Obviously, that little moment that he had with Earl Bamber and the traffic through turn 5, turn 4 might taint it slightly, but I thought he was super quick all day. Drove really well, got that move done on the Jota that he needed to. And the car that wins AF Corsa, sorry Martin, number 54. That car crew today, absolutely on fire.
Davide Rigon dragging them from 3rd into the winner's circle in the final stint of the race. And again, a Ferrari that's been all but nowhere all season long. Neither Ferrari have been on the podium, and yet they turn that around into a victory.
Podium for Valentino Rossi, as well as part of that 46 crew, and he did a lot of the heavy lifting in that effort. Excellent race from the Italian legend. By the way, one positional change on the very last lap. Charles Malaysia edging Stoffel van Dorn at the line by 8 thousandths of a second to claim 7th place.
Yeah, that was close, wasn't it? That was a real drag race. But nevertheless, both Alpine, both Peugeot in the points. 1 Toyota finished the race, and that is car number 8 in 10th place, so they did get a point. It did not turn into the race that Toyota had hoped. I think it possibly turned into even worse than they feared.
One of the little bit of history today, it will be the very first time that the Van Tor brothers have been on the podium together. That's only the 2nd time in WEC history that brothers have been on the podium. Last time was 10 years ago in LMP2 with the Ladigan brothers.
It just come off in the Angov. Just saw him pull the handle, the tab, to pull the door down. The door closed, but the handle, the tab has come off in his hand. Just as well that they didn't need to use that later on in the race.
These parts are made with the mileage in mind.
Built to life.
You can see just in the cutout in the door above his head, that's where the little red strap should have been holding. He's just pulled the door down a bit hard. But I think he'll be forgiven. Kevin Estre brings the Porsche in to salutes of the Toyota team there, as ever.
Well, particularly, this is only the 2nd time Toyota have been beaten at home, and the 2nd time as well that there's not been a Toyota on the podium, and to see them reflecting on that performance for the number 6 car, that's why we love sports car racing.
Well, the drivers like each other, they respect each other, but they like each other. This is the team sportness of this, if you like. That's probably not a great expression, but the lack of individual rivalry, I think, makes everybody appreciate when their rivals have done a good job as well. And whatever else happened with the Toyota team, it was definitely not anybody else's fault. Most of Toyota's woes came their own way, but they are definitely edging closer and closer to the title. 1 race to go for the number 6 Porsche crew. They extend their championship advantage, and it's going to be very tough. Of course, anything can happen in these hours. They could break down and get hit on the first lap. Thomas Floor, Francesco Castellacci, climb aboard the 54 Ferrari.
Back-to-back wins, I've just realised, for Thomas Floor, Francesco Castellacci. Won here in GTE last season, so they take back-to-back wins in Japan.
So that was their last win in a Ferrari, and this is their most recent win in a Ferrari. 2 completely different categories of car. So there we go. Kevin Estre brings it home, and again, a special Japanese helmet with lots of blossom on it as well.
Yeah, they were supreme today as a car crew. As was this lot here. car 15, they gave it everything, didn't they, at BMW, and a great performance by the team, but Porsche had them beaten pure pace.
But it shows the progress that the BMW team are making through this season. It's a brand new car to them. Yes, it raced in North America last year. Different rules, different tracks, different tyres even. And so it's brand new to this WRT team, and their progress is now exponential. It's really excellent.
Estra, I think he's talking about his brake moment that he had into turn 1.
Yeah. He was only doing 300 kilometres an hour. It's not like it was a big speed, right? Honestly, I've sat in a car doing 300 kilometres an hour. If you're in a low-flying jet, that must have been absolutely terrifying.
Just lucky that he didn't have a car in front of him as well, because that could have been a very different scenario had it played out with a lapped car that he was coming up to. But it was their day, and they absolutely smashed it out of the park. Perfection from car 6.
That's Kevin Estra's 10th win, by the way. And for the Vista AF Corsa team, winners in 2 GT classes here in Fuji. In fact, all of Floor and Castellacci's wins have been here in Fuji. Davide Rigon has won in 3 GT classes now, in GTE Pro, GTE AM and LMGT3, all for Ferrari.
That crew, by the way, in the 54 becomes the second full crew to take wins in LMGT AM and LMGT3, the other crew being the Heart of Racing team, raced last year as Northwest AMR.
Well, let's hear from our winning trio. Bruce Ioani is right there.
Well, I'm going to start. Congratulations, guys, but I'm going to start with you, Kevin. What happened at the end of the straight on the brakes? You had a moment there. I think everybody wants to hear about that.
Yeah, I don't know. I think there was some water leak from the AC, and it just went on the pedal, and my foot just slipped, and I went over the brake pedal. So it was not a nice feeling. I was hoping to make it and make sure that I don't flat spot the tires, and then I was sort of trying to dry my foot, and after that it was fine. But yeah, quite a hot moment when you feel that the foot is going over the brake pedal at 320 is not nice.
Well, great. After that, you pulled another gap, so it obviously went super well. Your brother's on the podium as well. It's a great day for you. How do you feel? I saw you're really, really focused on the race at the end. There was a lot of tension, but you must be delighted now.
Yeah, I was a bit stressed because obviously I know my brother well. I texted my dad, so I hope he stays calm. But no, I think it's very great for us. I mean, for us to win and then to have my brother next to the podium is a pretty special weekend, which we'll remember for a long time.
Congrats. Last word with Andre. Andre, you must be super happy, especially here in Fuji. Again, the qualifying was not fantastic, but you guys worked your magic during the race.
Yeah, it was an amazing team effort, and it's been a fantastic weekend here to race in front of this crowd. So much support and so much energy from the fans. And for me, it was really one race that I was missing. I always wanted to win this one because it's like a home race. So yeah, thanks to the whole crew, to everyone, and I'm very, very happy. And for the championships, also a very good operation, yeah.
Congratulations, guys. Thank you so much.
12th win in the series, 12th overall victory for Andre Lotter. And as I said, it was only a couple of years ago, I think just before COVID actually, that he sold his apartment here in nearby Gotemba. So this is very much home from home for him. Kevin Estra takes his 10th win in the overall, and Dries van Tor moves on to 3 series wins. It was a race that always promises much. The 6 hours of Fuji, the penultimate race of the World Endurance Championship, with lots of Japanese interest in the greatest show in endurance racing. This golden era of hypercar and LMGT3 bringing the fans in, more than 65,000 of them into Fuji Speedway. Pulse's Royal Bamba led the field away, but Toyota's race got off to a slightly under par start. Front row and second row cars found themselves shuffled back down to 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th as the field streamed by and down the hill out of turn 1. Although there was some door handle to door handle racing in the middle of the in the middle of the hypercar field, it was into turn 1 on lap 2 where it all went wrong. Robert Kubica missing his braking point and triggering a multi-car pileup that damaged several cars and delayed far more. That triggered our first safety car period. And the Pole City car came in with what turned out to be an ABS sensor issue. They had to race without ABS in LMGT3. Toyota was struggling as Cadillac led, but in the second round of pit stops, Porsche got the jump on them. The number 6 car that led for 4 hours in 2023 was leading in 2024. And the beginning of the end for Cadillac, battling for third place with the BMW, for second place with the BMW. A puncture picked up, and that would see them out of podium contention. Ferrari struggled for pace here, 51 car with electronic issues, and the number 50 machine struggling as well. A good strong run from the Lamborghini ended in gearbox failure with a couple of hours to go. And the end of the race for the number 5 Porsche, after a somewhat rash lunge by Kamui Kobayashi, took them both out of the race. Charles Malaysia with contact in traffic with the GT car would be running in third place at the end, but a penalty for that would drop them out of the podium. The 54 AF Corsa Vista Ferrari working its way through to the front of the busy LMGT3 field, denying the win to Manthey Pure Racing and Team WRT in third. Earl Bamber getting eased out onto the marbles in the Cadillac, hard into the wall in the closing stages of the race, and having to retire as he dragged the damaged car back to the pits. Milesi's drive-through penalty took the Alpine off the podium, and the number 46 BMW of Maxime Martin took the 59 McLaren off the podium as well. Number 8 got a drive-through in the end. The remaining Toyota just at the bottom of the points table, getting 1 point. And after a titanic battle, Mick Schumacher finally overhauled Norman Nato in the Hertz Team Jota car to give Alpine its very first podium. And not too shortly afterwards, Mikkel Jensen got by Nato as well to take 4th place for Peugeot. Victory in LMGT3 went to the Vista AF Corsa team, but the overall win also for Porsche. Car number 6 takes its 2nd win of the season and closes in on the title. Well, Mount Fuji, for once, didn't bring us any rain during the race. It's been dry all the way through, and that is not always the case. Graham Goodwin, lots of stories to be told afterwards. I'm sure a lot of them, you can see the cameras and the microphones there from our full access crew in the podium room. I'm sure a lot of them will cycle around some of our favourite stars of full access, the crew of the number 6. There'll be a lot more giggling in the back of the garage, I'm sure, from the championship leading crew.
They take their racing very seriously, but they do it with a smile on their face. They're particularly smiling here. What a result for that trio. Faultless stuff, almost, apart from that slip on the brake pedal we heard from Kevin Estre with what they think was a leak from the air conditioning system. Amazing stuff. They look at the moment to be heading towards the World Championship. We'll wait for confirmation of the points, but they've got a mighty lead now, even though we do have points and a half for Bahrain to finish the season.
2 titles have been tied up here. We saw Hertz Team Jota fighting to stay ahead of the Alpine and try and stay ahead of the Peugeot, but they were the best of the privately run hypercar teams. So Hertz Team Jota take the World Cup title, but our overall race winners, the number 6 car from Porsche Penske Motorsport. So Kevin Estre, Andrew Lotterer and Lawrence Fantor take their 2nd win of the season.
History. Brothers on different steps of the podium in the WC for the first time, with Dries Fantor joined by Raffaele Marciello and Marco Wittmann for BMW's first podium, and then what a result for Alpine.
Yeah, a huge cheer. The 35 car, unfortunate that contact in traffic denied them a podium, but their sister team managed to fight back into that position. So Lawrence Vantor, no longer even the equal best Vantor brother. He now has 3 wins to brother Dries's 2 in the World Endurance Championship. Dries Vantor there on the second step of the podium with the BMW team. They will feel like that's a victory. And if the Alpine team celebrated 5th place in Texas like it was a win, then they're going to be absolutely cock-a-hoop with a genuinely hard-fought podium. And both cars were podium contenders. Both cars were podium contenders. So the 36 car ended up with that podium finish, but it could have been 3rd and 4th perhaps had Malaysia not had that little contact in traffic.
So last time brothers on the podium, we said the Lanigan brothers in LMP2 10 years ago. Looking back in the history books, I think the last time that Dries and Lawrence Vantor shared a podium was the Nürburgring 24 Hours in 2019, but Lawrence's car was disqualified after that, but they did at least share the podium. A delight for this crew.
The team is represented by Mr. Francis Schell.
Great looking trophies as well. Andre, what about mine? Oh, he was going to hand it to the wrong person. So Andre Lautra, Kevin Est, and Lawrence Vantor, their 2nd win of the season. Victory in the opener in Qatar, 2nd in Imola and Spa, 4th in Le Mans, just off the podium, but they got a point for pole position. They were 2nd in Sao Paulo and were on target for a podium in Kota until contact with Sebastian Buemi's number 8 Toyota dropped them down the order with a puncture. They ended up in their first non-podium finish in 6th place. Now they're back at the top with another win, and that's the sort of relentless podium honours-grabbing performance that is going to win you titles. Well, Team WRT, well rewarded here. They had a torrid time in qualifying with the hypercars and GTs, but got a podium with both programmes. Here's how it finished then. Porsche's number 6 ahead of the BMW and Alpine. Peugeot in 4th ahead of the pair Hertz Team Jota cars. The 2nd Alpine and the 2nd Peugeot both in the points. 9th place means that the 50 Ferrari continues to be a slender outsider in the championship. In 13th place, our overall winner in LMGT3, the 54 Ferrari, but Manthai Pure Racing in 2nd place have taken the LMGT3 title. They cannot now be caught.
Congratulations, guys. Davide, an amazing drive at the end. 3rd, 2nd, 1st. Congratulations.
Yes, many thanks, many thanks. So happy. All of the team did an amazing job since the beginning. We started so well. All the season we really deserve a good result, and today we make it. I have to say thank you to the team because we did really prepare a proper car for the double stint tires. Good strategy until the end. It was not easy. There was BMW so fast. They changed the tires. And yes, a good overtake, and the car did the rest. I have to say thanks to the team, but especially to Thomas and Francesco that did an amazing job today.
Okay, thank you very much. The strategy was good, but he was flying.
Yeah, Davide was literally flying. I'm so proud of him. I'm so proud of Thomas. And yeah, thank you, Ferrari. I think we love Fuji, and this is our 3rd win in Fuji. So it's a lucky track for us, and we love it.
Thomas, the last word. You must be delighted. I saw you a bit before. You were already quite relaxed, and you made it.
Yeah, it's unbelievable. I mean, Fuji seems to be our track. The team pushed me to do double stint. That was the right strategy in the heat. But a big thank you, Davide, Francesco, the Ferrari team. The car felt amazing, and yeah. By the way, I have a big announcement to make. Next year, all season of WEC will be in Fuji because our track.
Thank you so much.
If anyone can make it happen, Thomas Ford can make it happen. 3 wins here in Fuji. I mean,
I think there is only 3 wins.
If it's not their favourite track by now, it really ought to be. That's fantastic, isn't it? That is fantastic. And in 2 different categories as well. In the GTE car and now in the GT3 car. So there are your winners.
One of our oldest drivers, of course, Thomas Fleur in the FI World Endurance Championship. Second place is going to come to the number 92 Multi-Pure Racing team. What a season they have had.
First FIA World title for a Lithuanian team at Multi-Pure Racing.
Alex Malikin, bronze driver, Joel Sturm and Klaus Bachler, the three drivers, took second place here today. Ran this as a very conservative race. They were fortunate with the way in which the safety car actually helped them, but they battled hard to get into a position where it could finish that way, put themselves exactly where they needed to be. But let's not forget this moment.
Yeah, 46. This is the second podium of the season for this team. Ahmed Al-Hati, Valentino Rossi and Maxime Martin. They finished in second place behind the Sister 31 car in the rain, in the tempest that was Imola.